Jigsaw being led by the Echo drone there, is going for the engagement, can't quite get it, concerned about someone moving in behind him, doesn't want to give them the 1 versus 3, but the longer he sort of sits around, the more in danger he is. Uno finds Jigsaw, and there's at least Leon getting one back, but they are already inside. G2, they measured themselves much better that round. They sort of weighed up what had happened on the previous one, and they were like, oh, we lost track of a couple of Fnatic players last time. Yeah, that's not happening again.
Very composed round coming through from them there. Just being around everywhere. No real panic coming through, and just, as you mentioned, dealing with the players as they come up. Working out how to best find out a solution to these problems. So you see the opening. A nice long shot. I mean, I wouldn't have seen the person out there. That's why they are the pro players, not me.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Bomb located by attackers.
Sorry to ruin your imagination if you thought I was a pro player.
I just got you confused with that other guy.
Oh, the other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, that happens. I get that all the time. Until they see me in game, and then
To go.
quickly evaporate.
5 seconds to
The
insertion.
knowledge of you being a pro evaporates.
My call outs, they're okay, unlike some might say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to. I feel like we dig this up every time.
My mechanical skill, however, is not upright.
It's not all about mechanical skill.
Not true.
You can get to the highest elo with friends. I mean, you probably need at least a couple people with. You need at least okay to decent mechanical skill, but I'm not going to be like, you know, you have to be able to do some killing. But if you're the person in your stack playing the 0.6 but getting the kit down every time and pushing alongside, that's still a noble way to win. 4-1. Well, there's a couple of people that are on 0.6s and worse in this game, even on the team that's 4 up. Alamau hasn't quite been able to get his teeth in, but to be honest, when you're looking at Benja 5-1, Uno 5-2, and Doki 6-3, you don't really need to be the additional pop of pressure. And now even further here for Benja Master, removes one of the top 2 performing people from Fnatic at this point. Leon, who's onto this Echo role, a role that Deepak sort of brought a lot of fame to before, is going to try and keep up some of that pace.
Love that hunt. Realized there was a player down in the basement. Doki went in from garage. We had someone coming in from the building itself in main stairs. Basically, at that point, your main return route has been covered off. They get that kill relatively freely or completely free. Just cost some time. And now they have the man advantage again. But there's 80 seconds left. It's not a lot of time to make the push happen. And they will need to fight a little more as Jigsaw take his slight amount of damage by the hands of Virtue. Drones will be confirming his position.
Reloading.
Getting open. Kanto, and well, there's Leon getting open. Doki looks for a second. Does a lot of damage to Benja, but takes a lot as well. Wants to double dip. Fights across the American flag and a plant, but the only one planted is Jigsaw. Gets caught by Uno on the back end, and actually, I mean, it was a bold sort of swing and attempt there. Maybe thought everything was closing on around him, went for the risky run out and the jump out because, well, if you're going to make it happen, it's the last round to do so. Instead, 3 versus 2 versus 2. Jegs, long-range firefight with a hell of a gun. And you can see the 2G2 players either side of this core hold in the middle, drops their way in, swings onto one engagement. Uno just caught out. Virtue does at least get the end of it, but with 10 seconds, no kit, and the player on the far side just having to scream in on the back and start spraying through softs, and, well, I'm not really sure what happened at the end of that round there.
I think he just decided to give up after he hit the Prisma, knowing that he would be pinged no matter where he went. So if he would have run towards the site, they knew he was planting, and if he would have continued to chase, he would have died. But yeah, it's always worth to still try. I mean, there was definitely enough time to get maybe to the diffuser and plant. I mean, your opportunity after that might be going down relatively quickly because you'll be planting into the negative time, but... Oh well. 4-2, it's still an improvement for G2 compared to the previous time, they met on Bank, which was play day 1 of the European League. It's just unfortunate for Uno. He repelled in, he was about to be swung from Janitor, then was being shot through the bookshelf. So he returned fire and as a result couldn't actually combat either of them.
G2 have got themselves off to a good distance here, but obviously, you know, when you're sort of looking at the choice of maps, the selection of maps where we're going into, if they get this one cemented pretty quickly, a lot of it has been built off of great sort of multifaceted takes, great gun skill, everything that you sort of contribute from them, everything that's been a bit up and down from both of these two teams, and the reason that they're fighting for this position and not fighting for a place at the major directly. They're just seemingly a little bit more locked in now, and you're still looking at, you know, two progressive maps that enjoy that level of quick gun aggression, that level of throwing themselves in and finding the fire.
Did Tyrant see Uno? Did he see like anything of like the boots or anything sticking out behind the wheel? Of course, we can see due to the overlay, but Tyrant has the health presence, can actually activate it to not be spotted out by the Yokai drone and actually sneak all the way through, but his camera's just been shot, so he's not going to go for it at that point.
Yeah, I didn't want to risk it, and fair enough. You're trying to do a sneaky play, you're trying to find your way in, but it's not sneaky if it's being that fervently watched. Even though Nook can be able to get their way silently past the cam, she's not in a strong place right now, right? You have to be long range against that to be entirely invisible, moving bitterly slow. If the drone is actively shot, then you have no idea if it's multiple people, if it's one person. It's not worth taking the risk on the fight. Instead, well, dive somewhere else. Doki does get the kill, but it was close. They're having to drop off and take a bit of the dip of damage. It forces another player to drop off and leaves one stuck in the corner. How aware is Jigsaw? I think that's the game that Benjamaster's playing here and hoping to extend, assuming that is the mirror tucked onto the corner. They seem pretty confident a player is over there, but also they've got other work to do. The drone will roll out ahead, and no, Benja's still sat. There's the pop-up, just misses the head. They've tucked themselves a bit closer, cannot get the swing. Almost was rewarded, and talking of rewards, Leon inside the site. Utilizing that DMR, but unfortunately not for as long as he probably wanted to.
Now we have a couple of players up above the hatch, and you know, the diffuser is dropped in the middle of the site. Decided to just go for it. There was no real support out there, and whilst you can commend the fact that he was going for it at that point, you also just dropped the diffuser in a spot that's easily smokable, and now will be smoked indeed by Virtue, so kills need to happen, but two people dropping on the backside, and Yokai still being up. Might be a problematic execute for Fnatic. Oh, Doki all the way up top.
The big deep roam at this point, 20 seconds. Jigsaw's eyeing up the hatch. I think he's concerned. Yeah, heard it, knows it, called it. Doki smashed it. Doki got smashed in the face. A bit of a revenge for a fight over a hatch before, but it's burning and wasting time. They've still got to send it and go for the plant. Jags goes down in the site. The impact gets cut across. Jigsaw cuts across back. Suddenly explodes with a couple of kills, but really couldn't have cut a finer margin.
Like Fnatic, they were in like the lead for the majority of that round, but it still got so close up there in the end because the kid dropped twice onto the site. And G2 almost managed to take that round home. Fnatic, thanks to Jigsaw, will be able to put that one on their board. Maybe if Doki was a little bit later on the flank, right? Like maybe if they were actually pushing the side and going for a plant, that's the moment to open it up.
Seconds left. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
How close was this? That must have been like 2-3 seconds? Ah, just 4.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's close, but Fnatic can have close round wins on the attack. That's fine. Again, that basement is supposed to go to the defense in the majority of rounds. So that's a big win for Fnatic.
Ten seconds to insertion.
a round that's pulled back into them, but otherwise
5 seconds
maybe
left.
closer at points, as we sort of said and highlighted there, than it could have and should have been. Fnatic are just as aware of it as G2 are. One engagement filters the other way. One bit of lost information. One Jigsaw not popping off to the level he did that round. You've got a very, very different scenario, very, very different situation here. Not going to play around the Nook game, not going to play around the idea of the stealth that otherwise took them out before. Quickly getting the open and the pressure that they could apply down towards lobby itself. Obviously, when the site is stretched towards open, this again, I talk about these wider takes that Bank sort of requires. It's a big, big pocket of space on towards lobby. It's multiple stories of terrorizing anyone that tries to get anywhere near the building.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make decisions, right? Like you cannot clear out the entire map 100% of the time. So sometimes you just have to take with just what's necessary and deal with the potential that, you know, there is still a flank out there. Especially the basement here. It's quite important because we often see flanks coming up from the blue stairs, but we very rarely see like a complete like face check off the actual basement to come through to make sure there is actually no one there.
Stay clear of the blast!
Retaking the control up from underneath is going to be one of those potential problems that Fnatic have to keep an eye on. The swing and the roam that can come around from the bottom of blue is what they're just getting themselves cemented on as they clear out archives, clear out the extension of the site itself. Benja almost caught, and there it is, dropped, but not quite finished. They could try and get the end of this kill if they want. They're just spraying either side, have some of the explosives to do it with. Benja might just be creeping and crawling, and here's that rotate I talked about underneath, but there it is. Deepak on the hunt, and he's baiting it. He's waiting for the pickup to occur. Doki suffers. They're able to get themselves secured. They're able to get themselves out of there. Uno gets Jigsaw in the meantime, even though there were the two players underneath going for the pick back up. At least Leon gets the end of one of them, sees the second via trace shots that go past, blinded and pushed off. But 45 seconds is just wasting time for Fnatic's approach.
Important part of the roam game here is to waste as much time as possible and still being around in the flank potentially as this execute's about to unfold.
Alamar dancing on the door itself, waiting for the call of the beepers to go for the play and just getting themselves a little pocket of space. Could smash the hatch and drop it if they wanted. Uno, the long range does not pay out dividends for them inside the bank, but where can they put any of their savings? Nowhere. On that site, at least, we find ourselves level.
Fnatic doing really well on these early attacks here and also looking to improve on their own attacking game in comparison to the previous game they played against G2 here. Definitely have waken up after those first 3 rounds. Been able to find 2 after the tactical timeout and, you know, 2 in the attack now as well. G2 still have their tactical timeout, of course. Probably would use it in either another round loss or 2 after that. So whenever Fnatic reaches 5 or 6. But for now, everything is still within reach. The thing where it kind of falls apart is like the roaming game to some extent. We saw Benja being sprayed through the wall. I guess, you know, that happens. Doki going for the recovery. I'm not sure if it was a full bait. It must have been something, but maybe not being sure if there was a person behind it. And then when they rotated back up, they were being caught off. Doki, of course, survived a little bit longer, but eventually fell as well. And you just lose the impact that you might otherwise have.
Where's Jags gone?
He decided to disappear.
Play Nook.
Oh, maybe that's it. Just activated the hell.
I'm assuming. We're just in a quick tech pause. We'll hopefully be back into the game in just a moment. I'm assuming that even further by the fact that there was a player missing. Sort of gives some of the game away. 4 apiece. In what is the opener of a very long day, if you're unaware, obviously we've been getting into our playoffs knee deep in teams being confirmed for the Manchester Major. Now, in other regions, it will be one team will sort of make it from this play through. One team will be able to cement themselves here. Two will make it from today because we take both of our finalists and then an extra to make up 3 of the 4 EU teams. Now we'll be able to confirm 2 of those today, and that is a very exciting prospect. That'll be the next game, which is going to be you and Tim.
Yeah. And the one after, which is you and Tim.
Yeah. One of the 4, Team Secret into the breach, BDS or Wolves. 2 of the 4 even. Of these 2 teams, as we said before, this is just for the 5th place seeding match. A little bit of SI points, a little bit of a difference of prize pool. But for these 2 teams, with their expectations of what they want to achieve and with their history of what has been achieved, they will be eyeing up that one final spot in the LCQ, and they might even be confident that one of the other teams they'll be going up against is in this matchup, in this showdown. Now, there are obviously a fair few other big names. ENCE, VP, Wilds, they're all in there. And then alongside Make Your Destiny, which is an up-and-coming French roster, because we are chocked to the brim of up-and-coming talented French rosters right now.
It's the era of the French.
Era of the French. We're back. We're back, baby. And then the Forgotten Days, which is a combination of a lot of names that you'd recognize from a lot of different rosters over Tier 1 EU Siege, coming together to go for the swing.
It's always fun to watch those tournaments with more unknown factors in between. Sure, you know, like they play tournaments here and there, but it's always different than when you were playing against the Tier 1 teams, and you know, there's just less time to prepare yourself for them. At this point, you know, teams won't even know yet who they will be facing at that point. That's what this game is for, to fill in those final couple spots. And it's just an exciting time for the players who are, of course, facing these pro players. I think for the pro players itself, it's more of a nightmare, considering, you know, you don't want to go out against a Tier 3 or a Tier 2 team. And for us, it's always kind of fun as well, because there's a lot of like new strategies we sometimes see portrayed by these teams that haven't been playing Tier 1 for the entire year so far. So there's always something to talk about.
I love the game show music. Still makes things so tense.
And it can't talk either right now. I noticed that quite a lot, you know, over
You
the past
do
couple
love
technical pauses.
It's one of your favorite fun facts.
But I mean, that makes it even more tense, I would assume, right? Like if you just sit there in silence, it's 4-4. They don't have this music in there. Or maybe we should start blasting this music in their ear.
You know the film, the Pixar movie Inside Out, where it's like, I wonder what they're thinking in there. Imagine if we could see that for each of the players when we got to the cameras. Imagine if we had the technology. You know how we've got listen-ins? I want the next evolution.
It's like, what do we call it? Think-in? Think-ins? No. That would be something, though.
I don't know. Yeah. That Elon Musk is trying to put things in people's brains, right?
Actually, the first one already was implemented, I believe, and the person used it to game for the entire night.
I mean, there you go. It's like, get into
just one of us now.
Get us the next level of listen-ins. Deepak. He froze. Who knows what he was writing? How do they know?
I mean, you can only assume that at this moment in time, the cameras will be on.
So Deepak threw up words and gang signs Leon stared into the eyes.
Are you a headphone or an in-ear user, Emmy?
For generic gaming, or I mean, right now I'm a headphone user.
Yeah,
but I
generic
need,
gaming.
Yeah, because I need the headphone sub for work. I like in-ears, and I use in-ears when I'm out and about for music and for other things. But otherwise, here we are. We're back in. Thank you for bearing with us. Sorry about that. 4 apiece here. Fnatic, they've generally had the recent swing of momentum. 3 of their 4 rounds have been the last 3 that we have played. So G2, they're a bit behind the curve on their map, so it is so far, but they've only technically played 2 of their defenses. If this one goes away from them, you assume attack timeout. Not attack. That's what we've just had. Attack timeout.
Yeah. A tactical. So
yes.
Go for the complete wording.
Yeah, I mean, if like I was saving time.
Yeah, I know, but you know, it sometimes comes with attack or tech.
If
like,
people
you know,
at home don't know that TAC timeout stands for tactical timeout, I am so sorry for excluding
but I mean,
you.
like TAC and tech.
I'm
you know,
so
it's
sorry.
Like, there's.
I'm sorry.
It's quite close on the vocab side. Either way, G2 lost both those rounds quite convincingly as well. And that's what worries most, right? Because then you would expect that this next round, considering, well, not like convincing in this first round because it came down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't say the
control.
First wasn't convincing.
Yeah, but they were in control of the majority of that round. It wasn't until like they started to go for an execute with the diffuser on side all alone. That's when things started going south quite a bit. If, you know, maybe you would have played that bit further back, less worry, less trouble at that point. But the roam clear has been very effective for Fnatic, and the majority of these G2 players are normally present on the roam on this map.
They're trying to find out just where the loose threads might be. Tyrant once again wants to make a surprise entrance in towards Garage. You can hear some of the motion, but he won't have the exact ping on just what Uno's doing or where Uno's doing it. He's hoping patience might be a little bit more rewarded, but who is more patient? Tyrant on the IQ with the attempt on the filter in towards the site, or the man that can just sit there? Talking about patience being rewarded, Leon is dropped inside the site behind. Deepak is watching, but Deepak has the kit. If he loses to Alamau, that's the kit cold above the hatch itself. Leon, he's pushed inside, past the Fenrir, past the FNAT. He's going to see if he can get a catch onto the back. Uno will have some of the call on the read if they push. Jigsaw does get Doki. Leon gets 1 as well. There's 2. Virtue just entirely caught unaware. Now those 2 roaming players that thought they had the pinch onto Deepak have to pull themselves back towards the kit, but there's no way for them to know where that kit is. What an execute this has turned into. There's at least 1, not for very long. Fnatic, great round.
Definitely a great round. Just managing to sneak yourself on the back of the line and find yourself at the opening like they did. It's not just an opening, it's a wide, like it's just a giant gap in the middle of the site that they managed to create. And it's just a collapse at that point, right? Like you find 2 or 3 kills on the side all alone, that's a collapse. Everybody starts going for it. And as you said, tactical timeout will be coming out from G2 because these last 3 rounds have just been, you know, on the back foot for the majority of them, with time being their only friend, and not even that is being able to help out for them. So something needs to change, whether it is playing it more close to their chests, or if it is maybe even more aggression to be brought out. Bring the swings early on. I don't know. But having someone being able to just walk in the middle of the site and get 3 kills without any response, that generally means that there was a gap in information or in the communication that was abused perfectly by the opposing team.
4 of the 5 rounds now in a row, and that was the time to sort of stop things, slow things down before we find... I mean, let's be honest, before Fnatic took their time out, they weren't in the game at all. It was 3 rounds very solid from the side of G2, and then since then they've looked phenomenal. G2 themselves, they're the ones being punished. Obviously, there's been a turn of the half in itself, but it's also just the reactivity to what's going wrong. The opportunity that's being found is something that both attacks and defenders can do, as Doki demonstrated with the sort of over-the-top attempts and the retakes. There's a lot of that in Bank. Bank offers itself so well to creative aggression, and it seems like creative aggression doesn't want to be the MO this time round. This lineup from G2 is very cards to your chest.
Yeah, don't see any roamers going around this time. Again, I said it, like, the roam game in Clear is just so strong from the side of Fnatic, and even though, you know, last round they just decided to completely ignore it, that also works. Hey, there's 3 or 4 people on the roam all the time. What do? Well, we'll just go directly for the site one way or another. Now everybody's going to be on the site. Actually, like to see that keep-up barrier set up around the main site. It's going to be making things really awkward for them to try and fight through on the Fnatic side.
How much of this time will be spent getting themselves the security? There's fun play, but the fun play won't last too long. There'll still obviously be a gate on that hatch itself that can get burned out at some point, but the way you sort of play that, if you're wondering why it activated, Doki was hopped up on that table underneath it, and as soon as he dropped away, the attempt was to try and catch any breach that might have been put on it, but Maverick isn't going to fall for that, because you can still see at least a section of it. It's a slow burn. The hatch should fall in just a moment. Doki's more than ready for the fight. The Maverick is trying to be as slow and steady and safe as possible. And instantly gets keep it.
It's gonna be easy deny. Lots of guns up there. Waiting for the EMP to open up on the second hatch. Quickly checking their chems, but no, there's no roamers. You are correct. There's actually no one there. And this is a more kind of classic round that we usually see around here, where, you know, with about a minute left, still need to actually approach the site itself. They want to open up on the actual hatch, actually tanking the damage rather than using utility for it. Maybe thinking they might need the impact EMPs afterwards.
Rotating and juggling claws, making things awkward, but look how much time has been wasted here. We talk about how little time they had for their approach last time. We talk about how this was a card close to their chest hole from G2, and they are really just being obstinate down inside the site and refusing to give anything and still stretching these engagements. Leon, finally, the first one to break ground down here, and it's Deepak that actually gets to drop on towards Doki. They're going to play the Candelas on the back end. Tyrant can't quite move in behind it just yet, flashing either side of the single player. They've gone deep, but they can't quite get it because the crossfire's there. Alamar with the C4 onto Jigsaw and Jags. There's a lot of damage towards Uno, but with Deepak getting one more kill, Jags is just going to tuck close on towards the hard breach wall. Uno wants to try and creep their way in, can't quite get the angle. Alamar's around the corner. It's a post-plant double kill execution with Benja getting the third Fnatic. They didn't have enough time to get themselves in a better position after that execute, just because they didn't have enough time to get themselves in a better position for the execute.
And that's kind of the worrying thing, right? Like, you're playing against a team that just likes to roam, likes to be present so much that whenever they go for a full turtle setup, you just see them worry the entire time. Like, is there someone on the flank? Is there someone coming up one of these hatches? You know, are they going to try something funky when we try and open up these hatches with Maverick? And you just lose so much time as a result. Tyrant here, he just tossed in 2 Candelas. You can only imagine the person will be blind at that point. Apparently not. And that's just an unfortunate lineup there for the side of Fnatic. As Alamar holds the trigger, 2 people just walk right into it.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Five to 5. No separation, no distance. Great enough for either of these 2 teams, but it took a bit of doing to get here for the side of G2, and it took a bit of a lockdown to actually bring it together. So when we go here to a site that is a lot trickier to lock down, close to impossible. In fact, it is impossible to hold anywhere near as sort of heavily as they did
Attackers recovered
the basement site. You can still stretch a lot of time, you can still stretch a lot of angles, but just the nature of it. When you have immediate access towards a site, it's obviously going to give itself a little bit more immediacy. Jigsaw, he's let in and he's talking about the idea of immediacy. He's hoping he's gone unchecked. There is one swing here onto Vending that he just somehow gets one kill before he's traded out in Janitors.
I mean, both watching opposite sides and then the sound not coming through, I assume. As to why, you know, was still watching the window at that point.
Activating drone.
But the trade is there. But you do lose your mirror. It's going to be a nitro cell. You can no longer use one of two that you have. Besides that, the operator doesn't really bring that much. I mean, the Vector is a great gun, and, you know, it is Doki that you've taken out, who is, you know, general, very good player on the team. Always been very impactful. But besides that, it's going to be a 4-on-4. They even placed the mirror windows yet.
I guess we'll only know surely at least one.
Oh,
There's one. The Candelas start to pop through, but there's not an immediate follow through. Uno's just spraying over the top. It's a very narrow fight to take. Uses an impact to buy some time. As I said, that seems to be the extension that they want to go for here, but it's narrow. It's slivers of land you can play around. The want to destroy a gate. Oh, it's almost punished. Leon drifts his way down. Is out of there. Tyrant might try and put their way up towards the pressure onto Banana. Banja is that one that's being forced further and further back, destroying their own Kiba to get a bit more range. They've still got the pings. You see Fnatic is trying to run the numbers. Do we go for this take onto Banana?
Iron is going to send through the concussions as soon as they go for an execute, I think, because there goes one. That's Benja just completely stunned now. That's one of the persons that could actually challenge any of these repellents.
Oh, Tyrant gets the side of Virtue, gets the second as well. Alamau does find Deepak. And with 20 seconds, they got to make sure that they piece things back together. If they lose the window player and the kick goes cold, it could be over. There's Uno getting the drop, but there's Alamau for the cover. Tyrant in a 1 versus 1. Tucked right behind the door. Alamau is well aware, just based on the pre-fire, he's rotated himself around, and there's the lockdown. Alamau with a side brings it across the line for G2, but exceptionally close.
And that was a very close round to come through. There was just continuous trading at that time, and no one really got ahead of the other team. And they find themselves up on map point, on their own map again. This map just always gets so closely fought between these teams. It's always like a 7-5 or an 8-7. And again, we will be headed either towards overtime or a max regulation victory.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been...
And you'd have to flip a coin right now to decide which of these two it will be.
Said it on the same camera shot, as funny as that is, at the very start, that these two are eternally cursed to play each other in long matches on Bank. And here we are. 1 round away from putting ourselves into OT at the start of this best of 3 series. 1 round away from G2 securing their map in regulation, but in the longest time possible.
5 seconds to go.
Still, it would be a much better mental boon to sort of say, right, we've done it, we can move on, other than having to go back into the precipice if we fought back to this position after they absolutely took control of the game itself. How do we do that again? On the offsite, it makes it a little bit more awkward, but I think the G2 that we've seen over the past couple of rounds is definitely slightly sharper. Unfortunately for them, so is Fnatic. It's really coming down to these do and die moments. There's an easy way of removing that bulletproof. No need to juggle a Flores drone.
Reloading!
Do you see that clip, Hap?
What clip, sorry?
Wolves and that bulletproof.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of juggling of Flora's drones over the last couple of days, and then, you know, trying to get off the ledges. I think you're referring to that one.
No.
Jumping through.
Oh, you missed it. There was a Flores drone that was on that cam, and I think it was P4 just kept on using the EMP to stop it exploding for about a minute and a half.
Yeah, we've seen that on like Chalet as well. Just as an example, just keeping it stunned so you still have the information out there.
Stay clear of the blast!
Because the timing just lines up perfectly.
Auto project is a go!
Looking for the fight over the top of Banana, and Virtue struggled, but is able to survive, drops down, and was in just as dangerous a position. No! Tyrant had no idea. Oh, he did, but he was too focused on a different idea that unfortunately has punished him. Uno, holding on for as long as he can, just around to swing on the door, just restructuring. We talk about architect operators. They bought as many as possible to try and buy themselves some space. The Claymore drop to force the catch on a player is a fun idea. Should be something that is punished as the break steadily comes across. Benja waiting to snap onto the trap of anyone that might come underneath. They seem to be structuring themselves here towards the quad wall, towards the swing round.
There isn't that much time left though. 45 seconds. Still have two people very far removed from the side. Deepak in the basement, for example, actually being hunted currently by Virtue after the opening that was made. And with 30 seconds, again, like they need to start dropping in a couple seconds as Doki just rushes up the main stairs and finds another kill.
Here it is, suddenly starting to fall away for Fnatic. 2 versus 5. And although it's been a great bite back into this G2's map, unfortunately the distance might be a little bit too far. The first is taken, but with 15 seconds, they've suddenly got to find a lot more, or some semblance of getting themselves that kit. Nothing will be provided to them though. G2, although things got a little bit shaky in the middle of the game, they pull themselves back in and push themselves to control their map pick.
Again, it's what we like to see, right? We want to see these teams go all the way to decide which of them is going to take those 5 extra SI points. You never know if it will matter at the end of the year, so you always got to give it your all.
Yeah, entirely that. You know, again, even though this is a game where it's not the entirety of a do or die moment for the major itself, that will probably come later for both these teams. In fact, it will. You're still looking at the importance of what you can get from this game, the importance that they know suffered BDS last year, where they were 5 points short of getting to SI, and where they can otherwise get themselves formulated here from the first map. But with a chance of being a long series and a long day potentially, how will they approach Oregon, which is up next?
Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! It's Ventures Pro versus W7.
No fairy tale can be told They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. FaZe Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you! Comes, he makes it! We cannot, we know we cannot! Into red time, he can't finish it! His own brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. Game number 1, our first best of 3 out of 3 today has begun, and map number 1, Bank, has narrowly gone to G2. Now, G2 faces Fnatic in a big match and seeding for the last chance qualifiers, as our 2 next games later on today will be for a direct spot at the Manchester Major. Very quickly on the first map, Bank went G2's way. Fnatic almost brought it back to an overtime. That did not happen. Let's focus then on our map bans once more. And map number 2 will be our center of attention because we're going to Oregon, where Fnatic have picked a map, but they also start off on the fence, Jack. Wow, a bit of trickery.
Yeah, there's a whole load of deja vu going on at the minute in terms of, Fnatic are back on Oregon. It was a map that they picked last week. It was a map that they picked and manipulated the map plan so they could start out on the defense. But that's not just where the deja vu actually finishes. G2 won Bank last week, Fnatic lost Bank last week. If we want to carry on the deja vu, Fnatic actually went on Oregon and they won 4-2 on their defenses and didn't win attack. Well, guess what G2 did on Oregon, Fabian? They also got 4-2 on their defenses and then didn't win an attack, both teams losing it out 7-5.
Yeah, it's such a strong map or hard map to attack.
7-4, sorry.
Yeah, I can understand why things don't always go your way when you're attacking on it, because it's very hard. It's the peripheral sites you need to win. So even if you win the basement attack or you win the top floor attack, you still have to attack one of those really, really strong bomb sites again, only to go back to the basement or to the top floor immediately after. It's very, very, very hard to be an attacker because you always sneak away with that 4-2 split as a defender. Whoever can get to maybe 2 or 3 today will be the winner.
Some would say quite difficult.
Yeah.
Here is our preference table for Oregon between Fnatic and G2. And yet again, Fresh, the 2 teams are quite close to one another in their preference on the map.
Yeah, both teams absolutely love this map. And I think, it kind of speaks to both teams historically, and I suppose even this stage, have been pretty decent on the attack. So it kind of marries up with that, is that if you're decent on the attack, you expect yourself to be able to be good at Oregon. You expect yourself to be able to differentiate yourself between teams that are good on the attack and teams that are not good on the attack, and this map really punishes teams that are not good on the attack. Like I say, that was the story until last week in the playoffs when neither of these teams won an attack on this map. That has to, it doesn't have to change today. We could see 15 rounds of all defense, but you would expect that it would change.
And I mean, these numbers I think are inflated because if we look at EUL as a whole, I just remember this stage, G2 versus Wolves. Do you remember their attack side? It was terrible.
Yes.
No.
They started out with a 5-on-3 advantage in the first round, just rushed and died to 3 guys on side. I don't know if we will see many attack wins this game. I don't think so. Maybe 1-2 per side maximum. I mean, 1 probably means more to it.
And that's probably why Fnatic have manipulated the map bans, so they can start on their map on the defense of this map.
See this with a little lesson in trickery. Well, it might go down in history. We'll have to talk about that and see who'll be number 1. Well, none of them because they're 5th and 6th, but let's bring up our casters. Have a chat with them. Hap, Fluke, our friends, welcome back. Fabian is currently getting a massage and making some weird faces.
Very good.
Hap, how about this second map?
Because deeper, Jack.
Fnatic almost brought it back on Bank. Can they pull it across to our third map?
I'm just wondering why the massage suddenly starts. But
I don't know why I'm here, buddy. So just get with the program.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it really depends. Jesus starting off on the attack. They have the opportunity to, if they manage to carry at least some momentum with, if they find 2 or 3 rounds, that will be looking really good for them. And then, Fnatic will go into their second half with a bit more worry. So I think it really depends on these first 4 rounds that we'll see for first 4 or 5 rounds.
Looks like there's a lot of questions to be answered in our matchup, Emmy. So I'm going to leave you two to it. And I just want to get out of here because there's happening. Anyways, Fluke, Hap, take it away. Map number 2.
I would say there's more questions to be answered in that studio right now, but I understand that we got to get into the game. Hey, whatever gets the viewers in seems to be the MO of our desk, and I'm sure they'll be gagging for more massages on the stream. Here we are, swinging our way around onto Oregon. The first map was taken by G2. Now we're on to Fnatic to see if they can try and have a bit of a response. It went one way, it went the other way, and then it went pretty much all the way. Do you think we'll see the same here?
Again, I think it will really rely on this first half to come through. If we do see a bit of a, more decent attack to come through from G2, and they can continue the defensive form, you know, we might head to a 7-4, 7-3 scoreline. Whereas if this is indeed going to be a very defense-heavy site, endgame, well, 15 rounds of just defensive round wins would be the first time we've seen it.
Now, Oregon itself, it was talked about. It's obviously been a map that they've both played very recently, and we're sort of getting a lot of deja vu in terms of the map bans. But, you know, it has its way of being harnessed, I think, by both these teams' approaches. We've seen them play quite well with the space of Bank. We've seen them fully explore. You don't quite get that same freedom on Oregon. It is a much slimmer, much thinner, much skinnier sort of version. There's not that big rotationable space. There's not a lot of the direct hatch synergy that you get. There's only really one section where you get 3 stories that is played to a direct level. So a lot of that freedom that started to net Fnatic some rewards is going to be punished a bit quicker, but you never know. New place, new game, new ideas. Can Fnatic try and double it down and sort of bring it back round? Obviously, it was something that went a bit away from them against Wolves.
Yeah, both these teams, of course, having the first half in the pocket, second one not working out. Does make me wonder a bit, though. You know, it's like that happened back then for both these teams. Who has the better read on how to actually find themselves in the advantage this time round?
10 seconds to go.
Starting off for the basement, attack or defense, which way you want to put
5 seconds to go.
The roam clear is usually part 1 here. You want to make sure there's no one around on the second floor, there's no one around on the first floor. Then you start opening up hatches, and then there's basically 2 or 3 different ways how to go. Either you will have the laundry/freezer execute with a bit of a flavor coming in from the back stairs, or you have like a barrels and E-box drop with that backstairs still being around there, as well as Jigsaw finds the very first onto Benja. Is that from just opening the door? Seems like it.
Open the door, get on the floor. Shoot a man in the face, there's some revenge. Deepek, caught by Doki, got himself very quickly to sort of propose a response from the side of Shower, and this is sort of it. The limitations of where players can go are very quickly isolated and locked down. It does not take long, and you think about the you think about the routes and the options. They didn't know Tyrant was apparently playing around Z.
Still gonna be some roamers up top, and again, yes, it's quite a linear map. It's a very like long map, but there isn't too much like width to it. You only have 2 or 3 ways to rotate back from the top floor to the bottom. As hatches get opened up, I mean, G2 is in a man disadvantage here. There's still a person up above. I believe I saw just a ping coming through, but as Uno gets taken down as well, Alamau now loses their life. Just a very clean round from Fnatic. Just that little bite back from Doki. Besides that, nothing really to worry about. So that basement, under not a single point of pressure at any given time.
Yeah, it was strangely paced. I think it's fair to say. Obviously, Doki got that response around the side of Showers, pulled back. You know, I'm not sure what intel led him to get the first take. The patience of Tyrant, being that he wasn't caught as the second, and instead sprinting down the corridor. You are wondering where the limits of the drone stopped, whether they had any options to go further with the drones. Just a lot suddenly, and a lot that Fnatic was suddenly allowed to take back. All right, first round, new map, new place, new play style, new time to get yourself recentered. They're going to head up towards Storms, get the stretch. Deepek's ready for the swing on towards the walk-in wardrobe. And with Leon getting the lockdown on towards Alec. It's the thing about Oregon, right? It has very little new adaptation that can be brought to it, just because the structure is very set in stone. The corridors are narrow, the walls are pretty much locked down already. There's a lot of hard setup around the sort of ground floor and the top floor as well. You have to, I don't know, dig deep, I think, to find new adaptations on this map.
I agree, because the map has been like around for ages, and of course we've had like a rework at some point, but how much has really changed from that rework. You know what I mean? It's like some maps have gotten reworks and the entire map just plays differently. I think Consulate is a wonderful example of one of those currently in the competitive map pool. Clubhouse was a slight rework where they just added the construction part in between gym bedroom and CCTV, but besides that, also no real big changes. And Oregon as well just plays relatively the same as it did before, and you know, all these players that have years of experience, meaning they should know all the ins and outs at this point of this map. Even for very little innovation, only like new operators might be able to change some of that. It's Tyron waiting patiently in T2, hoping to get the drop on one of the repel-ins, but the drone jumps down. It's going to be the confirm, instantly rotating back and reinforcing as well. So Jigsaw left behind in T1.
Yeah, I mean, he opted for it. And if he's able to punish a lack of droning or a misdroning, as we've seen be punished by Fnatic on this map before, it's something that can make them sit a lot prettier. It's, again, it's just a cautious and steady approach. They're not going for the breach itself. They're not playing into the extension. Uno isn't punished yet, but Jigsaw does start operating. Uno seems to be aware and, ooh, well-timed bees, gets the run out and saves the life, but wastes a bit of time.
I mean, that goo mine kind of gave it away. If that goo mine wasn't there, like, you'd have been able to just sneak up, because that's why, you know, decided, okay, let's put those bees down just to be sure that no one else is rotating up. And Jigsaw's potential rotate back up towards the top floor now could also be watched as Doki pushes in with a 44. Clean headshot to come onto Deepak.
Well, there's a slightly less clean headshot back, but it does the job and the damage. Alamel goes down as well. And now as they're just trying to send themselves in, Jigsaw activates and operates on the back. Tyrant gets one, leaving just Virtue outside the double dorms window. But the approach there from G2, they sort of saw how much was set up around the bedroom, around the armory side. Didn't want to lean in towards that extension yet. Instead, tried to get some control underneath. And then realized, well, we still got to put the pressure onto site. Fnatic didn't hand them these engagements, and unfortunately, the only ground they made in was on Attic. A couple of kills and the run outside. Not any more than that, though.
All the way down to 3 bullets there in the end for Virtue to try and make that clutch happen. So we can almost guarantee that was not going to go through. Again, great round coming in from Fnatic. Just the right amount of slipperiness there from Jigsaw. Being able to find Civil Doki. Oh, just managed to execute Deepak. That was a very quick snap. But after that, 2 more kills coming down from him in quick succession for both the master bedroom and pit. That really just neutralized the round from that point onward.
Yeah, retaking that ground, as I said, because it was ignored territory. Because it sort of came down to, all right, Doki, see if you can try and kill your way through. As soon as it went away from them, everything started to fall apart. The fact that obviously the Legion was on such a deep row and was caught but not caught. Jigsaw got himself all the way around. Always that bit of timing, but he was rewarded for his longevity with it in the end. The play here on towards meeting.
5 seconds remaining.
Trying to piece together what has been sort of hard reinforced. They're getting themselves Attic locked. You assume, no, stage is currently soft, I think. Surely Deepak. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, Jigsaw. Sprayed from satellite window, gets the kill, looks for a second, finds it. Jigsaw, can he escape? Yes!
This is one slippery man right now. And he's still active, still about. He's about to be pre-fired. I mean, they're trying to put some shots through the wall, but again, rotates out, gets himself back towards the meeting side in G2. You've just lost your Twitch, you've just lost your Nomad. Nomad especially meant to basically stop these slippery players from getting through. And now back on the site. 2 men down, and not even 30 seconds have passed at that point.
Virtue finds the end of Jigsaw. After 3 rounds and 6 kills, he's finally killed. But with this, the eyes all the way through on the site, probably weighing up just how free this territory is. Obviously, I was sort of eyeing it up as they went for the setup. It was a bit loose. Uno can sort of step himself in, get some of the control here from the side of Split. There's a bulletproof on the far end. They're retaking from the tower stairs, but it's all pinged, all watched. Virtue. He's sort of saying, look, if I hold this swing, we can maybe get a plant, put the pressure onto 40 seconds, make things a little bit squeaky. Otherwise, fortunately for them, they were sat fish in a bowl a little bit too long. There's the swing round. Doki's going to see if he can get the plant. Great shot from Virtue onto it. The retake over the top is in motion. 3 versus 2 now in a post plant. So G2's been able to make a little bit of hay with the sun shining. Fortunately for them, it's slightly covered in blood.
Surprised they actually let that plant go down as Virtue. And backstage finds like a couple of players already. The third one about to swing in. Jags will find that kill. 2-on-1 now. Doki playing around in Split. If he swings at the right time, he might be able to isolate a 1v1. Spots that one player, but now his position is known. Still gets the kill though. And with 13 seconds left, they need to be very quick if they still want to win this round. Fnatic side.
Gets the kill. Can they find it? Out of time. Doki bought them just enough, and I didn't want to say it, but as they were pushing their way back in, Jags with 2 Cubas in pocket could have maybe utilized those to just buy themselves a few seconds. That was the difference of that round. Stick it and cover. I mean, it's very easy to sort of look at that and look down what everyone's got and what territory's under control and whatnot in the position of Doki. So easy for us to do that. But at the same time, that's the fine margins that we're playing with. We're playing with a couple of seconds difference.
That's it. Again, like this, the difference was 2 seconds here. And you would have had enough time to actually get that defuse down. So that's a first loss, which G2 managed to take on the attack. And again, we got to say, the attack didn't look too great. They lost 2 players very early on. Eventually, they managed to find Jigsaw, who was playing on the back of the stage, got taken down. There was heavy presence in tower for the side of Fnatic. They managed to sneak through, get that plant. Virtue's playing around in green. Afterwards, goes prone on stage, finds yet another kill. Because of the fink holes, like they were able to just see them walk by and then act accordingly to it. But G2, they need to be a bit more together to get these next couple of pushes going. It's still possible. They got 1. If they get 2 or 3 rounds, they should be favored looking at the previous results of these 2 teams.
Another tech pause. We'll hopefully get through it. Was it around this round last time as well? Maybe it's just a little bit of a round X curse so far.
And that would be funny if that were the case.
We'll see where we get on the progress from this point onwards. Tension music.
Let's go for some replays. Jigsaw here. 1 almost dead already at that point. Again, I'm a bit surprised that the plant went down without anybody really being able to instantly challenge back. Jack's finding 1, but you're in a 1v2 at that point, and all Doki has to do is isolate your ones. Did that there. Yeah, just a little over 2 seconds short. That's the difference there. Basement. Yep.
Yeah, back to the basement.
Into basement.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, this round, last time we were here, which was in the first round, was ended
5 seconds left.
violently anywhere but the basement, pretty much. There was a lot of death that happened around the sort of top of the stairs, the holds themselves. They weren't really giving any ground, any sort of precipice for them to put a toe in and then start to maybe try and push up the mountain. I think that might be the response here from the side of G2. Get Alamau on the Monty, maybe eye up this tall hold and say, well, if they're going to be all over the map, why don't we just take the bit of the map that matters? Alamau throws himself in, gets some solid control. I do quite like that Kiba. Makes things a little bit more awkward on the swing round, but again, look, much more sort of direct and focused here from a lot of the core of G2.
Small bits of damage done, but, you know, just chipping away and making things uncomfortable. And Benja playing around with the Jekyll, of course, meant to hunt down these roamers. Actually, it's going to be a double collapse onto Jigsaw. Just see him walk by, and we'll find a kill eventually. So he's been locked off. Stayed a little bit too long. The Chili Pre-Fire is coming into the back of Doki right now. He's trying to rotate out to safety.
Leon wants to go for the retake on towards green, has some of the structure behind him, but with the players inside meeting, I think looking through the drone hole as well to catch exactly this motion. The air jab easily removed. It's tough to get it in that position. They might have heard that. Oh, they definitely did. The Monty just sort of shows up. There's the drone hole I talked about that Doki was watching. And Leon survives, but the bullet was the difference.
He's going to be down to like 10 HP for the remainder of this round. Important choice to make now. Do you stay up or do you try and reaggress from a different position? I mean, you don't have a nitro cell anymore. If you're just going to let them hammer down onto the side, with a minute left on the clock, they will eventually break through, especially with a Monty leading the charge, going in for the hip fire for the ADS here. Alamau will find one kill, hoping to find his second, but won't find that yet.
2 versus 4, Fnatic. Finally, the operating sort of MO here of G2 is working, not giving them 1 versus 1s, having the crossfires and having the lockdown, the last rotate, the push down on the back of Freezer, but it was built on the groundwork of staying together. The territories, the ground that G2 took was so much more controlled and under control. Fnatic desperately trying to sort of bite back in, make things awkward, make things uncomfortable. As I talked about, Oregon doesn't offer you a lot of that if it's not really given to you. G2 were giving too much space and too much freedom to the player Fnatic, and this time they just refused.
I think Jigsaw might have stayed a little bit too long, you know, in the fight there as well. He's been doing it from that same position every single round, you know, in the past 4. So at that point, G2 just decided to adapt to it and send some people over to take him out this time around before he did any damage. And then suddenly there's like a big hit you can see in like the Fnatic defense coming through. Also the Montaigne, of course, a huge help. It's just such a pressure thing. You send that shield down, there's nothing you can do until it unshields. But you need to keep paying attention to it, so you're divided between like the Menace and shield standing there, and potential other angles where these, you know, his support can come from. And it just forces you back into more and more and more safe angles, but doesn't allow you to challenge as much. Leon misses the opportunity for the spawn peek on Benja.
Wow. Does he get the opportunity to escape? He's watching every single possibility he can get swung from, but they're not going to give him the follow-through fight. They're not going to see what the second piece is. Instead, there's that sort of new energy that G2's bringing. A good play, control of Armory Stairs. Remember how this became a bit of a back-and-forth fight? We said it was maybe the most important piece of territory that wasn't gifted to them, and a bit of bullying occurs in the corner. But again, there was a second player on the back. Alamau wasn't doing it alone. We're not just having Doki send his way up Armory Stairs as it was before. The first kill is theirs.
Do they know about Jigsaw though? Yes, they do. I already saw a drone going down from Doki. Eventually managed to find a headshot as well. So a very clean attack so far from the side of G2 as Jags looking right over the actual person. Didn't see him jump up on the opposite side of the washing machine. The confirm will be there before a trade comes in from the side of Fnatic. Leon trying to provide some support. Has to go for a jump out to make it stick, but had to shoot a Claymore, and that with that misses the opportunity for the kill.
Now as the sprays get scrappy either side, they are absolutely executing them. Leon, he's looking for a pocket to breathe, but none of it is given to him. No sort of leg to stand on G2. What a return to form it's been over these past couple of rounds. They truly read what was going wrong about their game, what was going right about Fnatic's. Just found a new speed to send themselves in.
Again, the Montaigne is just such a big help as well, like isolating those players without having to take any of the dangerous fights. And of course, you know, there's great stuff happening from the other G2 members at the same time as well. Doki finding Jigsaw, for example, a complete clean kill. After that, you know, the white stairs window, another kill to come through. And then a complete collapse onto the site. As we go back towards the basement. What are you going to change here to make sure that the Montaigne is not going to be as powerful? I don't see a Legion, for example. They've swapped off that. It's going to be the Thorn gadget, so the Razor Bloom to come through. See a couple of Capcan traps moved around, so
10 seconds to insertion.
no, entry denial devices can have a bit of an impact on the shield if they aren't facing it with the shield. Whereas the shield mitigates a lot of the explosion damage for both impact, C4s, but also claymores if they get detonated when you're in front of them. But of course, Capcan traps also count for that.
Alamau's decided that, well, the bigger shield was a bit too big. Instead, see if they can get some of the snappy approach. You always see the chance at a quick run through with a blitz on the board, but doesn't seem to be how they want to play this. In fact, Fnatic, they want to try and lock down a little bit more control this time. Instead of the single isolated players, excuse me. Instead of the single isolated players, they've sort of got them roaming in pairs. You can see 2 moving up Freezer, 2 moving down Freezer, 2 moving up tower stairs. They don't want to try and give or play into this 1 versus 1 game because they've realized G2 isn't trying to play that anymore. There's always a second, a third G2 player in all these engagements that in the earlier rounds were just single sort of target fights. Showing a bit of a team brawl. Jegs. With that keeper barricade, doesn't make it impossible, but makes it very awkward to challenge.
Your legs will pop up first before you actually have the opportunity to take the fight. So, you know, pre-fire is a lot easier for the defending player at that point, but opening up that hatch is definitely putting up some pressure onto the player in Freezer. And you see the rotate out being there already as well. So Freezer is now past the bulls. Alamau rushing down the big stairs. Knew about a player out there. Decided to eventually not chase it down. It's always a bit iffy. If you're going down a staircase with a shield like that, where your legs aren't covered like with the Montaigne. So instead, I believe we'll be headed towards blue to push down elbow.
Getting everything as open as possible. They've stolen the control of the top 2 floors, and now they can try and focus on the take. Doing it in a decent enough pace, as long as they can try and get some of the lockdown here on towards those keeper barricades. The floor is a great bit of usage. And the hatch is open. Leon's tucked himself deep onto blue. Deepak is the extension here as the Grim Bees start to come down around E-Box. There is some players pushing down on towards Laundry side. They've got Uno sitting on the back line as well. But you can see all of G2 consistently rotating, reevaluating, reapplying themselves. Freezer belongs into abandon because they just don't want to try and find the fights against the Keepers. Good smart movement though. They just keep pulling themselves away here, Fnatic. Leon gets the first on towards Doki. They weren't even sure where he was, but Alamau does find the end. The blitz moving all the way up and gets the second. Alamau slams his way through onto blue, but 15 seconds. Tyrant, he's got the cross from the side of Freezer. Jegs is looking towards Pillar. It's actually Capcans that were highlighted at the very beginning of the round by the observers that show up with the premonition that was needed here. Cannot make the divide. They somehow get the plant in. 2 versus 3 against the blitz that's forced further and further away. Now they can force themselves closer and closer back. Jegs goes for the swing onto the fight. There's somehow an engagement that isn't instantly ended. A 1 versus 1. And you're against the blitz. Knifed, pistoled, knifed, danced and dropped. Alamau! 4K worth his weight in gold.
Working out there to shield again for them. I'm just a bit... There were 2 people in Freezer when the plant was going down in a position that should be challengeable from there. But the cover on point, Alamau being just a little bit of a nuisance, firing down there with that pistol, making sure they never felt safe, and the countdown in favor of G2. But they find themselves, more importantly, 4 rounds on the attack. And we've just said how their attacks, you know, both these teams have been, well, the weak point in the previous 2 times they've played this map. So G2 definitely did a very good job at managing this map. And Alamau there just perfectly bouncing that shield as he gets knifed. That's just, you know, having a bunch of hours in that shield. You know when you get knifed that the shield will always go into that same direction. You just turn your your screen that way, and that way you're still protected. But
5 seconds remaining.
that is something that requires a bit of practice, and not able to get those shots out with the Deagle in the end.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Not able to get the second knife timed in time either. And G2 now in a very commanding lead, considering that defense is both these teams' strong suit on this map.
Yeah, great position now for G2. They've really sort of pulled themselves back in, and Fnatic was so close on that last round. You could say anyone but a Blitz, but you could also say anyone but Alamau on the Blitz because he played it beautifully. Will they be offered the same extension? No. Says the man from Australia. Drops down, gets himself out of meeting. And Doki is currently floating around green, but with Uno on tower stairs, I was going to say, could go either way. He's here to support. Maybe bait the player into the situation, but how long do you want to risk this game? How open do you think Fnatic are going to be on their approaches? The full sort of lockdown, the extension on towards it. Sees one, doesn't see the Jaeger, and Doki now operates, moves. Will either be gifted or double checked. Oh, double checked is the tick on the box here for Fnatic.
Single point of damage dealt either in that gunfight by Doki, so he wasted some time. It's gonna be about it. It'll be soft hatch that needs to be opened up. Jegs will be creating an angle towards the kitchen side. With a minute 30, that diffuser has a lot of time to make its way towards the actual site, and Fnatic still trying to figure out which way they actually do want to go. Uno in a very aggressive position around barrels, trying to find the first person walking back through to go actually for that approach. Doesn't seem like anybody's currently eyeing it up though on the Fnatic side.
Position secured.
A lot of time gone for the single kill that they've been able to make, and you're sort of starting to look towards the structure of the site itself. What are they going to do? Oh, what are you going to do, Uno? He's doing his best cosplay of a door, and unfortunately the drone is, well, a drone. Sees him out. Alamau's caught by Jegs. Suddenly got themselves this 2-body advantage. They can try and throw themselves into a trade game and come off well for the Wise here. The pressure is all mounting around blue. They're going to go for the default plant spot and tuck. The single player on Shaiko is the next to get rid of, but oh, a badly timed grenade and a badly timed round. That Executor said they could offer the trades, but not if they're trading with each other, Hap.
That's generally not the best idea to trade with one another. I'm not quite sure how that just fell apart out there. I mean, it might have just been a bit too heavy around the E-box. You've had the manpower, you've had the time to basically divert yourself in between the, you know, the multiple different avenues to reach that side, but too heavy on one side and G2 just ready, or rather Virtue just ready to shut that all down. You see happening here first, Virtue and Uno both will find one. I think that was the kit inside of Elbow, and that was Uno, who I talked about earlier, being in a very aggressive spot near the barrel's door. Just looking to find the first person trying to take that route. And okay, so there's nothing inherently wrong with going for barrels if you go for an E-box drop, because if you have barrels, if you have an attacker in barrels, you have the pressure onto that entire area. You're not going to be as freely swinging as you otherwise would be. But when you time the drop, at the moment that Uno gets that kill, there's no more pressure there, and Virtue gets to just do whatever he wants in that room.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
There's a famous book that says never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. And I think that's how they felt, just sat in the middle, watching all of Fnatic explode themselves around. G2, 2 rounds towards that 5th place, 2 rounds closer to the better seed, the 5 points, the better pool, the technical better position. The start of a longer fight, we are well aware, and we've said it however many times, 5th place is not the dreams nor aspirations from 2 teams with players that have lifted the biggest stages and lifted the bigger trophies that the game offers. But with Tyrant taking care of Alamau, and with an instant swap back in from Doki there, it's still blow for blow blood.
Barrier active. Keep us set.
Love that barrier. Allows him to just challenge around on the armory stairs without having to worry about his direct back. Actually sees the player coming off repel. Doki finds another free kill. He was hunting for Jigsaw down below, but he got gifted something else, and he's like, sure, I'll take that with both arms before heading back up to the side.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, Jigsaw was a player we remember opened up. 6 kills, no deaths. Now he might be about to pull even. It's been a rotten turn of luck for him. Oh, dancing either side, the cross peak covered by the Kiba. It's almost caught out by its army. Swinging back and forth. Toki's deagling. He's hungry for the kill and he gets it. And he's chuckling to himself. But it's all a bit of a big joke. He's now leaning into his next fight. A minute. And Deepek finds Virtue. So Doki can't quite freewheel just yet, because if he goes with Deepek inside the site, well then suddenly it's over. Leon's rotated white. They know what they have. They know what they're trying to get control of here. The smoke coverage. Maybe just going to plant just inside the door. There's the motion. Caught by a smoke. Caught by the crossfire. The Dutchman Deepek. All that's left. The 1 versus 2. Now the kit is, I was going to say in no man's land, but G2 1 round away from ending this series.
Bunch of Doki shenanigans out there. He was really leaning into it. I mean, he instantly got the trade for the person who got Alamau. That's wonderful. He uses the Kiba barrier to block a line of sight from the tower, so he has a free opportunity to play around on Armory stairs. Goes all the way down, spots Jigsaw just descending on the rappel whilst he was hunting for someone else. Oh, sorry, found Jags going down from the rappel whilst he was hunting for Jigsaw. And then going back up whilst being chased, having like one of the longer fights we have seen in the game so far. Like a huge ramp for Doki. As the tertiary side is now on.
Six to 2. And the distance that now has to be covered from the side of Fnatic, from what was such a sort of close back and forth fight, from them really getting a reimagining on the first map, the bank that wasn't theirs to take, almost taken, to this brushed aside on the Oregon that should have been. Now we are on an offsite here. We are on a place where Fnatic should be able to get this easier than the other sites that are otherwise proposed towards them, but then you've still got to go to the basement, you've still got to go towards dorms, and you've still got to do that multiple times potentially. The read on Virtue, this is a suicide position. You know there's going to be huge amounts of pressure. You know that it only takes a couple of frag grenades or a couple of flashes and your life is sort of forfeit. It's just how much you can take out of your opponents before they're able to finally get the control of the small tower.
There's the shield removed. Virtue now a little bit more stuck in this position. And this is indeed where these frag grenades could be coming in clutch as Jigsaw finds Doki through the opening of the big window. And you see that the top floor is quickly falling into the hands of Fnatic right now. They might have just decided to not really care that much about small tower because they won't need it anyway.
Alamau is tempted to do some trickery here, and Uno goes on a very deep explore. Has the choice, obviously, rotating up behind Lee on either side, whether he takes the laundry stairs, the main stairs, or the tower side. But with the steady control of Intel, look how much they're checking and double checking their work here on towards the dorms. And they want to formulate a kitchen plant just on that breach that they made by the side of Split. And Uno's the one to try and play against this. They're going to get that vertical control, get that lockdown, step themselves just inside behind the washing machine, and go for the plant behind it. And G2, because they have this extension, as you said, it's just kind of being ignored right now.
Knowing of one of the players, LMAO, droned out. That's going to be going away for them. But look at Uno coming up from the back, Emmy.
This is it. There's that plant I talked about, that single position of Leon. There's the motion of Uno, and he's able to get himself out. Suddenly, G2 suffers in a couple of different engagements. Tyrant was watching the cross. Jigsaw does get the end of Benja, but it's Alamau with a wide run out. Gets the confirmation, but it takes a lot out of him. Uno's swinging the Echo drone in. It's back to a 3 versus 3. A single moments away from them. Jigsaw will be able to maybe get this one secured because the Echo drone too little too late. Deepak was on the watch for the rotate round, but Uno drifting his way up the stairs, still being watched by Deepak. Behind him, rotten timing for an impact. There's an impact to Jigsaw. The perfect timing for Fnatic to have him return into the sort of set up the fight itself. Let's get Jake's on the top floor. 20 seconds to find 2 more, and look how stretched out Fnatic have gone.
There's almost no way. There's going to be no way that this goes Virtue's way. Get shut down. A good attack coming down from Fnatic, but a bit of a shake-up from having the roam coming around from Uno on that staircase. That's definitely going to be a bit of a talking point for this next round because, again, you know, they're on map and series point behind. They still have to do this for 3 more times before we head towards overtime. So one of those flanks, if they keep happening, could be a decisive factor in the end in you know, who wins this game. So they need to be ready for that next time round. Also a bit of missed information because you saw Deepak watching heavily into the garage. He even put the bees down there, so I guess they might have expected him to rotate through there in the meantime whilst they were waiting. Because they had top floor controls, no way that someone was going to go up to Armory and then come back. So, you know, I mean, it might be wrong there, but it feels like there was a little bit of misinformation out there, not being able to deal with the flank at that time either. It's just 2 painful things, but luckily still getting that round.
10 seconds left before insertion.
3 opportunities for this now for G2 to have their day done. Put their feet up and look towards a bracket that otherwise requires as much fighting as they're well aware. Lower brackets are unfortunately a little bit of a history with this roster, but you can't argue they've made the best run of them when they've been offered them, including all the way to the top. But here, reaffirming themselves, sort of assessing it and saying, look, this is a team we'll go up against, and these LCQs, we took them 2-0, we handed them their map. 7-4 is such a big bit of momentum, a big bit of energy that a G2 roster that's desperately sort of lacking for that confidence recently as a unit, as a team. Based on the confidence the individual players can have. Jigsaw, he's hoping he can catch a shepherded player sneakily as the drones might force, you know. Otherwise, they've already pulled themselves back and they can just watch the player outside barrels as Tyrant, and he's not entirely keen on the fight.
Again, this is a bit of phantom pressure as well if you're not here. As long as the barricade is open, they will have to worry about it, especially when an E-box hatch drop comes through. And Tyrant is looking to actually play it from that position. Actually, a quick spot happening there from the jump out coming in from the shower corridor. And as Doki's playing aggressive on the barrels now, you know, it's in one of those positions you might not really expect, but I believe Tyrant has just droned him out. So a pre-fire could be coming through. Surely that's been called out, like, hey, there was a drone in Shaiko. Doki, they might know where you are.
Look at
contact.
Yeah, right. Fully sent up. Tyrant's round the corner. Now he's round the back. There's 1. Almost 2. Instantly swapped towards the fight. And this LMG, I mean, they can keep this up all day, but the first take was theirs. However, my concern is how this ends, because that is where it ended last time. Fnatic went for the execute down here. Baron's picking himself up. Gone a little bit wider. No grenades left to get the drop. The LMG doesn't quite operate for the player that pulls themselves back. 50 seconds. And they've just now lost some of the control of Pillar, but they're trying to retake it.
Taking in the time that it took Tyrant to reload, it's about 9 seconds where the LMG is just not going to be working out. Incendiary bolts are being used to stop Uno dead in their tracks as Virtue gets the first for G2.
Activating settlement.
There's the play down onto the Keybers, forcing this Pillar territory. It's 30 seconds back and forth. Jigsaw does get one, but instantly responded. Highway falls against them. It's a crossfire, and it's Benja to find the end. G2, 2 maps are theirs. 2 pretty clean, solid performances after some shaky starts, but they can rest themselves a bit happier. They're 5th. However, we know this roster wants a lot more than just 5th, and that is for them to try and fight out in the LCQs.
Still a long road ahead of them, but they have just secured themselves with a slightly better seed. But more importantly, I guess if you're looking at the long-term things, it is going to be those SI points, because you need to beat anybody anyway in the last chance qualifiers if you want to be making it to that final spot. So great stuff from them, and as said on the desk, whoever gets the most attacking rounds or gets the, you know, the first 3-4 attacking rounds, those will be the definite victors.
Well, let's throw it over and see what our big brains had to say about it.
Thank you very much, Fluke and Happen. You know, you saw behind Hap, he has this kind of Benelux banner. Deepak, of course, coming from the Benelux region and having won many of those trophies. Fortunately, today that energy was not enough. As G2 were able to carry across the line, they'll get the better seeding going into the last chance qualifiers. All of that will be played next week, so stick around for those matches when they come. We'll, of course, be updating you on all the schedules here and on social media. But let's break down this second and final map, because G2 this whole time, and I gotta say, Alamau leading the charge. The attacking side, as we mentioned, was won by G2 Fresh.
Yeah, we needed a reaction, and I think we got that from G2. Neither team had won an Oregon attack in the playoffs at all. We needed something from either of the teams to show us, and it was G2. Coming out of 4-2 victors on Oregon attack, realistically, once you've got that, it's
already game over at that.
It's only ever going to go one way. I thought they were excellent. And you talked about Alamau. He had a huge play on that blitz as well. It was a 3K, but including... was it a 4K?
It was a 4K.
It was a 4K, wow. Incredible. But yeah, he just it goes to show at times, when G2 can string it together, they really are one of the best teams in the world. And I know it was only a 5th place match, and I know it was only against Fnatic, who can make, honestly, a lot of teams. They made Wild look good at one point in time. They can make a lot of teams look good, but this was a much improved performance from G2.
It's questioning me, or for me, it's questioning about the map choice from Fnatic, because I don't know if you remember back in the pre-show or before this game, actually, the map actually, I said that Oregon is a weird pick against G2 because I know how much they love to attack on it. This is not an unknown fact in the world of Rainbow Six Esports. Everybody knows that G2 have always loved attacking on Oregon. So even if you have a coin flip with the team you're going up against, will G2 be the best or will they be the worst? You're still taking them to a map that they're really happy with, really comfortable with, and they know how to attack, and I mean, it showed.
Do you know what's curious as well? Is there's a world where we fast forward a week today into the LCQs, because these teams are in the same side of the bracket that we see this game in the LCQ semi-final. Now, that's no disrespect to any of the opponents they could be against, but I would say it's probably likely.
It's very likely.
It's very likely. Now, how much, I'm just thinking from a Fnatic and a G2 point of view, how much will this do for the game that might happen in a week's time in terms of mental aspects? Because it could be absolutely huge, because, you know, Fnatic could be going up against G2 in a week to play the LCQ semi-final and be thinking, holy shit, these guys have now beat us in the last 3 times. The last 3 maps we played against them, we haven't taken a map off them.
And looking even further on that, actually, in every single attack round for Fnatic, they got the opening kill, and they weren't able to convert that at all. The only time that they actually wanted to convert one of their entry kills was, well, the absolute first defense. And it's just, if you go on Oregon and you get entry kills, you are supposed to win that game. You are just supposed to. Because of how defenders favor that map is, if you get the advantage in attack, you will be able to find way more gaps. If all 5 players are alive in defense, there are none. But if you have only 4, there's always going to be 1 open, and you have 5 players, automatically one of them will be able to find this gap and abuse it. So it's very odd how you don't manage to win in Oregon with it.
Now, that's the point of conversation. The players that really find the opening. Alamau was one of them, but Doki really shined in this matchup, and we're highlighting him in our matchup.
Yeah.
Please, Fresh, take it through it.
He actually wasn't the highest performing player, but the reason that I wanted to highlight Doki is I think he's got that star quality. And again, why I wanted to highlight him is because there was that particular round on the Oregon meeting, the round 3, where Doki and I want to say it was Virtue. I think it was Virtue. Doki and Virtue in that 2 versus 4 where they were 0-2 down. It looked like they were about to go 0-3 down. Doki made a huge play in the meeting kitchen, got the plant down, won the 1 versus 2 clutch against Fnatic as well. And really, it was that moment that turned G2's map around. So again, he's only got 9-9. He's only got 2 entry kills across the whole game. Average performance overall, but in that specific round, he managed to completely turn his team's fortunes around, attacking Oregon. So that's why I wanted to highlight him.
Thank you very much, Fresh. And that continues that story of G2 having really major singular players that can do a lot of work when necessary. And one of the people that actually does a lot, but behind the scenes, is the Analyst Titan, who is joining us on the interview. Titan, congratulations again on the win. I know that this was a seeding match, but it seems like it's a very important one for the morale of the team. What do you think?
It's not just morale. You've got 5 SI points. If you look at last year and BDS, they were literally missed out by 5 points. I mean, this game matters a lot nowadays with how few points are on offer to get into SI at the end of the year. Every game matters. Every single placing matters. So it's more than just a seeding game. It's more than just confidence booster. It matters so much.
Let's get straight to it. If it matters so much, why has this team looked absolutely terrible? And don't come here with the political answers and the right answers that you know that, oh, everybody will be happy with. Just give us the honest truth. We have talked to the players, and I just want to hear it from the staff's point of view as well, because
honest
this
truth,
has not been good enough. Go on.
No. I mean, we've sucked. I mean, there's nothing else to put there, is there? Really,
but
that's
why?
the short answer for it. Why? There is no specific why to one reason. But there's a multitude of sort of factors. We obviously lost our way a little bit during the middle of the stage. And I think to a part, I think everybody can agree on the team that we sort of like congregated around this inability to close out games, close out rounds that you would deem that as a team that we are of the standing, we should be able to get, comfortably over the line in. If it's a 4v4, we shouldn't have issues. If it's 5v4, we shouldn't have issues. I think if you go back 1 week, for example, against ITB, I think it was our very first round on Oregon Basement, we lose a 5v4. And we shouldn't do that on defense. You cannot lose those rounds. And those basic, simple things, those fundamentals that you could almost call them, are things that we have lacked a lot during the stage. It's something that we put a lot of emphasis on, and especially in terms of composure, keeping calm, making sure that as a team we're actually following through with the steps that we want to be doing. Those have been probably the biggest points that I think, when you consider how we play, our play style, the generic sort of tactical aspect that we have, the desire that we have to be in people's faces. If you don't have that core element to you sorted and actually concretely done in terms of the fundamentals, the basics of the game, the ability to talk to each other, the ability to do things as a team, the abilities to just basic teamwork, you are obviously going to struggle. We have had that. Now, we're not going to sit here and say it suddenly clicked like that overnight, and it hasn't. Obviously, it's been a process of about 3 weeks of trying to transition what we see in scrims into officials. Today is a much better improvement on what we've seen for most of the stage, but it's a process and it's a step in the right direction that we hope and we expect to carry us throughout the entirety of this week in practice, going into the start of next week where we have LCQs, and taking us all the way to Manchester and showing why G2, even though we have had a rough stage in the regular season, we are still one of the very best teams in the world.
So, putting aside the fundamentals and the basics, it's not only that from my point of view. You guys have struggled enormously with the theoretical approach, it seemed, to most of the games where it seems like win conditions haven't been found out. Is this just an after effect of all these basics missed out on, or is it something deeper than that?
Win conditions is a good word, actually, to be honest. Some of it could come down to the basics. Things that are expected we are maybe not seeing, or things that we see in hindsight that which we realise that we should be spotting in the moment. It's almost to an extent letting a cloud of stress or pressure get to us, and it's things that obviously we shouldn't be having. We're one of the best teams in the world. We've been at the top events. We've been to semi-finals, finals. These players won SI less than, just over a year ago now. These are not things that you would normally consider a factor with a team like G2, but it has happened. And it is obviously on the back of us struggling at times and being a bit inconsistent and maybe not fully drilling down onto the very key basics that we want to have. So to answer your question in terms of the theory side of things like win conditions, partly our ability to read them in the server, maybe partly also our understanding pre-game as well. But overall, it's things that we've been working on very, very hard and trying to make sure that at the end of the day, everything is very clear for every individual in our team. And therefore, that extra level that you need to take, for example, in terms of thought process, we can try to alleviate from the guys. We can try and let them play their best game possible. And then the consequence of that, once you get more confidence, more morale, a higher boost in that, you could say, these things snap and click a little bit easier for them, obviously.
Well, today definitely clicked, Titan. The question is, will it click next week? And thankfully for you and the squad, you have an entire week to work through it. We're very excited to see the results of the next week of practice. But anything you'd like to say to the fans to just wrap it up?
Thank you very much for everybody that supported us, the lovers and the haters, you could say. We do appreciate it. It gives us either the motivation or the support that we need. Also, make sure to catch the games next week. We will be winning the LCQs. That is the expectation. That is the goal. That is the aim. And then finally, don't forget to get the new G2 Fenris skin.
There you go. Straight to the point. Thank you very much, Titan. Congratulations again on today. And we hope to see you next week. Till then, take care. There it is, Titan from G2, a victory and a better seeding going into next week's LCQs. But Titan said it, they expect to win, and they've set the win condition and the bar that G2 needs to be held at. But that is for the third and final slot that EU, or the fourth slot that EU will award through the last chance qualifiers. But we have two teams to qualify to Manchester today. 4 are fighting in 2 best-of-3s. We got Secret into the Breach, BDS and Wolves, and after the break, ITB takes on Secret for direct spot at the Manchester Major. So we'll see you after the break.
Hey guys, it's Yus from BDS.
It's Una from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandragati from the Wild R6 team.
It's Shinka from Wolf.
I'm Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
I don't even know what that is. I'm looking at.
Those like beer gags or something?
Is that a stove? Is that a drum? What is that?
At the moment, I would say Sky.
I don't even know what to guess. I'm guessing Skyscraper again, but I actually have no idea.
It was. I knew it was mining. Oh, that was my other answer.
I've never seen that in my life. That's chalet. I'm guessing from the wood.
Maybe villa or chalet?
Cafe in the spawn. Good, good. What even is that? I still don't even know where that is. Is it one of those plant pots there?
Oh no, it's cafe. Oh no.
I don't even spawn here. That's unfair. I actually always thought when I watch these I'm going to be a genius, and I'm literally absolutely having a stinker.
It's the back alley spawn of Bank.
That's got to be Bank. That's got to be Bank in just outside on the floor.
Yeah, got at least one right.
Oh yes.
Ah, this is easy. I put my drone here all the time.
Bank kitchen sinks.
This is a Bank open area staff room kitchen sinks.
Correct. Yes.
What did I say? My drone goes there all the time. Just for all the teams out there watching this. I know all the UO teams are watching it. My drone goes on that little counter there, so make sure you're looking.
It's like we're outside.
Ah, this is Night Haven.
It could be Consulate or maybe Bank.
What spawn is it though?
I'm gonna go with Bank, but I don't know where exactly.
Is it lobby spawn on Night Haven? I'm pretty sure like the west side.
It was Night Haven.
Yeah, surely. That was too easy.
I would have never guessed where it was.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy the stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. It is time. We finished our first matchup, our first best of 3. That was our seeding match for last chance qualifiers, and, well, G2 took it over Fnatic. They might face one another next week in that LCQ bracket for the 4th and final spot for Manchester coming from Europe. However, we are yet to qualify teams from Europe, and we'll be done with 2 of those spots by the end of tonight. So let's start off by introducing our 4 contestants. It's our second pre-show. Why not, right? We have breakfast. How about second breakfast and 11s?
Yeah, we've had a nice warm-up game, haven't we? You know, Fnatic G2, they got the blood flowing. Now we've got to talk about the main contenders.
The ones that matter. The ones that matter.
Yeah.
All right. Here we are. Welcome back.
Yeah, the good teams.
Welcome back. This is Freshbean on the desk with me, Milsh, your host for today. We're going to take you through our teams one by one, just to refresh your memories, just in case you haven't caught up with EUL or if you haven't watched in a while. Don't you worry, we got you covered. Let's start off with Wolves. Now, last seen, for those that have been away for a while, they did okay at the Invitational, not too shabby, gone through stage 1 and surprised many with their performance, Fabian. And here, they are 1 game away, 1 win from Manchester.
So it's such a weird thing to say that they've surprised us because our standards in this team are so absurdly high. Me and Jack, we loved them the last stage. They were playing so well, so aggressive, so combined. But we've seen a little bit of a drop-off from that. And lately, towards this stage, however, they started picking up on it again. So we're seeing a team coming back up into form, a team that's actually started to perform really well. And first of all, they start to look like a team, because that's what we were missing. Like the first few playdays, yeah, they won a game against Virtus Pro in maximum overtime, but they didn't do that as a team. That was on an individual basis. But now they've gone away from that Deadshot and Mowgli carrying their backpack sort of playstyle into an actual team. And I'm really excited for them today because I think that they can just keep on building on it.
I like us as a desk because me and Fabian, we think the same, but we've been setting Wolves these kind of challenges of, you might have got that win against Virtus Pro, but you need to be better. You might have done this, but you need to be better. Even the last week against Fnatic, where we said, right, you've lost the first game in Series 7. How are you going to react mentally? Are you going to give us a reaction? Are you going to prove to us now that you're a top team that can go to a major? The answer was yes. So they keep, sure, they have failed, but they've passed every challenge we've set them after that point.
And that's, I guess, we set the expectations based on what the players can actually offer, right? And what they expect through their own gameplay. We've seen Wolves' evolution over the past 2 years, and I think it's only fair to expect for them to at least make it to Manchester. And the big question for all of us before the stage was even, how deep will Wolves go into Manchester? Will they go beyond that dreaded quarterfinal, or will there be something to stop them once more? Because that's been kind of the tune sung with the Howling Wolves over the past couple of years. Remember, even prior to the Berlin Major in August 2022. It has been a while, right? So from this point on, Wolves, we set the expectations. But can the players set it up for themselves? Well, Fabian asked a question to Bibu, and here's what he had to say.
So directly after our game against Fnatic, we talk about the veto map against BDS because it was the next step, and we had a week for practice. So yeah, I think to prepare a game like this, you need to watch VODs and stuff like that, but especially, I guess, just play ourselves, be confident. We know that we are a good team and we practice in good environment and in good conditions, and we need to regroup this condition to play in game and just play ourselves, because that's the most important when we are playing like this.
And that is a Bibu from Wolves, setting up those expectations, preparing for, I guess, the biggest match that they will have so far in this stage. But I think there can't be Wolves as a French team without kind of the counter angle, right? The other side of the moon. BDS, they've been called the best team in the world even through the start of this online phase, and it seems like every time they're down, they keep getting back up fresh.
Yep, the big brother, if you will. Even, as we get to that game, that's what we will probably call them. And BDS, I'll be honest, look like serious contenders for every international event this year. Obviously, they are reigning international champions from Gamers 8 last year, but overall failed. They didn't get to SI. They had to have a huge rebuild to basically create the newest super team. They've gone English. They've changed from French. They've gone to English. Did we think it would work this emphatically right now? No. We thought they would have to carry individual games through on individual skill. It's looked incredible. Apart from one blip against their close French friends in Ents, they've literally won every game. They've never not looked like they're going to win every game. Like I say, apart from that Ents game, honestly sensational. And I think they're giving EU fans a lot of hope for Manchester, because I think they're a clear level above every other team in this league right now.
Yeah, and you said that the expectations were they would carry the games mechanically and individually. We've seen pretty much the opposite from them. That's what's the biggest thing with them, right? So we know all these players by name, and all of them are incredible at the roles, but just the theoretical depth that they have after such a short amount of time, that they have in-game leading and shot calling that is good enough at this level of gameplay in another language than they're supposed to normally be around. It's impressive on every single way possible. Like, there's nothing that doesn't impress me with this team. They're going to blow people away when they have qualified for Manchester.
And that's not even obviously highlighting the fact that they've had that major change, like you mentioned, Jack. Going from French into English is alone a major challenge.
Yeah.
Having 2 players replaced in your core as BDS, a team that almost never had changes. But they've done 3 in, 4 years? And then at the start of this one, with 2 that have a major impact on the squad. So we're all looking forward to it. And like you said, we're taking it as a done deal that BDS make it to Manchester. But do they believe it? Well, Fabian asked Likefak that same question. What do you have to say?
So why BDS is the best team to support? I think it's an evidence about discussion. We are the best team in individually this season in European League. So just incredible plays every week. Also, we have Shaco doing Shaco things every time. It's incredible to watch. We also have good strategy player with users a lot of me doing like some spicy thing and intelligent.
There it is. You heard it from Likefak from BDS. The only team that we're comparing BDS to in terms of potential is FaZe, and we know how incredible FaZe Clan are.
It's either them or Furia that I will put on there that has any chance towards them right now, or at least looking from the gameplay-wise. It's only 3 teams I would see really competing for that number 1.
Let's focus then on our matchup. Our second best of 3 starts with ITB versus Secret, but we have ITB on the board first, still introducing them as part of our pre-show where we're taking things wide. If you would have asked me, ITB versus Secret play a best of 3 to make it to the major, ITB, the way that they are here, I would not have believed you 2 months ago. But things have massively changed, Fabian, and this is a squad, a winner.
Yeah, like this squad overall is just keeping on impressing. I wouldn't have put them in this spot either. I would have said that they're a solid mid-table team, but they're looking a lot better. They have very good team building, and not in terms of like, oh yeah, how they set together everything. They have done that too really, really well. Like every single player makes sense on every single role. Kangro Kenny coaching them, he has a way of getting absolutely the best out of all the players he has under his belt. And I don't understand how you can develop that many good players in such a short amount of time. So there's something that really stands out with them. I can't really pinpoint exactly where things go right. They just do, and they look solid. They look like they have a good environment around them, and they just look happy to play with each other. So it's like the ultimate team in ways of environment.
And they're nowhere near their level yet that they want to be at. I think that's the big thing, is the one thing we hear about this team consistently is how much they're learning game on game on game, week on week on week. And I think that's the scary thing about this team. They're looking good. They're already potentially going to make Manchester. You know, they've got 2 shots at it, but actually it's more the end of the year / Six Invitational kind of time that, you know, the quals for Six Invitational that we was looking for them to come good. Maybe not this early in the timeline.
It is a long-term project with a team like ITB, but so far they're quickly reaping those rewards with the double Kendrew play, the double Kenny on the double Kendrew. That would make it even way better. But you got double Kennys on the team. They're really doing work. But speaking of Kendrew, Fabian asked him the question, why should you be supporting ITB going into Manchester? Let's see what he had to say.
We'll prepare the same way as we do for any regular season best of 1. We'll look at VODs of what they do and see if there's anything that we can do to counter them without giving too much away, obviously. But mainly the big focus for us is focusing on ourselves and focusing on the improvement. So we watched back this week the G2 VOD, all 3 maps, even the ones that we won, and saw, okay, like, is this situation, could we improve on here? Is the communication good here? And just trying to elevate, just even though we won, just trying to go that next step, because I feel like that's what you need to do. You constantly need to be taking that next step and holding yourself accountable. And as for making the major, I mean, to be honest, I don't even want to think about it because we're not there yet. I just want to take it game at a time. and just focus on what's next. But I mean, if we were to make it, I'm on a team with a bunch of rookies pretty much. I mean, Azza and Noah played one.
There it is. Kendra, Fabian.
Yeah. So if you look at that interview, right, what Jack said about this team constantly developing is so true. Kendra was known as one of these really fiery players with a lot of emotions on his side. Look at how calm he is and how he talks about improvements and constantly developing. This is the stuff we love to see from them.
Yeah, we'll love to see it in the server also. This is when he really gets red and excited into the game. But let's move on to our fourth challenger in this bracket here. Team Secret. Many would have called them the dark horse of EU. They have been cruising through it at second place, Jack.
Yeah, maybe a little bit under the radar,
Yeah.
I think, for a lot of people. All the way back, you know, we've known Secret. If we go back a long period of time for Secret, fighting the relegation spots, being in the bottom of the table, not being the team that is taking the game to people. We saw them come third in the Multiland, and the reason that's important is they came third behind BDS and G2, right? So realistically, that was a good barometer for where Secret were going to be at. They were going to be competing. Did they overachieve in the stage? Probably, because they started like an absolute house on fire in the league. 9 points from 9. Bit of a blip, and then it was like, right, okay, is this the real Secret? Where are Secret actually at? Then they found it back within themselves to bring back 3 results back on the bounce and get themselves into the second place. And I think that for me was the most impressive thing. It wasn't that they started well, it's that they dipped off and then managed to get back up to that level of performance.
It's just, again, it's basically the same as went into the breach as well when it comes to team building. They've really built this team well. All the players make sense on their roles and they're playing up to the meta. That's something that we've seen with Secret, not always being up to speed with things. Right now, they're definitely at the top of this and they know how to play. Good in-game leading, good shot calling, just generally a very good team.
And why should we all be supporting Secret? That's the question that was posed to Savage from Team Secret. Let's see what they had to say.
After a bit of a bumpy road these past 2 years, we finally found our form as a Team Secret, and we are currently second in the EUL stage, making us big contenders for obviously these playoff spots. We also have a big diversity of players, ranging from a Polish, Portuguese, Brazilian player and staff, a German, and a British player, making you easy to identify with or finding someone the same nationality as you or someone that you...
There it is. Team Secret. Big dark horses and, as you said, under the radar fresh. They made it here, and I have to say they are more than just a blip. They are a big opponent here to defeat for ITB, and especially if Secret want to make it to the major in Manchester in what, 3-ish weeks? That's not a long time away from now, so you got to make it count. Let's then focus on our second matchup, our second best of 3 of today, Into the Breach versus Team Secret. The ITB roster is up first. We'll just flash it on the screen for everybody that has not seen the squad so far. But what has made them that surprise team fresh? Who are the players that really make this team happen?
Honestly, this team, I've said it a couple of times, but go back 2 years. Only one of these players was actually inside of pro play, and that was Kendrew. And I think he's kind of taken on the big brother figure within this team, the leader, the captain, the IGL. And he's surrounded by a load of rookies that each have their own individual stories. And if we quickly walk through them, Azza was a player that was very progressive when he played for 10-star under Kangaroo Kenny back in the day. Creeds is a big up-and-comer, only turned 18 last year. Played for G-Who recently. He was one of the most coveted rookies coming into the league this year. Noah was a player they picked up out of left field last year and had a horrible stage, but has had a huge turnaround. And Oscar's about 7 years overdue to get inside of Tier 1. He's a player that's been at that level for a long time now, but finally getting his chance.
All right, so we wanted to introduce these two squads to you with kind of 2 goods and a not as good, or 2 goods and a bad, to make it clear here. So first up, Into the Breach.
Yeah.
If you were to break it down, Fabian, one by one, what would be the 2 good things that you see in the team?
I mean, this team overall is a very, very good team. And if you have the first point, we have great entry because the numbers are so much on their side. We have highlighted Azer's entry fragging before. We picked him for the top 5 team of the season for the group stage because of his entry stats. Creeds has had an incredible rookie season. Both of them have stepped up massively, and it goes to show that they have a clear game plan with clear entry points, and just overall, they find the gaps really easily.
What's the second good? The second good for this team is going to be they are a clutch team. Number 1 in the league as a team for clutches. That's maybe not a great statistic, but when they need to, they manage to get it done. 13 clutches overall in the league so far, across both the league and obviously the playoffs last week. So That's the two good things that this team has got going for them.
Yeah, that's the good. What about the ugly?
So the bad one kind of goes hand in hand with the first good one, right? Great entries, very important. But what you need to do with them is convert them into round wins. And that's where they have been lacking. That shows to me that there's something mid-round that is suffering. That could be communication, it could be coordination. It's kind of to be expected from a rookie team, as they call themselves, and that they are. So it's something that is bad. They have time to improve on it. If they make it to the major now, I mean, it's going to be impressive no matter what. They just know that they have 1 month to keep working on it and keep improving it. And I think that in a month's time, we'll have a different Into the Breach than we do today.
And the crucial thing is, like you say, they're aware of these issues. That's the one thing. They're aware of them. They'll work on them. They'll improve should they get to the major.
Team Secret showed a lot of their own issues over the past few months. They've been working on it. We're calling some of their strategies a bit too outdated at the end of last year. And it seems like they've completely reformed to get into 2024.
Yeah, I mean, picking up Adrian in June has made wonders for this team. Adrian is such a talented, both mechanical player, but he's been put on a hard reach role where he has a big impact with communication. This team overall, it's just so nice to see the two European teams, both Into the Breach and Secret, have able to build squads out of players that didn't really have that good of a time before, and now together, when you put them in the right positions, on the right spots, with good staff, everything just looks so good. Secret is a really good roster, and I'm so happy to see their improvements. They are not outdated anymore, that's for certain.
They've completely overhauled the way that they work things, but what if we held Secret to the same standard as Into the Breach? Two goods and an ugly. What do we get out of this one fresh? Can you guide us through it?
Yeah, let's go with the very first one in the good. Player flexibility. Now, Fabian's just spoke about it, but if you look at some of the players and their histories and their roles in old teams, Adrian was an entry fragger on Jihu, now playing support. Savage, when he came into this league, it was in the Thinker LMG meta, and he was a hard crutch Thinker player, and he's now a flex player IGLing for this team. So they've got some players with incredible flexibility across the team that are willing to change roles for what the team needs, and it's working super well.
And the second point actually builds into the flexibility, right? They have a depth of map pool that is much bigger than what they've ever had before. On top of that, what the strategies we've seen, especially on Clubhouse, we still have a little bit of a question mark on this because we have only really seen it on Clubhouse, but the depth of strategy and the way that they play the rounds. On Clubhouse, we've seen 3 different Clubhouse games. All of them have looked very different from each other. On top of that, they can play any operator that is necessary for the team. It's a very good team.
Can't have a good without an ugly.
Can't have a good without an ugly. Entry game, worst in EUL. I can't quite believe I'm saying this, but our second place team is the worst team at achieving the entry in EU League. They're playing from behind from such a significant place. A lot of the time, it was 42%, in case you're interested, as an entry statistic. Most teams hover in the 50s. So it's very, very low, but I suppose you could spin that on its head, make a good out of it. Despite the fact their entries has been awful, they've been able to achieve second place and still win it out regardless.
All right, then I think it's time for us to talk about our map bans. Now, the question is, how do you work things out in a best of 3? Well, been used to BO1s throughout the entire part of this group stage in EU League, but here our first pick goes to Border Secret on the fence.
Yeah, I like this. So if you think back to SI 2023, which was when this kind of roster was first materialized as a different roster.
I like that event.
You liked that event, but Secret qualified in the open qualifiers off the back of playing loads of Border. It's been a map that they have loved for literally 2 years now. ITB on the back of that. Recent results, they don't really like it. It's not a high preference. Played it twice, got spanked by BDS, and then beat VP on it 7-5.
I just like the map overall. I think it has so much flexibility. It's actually a map that I consider attacker favored. We don't have many of those in this game, so I'm loving that we're going on it. And yeah, as you say, Secret, they've absolutely smashed teams on it. Can't wait to see what they have.
Our second map in the best of 3, what will it be? We're going to go to Bank again, this time ITB on attack, John.
Yeah, so I think a show of faith from ITB in themselves. They picked Bank last week against G2. They lost it. So to come out back again and pick it again, it's a high preference map for them. And I can see why they would want to believe in themselves that they can fix those issues. They had issues, they said, with their attacks. Moving through to Secret on this map, it is a reasonably middle preference for Secret. They played wild there, but they did get the job done, to be honest, very, very easily.
I have a hard time seeing from the mentality aspect of things, like going back to the same map. I know that, like, yeah, you feel confident in it, but there's always that little feeling in the back of that of the players. And I know this from the playing experience that, yeah, we didn't play great last time. Yeah, we've talked about fixing our things. But have we really had time? Have we really done the preparation for it? Because the practice you have in a week, you can change some things. You cannot change everything.
Imagine if it's back-to-back days. Finally, our map for to close it all up potentially is Consulate, Secret on the fence. ITB will have that final ban.
So the one thing I love about best of one league into a best of 3 league is often you'll get the same decider map as the best of 1 that was played. This is the same for these two teams. They played Consulate in the league for second place, ultimately, is what it was. It was a 7-5 victory for Secret. The fact we're going back there as a decider, in a way, is no surprise because it was clearly good enough to be a decider in a best of 1. So why not in a best of 3? I'm looking forward to that because there'll be a lot of chopping and changing from what they did previously.
It has to be. I mean, we need to get some attacker rounds on the map. That's the biggest issue with it overall. For almost all teams in Europe, we've really struggled winning attacks on it. So they need to change things around, but I think that they're both prepared for it because the staff they have behind them, very good at just this.
I mean, look, if we talk about map 1, Border always gets talked about as being this map that's all about aggression, right? Entries, fractures, and everything. And a type of player that gets left in the dust is always the support player, and what do they do on this? But what if we put one player or the support player on each one of these two teams against one another? Well, we end up with Adrian versus Kendrew. Why the comparison?
And I've got to apologize to Kendrew because I've done him a little bit dirty in this head-to-head support, and I think what we're kind of seeing is the same role, but a different role within the team. You know, in terms of Kendrew maybe providing a little bit more guidance and strategic depth and IGLing than obviously what Adrian provides on the side of Secret. However, we really wanted to highlight Adrian as kind of a new level support player. One that's aggressive, one that also gets plants, but one that also gets clutches as well, that can basically do everything whilst kind of carrying that notional support tag, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, when we discussed this before, it was the new generation of support players where the meta currently is so much, well, we call it the split meta or split theory, call it whatever you want. You spread out all the 5 players, which means that you cannot kind of have these old school support players that don't really pull themselves statistically. So far, I don't think Kenny has done anything that would be like outstandishly bad in my eyes. I mean, mentally, I think he's a very important pillar for that team. But stats need to also speak for you. You need to go on the positive end of things. And that's where the newest generation of support players come in. They are aggressive, as you say. They also take opportunities. They spot the gaps. It's no longer just sit on a drone as a thermite and you never enter the building until 30 seconds anymore. No, you could actually be the entry frag player if you actually see that gap being spotted. And it's one of those things where it's very hard to teach players to find these gaps because you need to study your opponent. You need to understand the basic idea of how to play the map, drone for yourself, which is the new thing, and then abuse the gaps you find.
I actually want to follow up on that. We were talking about this in the green room once we were watching Bank, about Zero specifically. And what does Zero bring to the table in his amount of intel that can be given, especially when you just have to move to one slot, all the cameras are in one space. Do you think this is a good possibility to bring on Border to alleviate some of that pressure? Is he a good pick for it?
No. The reason I'll say no, I love Zero, and I think I can go on a whole tangent. If we have a big tech break, just bring me back on. I'll talk about Zero and why he could be a good pick. On Bank, I think it's a great pick because you can just put the free cams in the skylight and cycle them inside that group.
Fix.
For Border, you want good guns, and ultimately, I don't think Zero brings that on attack. So yeah, I think maybe not for Border, but yeah, one for Bank.
It's a funny fact actually because Zero's gun, the assault rifle, if you put an extended barrel on that, it becomes a really, really good gun. I think it's like a 2-hit gun on 3 speeds, so it could be a very, very good gun in that way. He also has Claymore. I think it's Harbreach get it, the second one.
And the gun 6.
Yeah, so he has a ton of utility if people want to learn how to use it.
All right, how about we have a chat with our casters because our game is almost ready. So let's bring them up and say hello. Ace has joined us. Hello, Tim. How are we doing?
Good evening. I'm very well, thank you, Milosh. I enjoyed that first game, but I'm enjoying even more getting into these where we start making some decisions.
Yeah, it's you get to cast with Hap, a game that qualifies a team to the major. I mean, hey, what more could you ask for, right, Stein?
It's always fun to have like the exchange programs we have with casters every now and then when we go to the longer days. We just get to work with some of our other colleagues, especially since we're working from home. So
Ace is
it's always fun.
Oldest exchange student in the world.
I'm just wondering when I can exchange you, Fabian. To be honest.
You can get rid of me anytime you want.
And on that bombshell of a note, thank you very much, Fresh and Fabian. Ace Hap, we'll leave you to it. Enjoy our qualification game.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We are here. We are ready to get into it. It's going to be our first of the upper bracket semis. And as we know, 4 teams come into these and there are 2 spots available at that Manchester Major. Even one of the losers will pick them up. So for 3 out of 4 of these teams, the job is already done, but they will want to lock it down here and now.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, the job isn't done until you win at least one of the next 2 best of 3s you'll be playing. So if you lose it today, well, I mean, it turns into a 50-50 at that point, but you still don't know. So you want to make sure that you get this first victory out of the way. That's an instant qualification. You no longer have to worry about it, and you can just move on from there. So as we get onto border, it's going to be an aggressive start, I would assume. And I was actually looking at the map bans, and I think I'm favoring Team Secret overall.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, they both got a map that they like, you know, as Jack and Fabian have gone into. Obviously, RTB, Border, pretty high preference to them. Sorry, RTB Bank, pretty high preference, number 1. Team Secret, loving a bit of Border. But then I think that Decider map it's middle ground for both of them, but given the fact that Secret won that head-to-head in the best of ones on Consulate previously, I'd have to agree with you, but I've got a strong feeling that we're going to be seeing 3 maps here. We've got our operator bans, Ying, Grim, Solis, and Fenrir. No major surprises there. Out of all of them, Grim probably the lower ban rate, if you will, but a really high pick rate in pro play at the minute, so no surprises whatsoever to see him go.
One of the funny statistics is that Border has been played by Team Secret 4 times over the years so far. They've only won it a single time. Do you want to take a guess at their round differential over those 4 maps?
I'd say that are they going to be like +2, even having lost 3 of them?
No, it's +1.
Yeah,
but they're still positive after just winning 1 out of those 4 games.
Yeah.
And it does show you that whenever they lose, it's a close loss, right? So they're definitely seeming to like this map.
Here we go then. Let's get on into it. It's round 1 of a best of 3. We've got Team Secret, we've got RTB, we have got our game. Reminder, the winner of this match will qualify through to the Manchester Major. They will still have another game to play. They will play tomorrow against the winner of Wolves versus BDS, which will be on our screens a little bit later tonight. And that final matchup will be for seeding at the Manchester Major. The loser will drop into that lower bracket, if we want to call it that matchup. Basically, the loser of this game will play the loser of Wolves and BDS, and there is still 1 spot at the Major available for whoever wins that game. So out of the 4 teams remaining in the playoffs, 1 will not go, but you look at that and you think, on paper, wow, 70%, 75% chance, not a problem. But I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be the team that experiences that 25%. You don't want to be the one, and that's certainly what these are going to be fighting hard now to avoid. Gruby is going to kick things off, going to take down Creed, and that's going to be the opener for Secret.
Yeah, nice and easy. Just a quick run out to start off the Border game. We're basically setting the tone right away. It's going to make ITB just a bit more worrying about what could be going on as they're down below them. It's going to be trying to clear out any of these roamers, maybe put up some vertical pressure as well. Very good himself. To keep a barrier down there, it's going to be stopping them from rotating through. Actually, Adrian already rotated into Passport. Do they know? I think they could have had a drone right underneath, but the phone call's going off. Going aggressive, Adrian. That's a free kill to go through. Did he not hear that phone? Or did they think it was above them?
Potentially a little bit of a sound issue there for RTB, but one way or another, they'll lose Noah on the back of it, and Adrian continues challenging. We've got to pick up on the fact, of course, that we have got Adrian versus Creeds in this matchup. 2 of our newest players inside of EUL, and in their own ways, both of them, I think it's fair to say, have set stage 1 on fire, and they've both been putting up big numbers, aggressive, fun players to watch, going in there, looking for the frags, and Adrian making no delay whatsoever whatsoever to get his account started today. He finds himself with his first kill. Kenneth is going to go in and clear out that half wall in CCTV, but then shut down immediately by Savage on the trade, just rotating in from 90 and keeping Team Secret on top. It's not the end of the world for ITB. First defensive round for Team Secret. You'd expect them to be coming away with a win really on their primary site choice, and it looks like that will probably be the case, but Oscar might just have something to say about it.
Seeing a lot of players already being caught off guard here. The Fuser is still down, however, and needs to be recovered. Otherwise, this is turning into a kill game. Flashbangs to come through as well, actually blinding Oscar, I believe, in the process out there. Huntercell ready, still in pocket for Savage, but I believe they are aware of the fact that someone is coming in from the metal stairs. Kill happens either side. Azur, last man standing in that 1v2, needs to push. Let's get himself inside a fountain. That Nitrocell will pop him, will not find anything. Oh, another beautiful kill to come through. And if he goes for the triple, which he does not, as Savage gets that final one, but that one way too close for comfort there.
Yeah, I think Team Secret certainly need to be learning from that. Azur getting very, very close there, and I just don't know if maybe Secret were just leaving themselves in positions where they kind of could be challenged. I think the big concern was the fact Azur had very smartly opened that wall through to Fountain. They were aware of that. So what happens in that situation is the ITB player needs, sorry, the Secret player needs to keep pushed up in armor. If you're thinking just get yourself back down to half wall, get yourself back down to some safety. We can see here Miracle has to stay pushed up high because he's kind of trying to support through into Archives there in case Azur rotates the Fountain and goes in through Archives door. So they've kind of tried to create a crossfire. As it is, Azur's got away with 2 1v1s there, but the second one is won out by Gruby, who manages to close that one out. So, sorry, no, it was Savage who closed that one out. It was tough for Secret to play, really, with that potential rotation coming through into Fountain, but they got the job done. They've got their first round, and they're going to be heading downstairs now into Ventilation and Workshop for round 2.
Yeah, no matter how ugly or beautiful a round is, the end result is what matters, and getting that round on the board is what eventually will get you, well, 2 majors. So even though it was a 1v1 in the end, that was a 4v2 lead. Get that round. That's what's most important. Now you just, reset, realize, okay, we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Let's go to the next side and continue.
Azur coming in after 2 kills in that round, going to be looking potentially for that horizontal sweep across. Drones going in as well just to try and make sure that the area is clear. They do need to be aware of Gruby up in CCTV. No surprise to see Team Secret are going to be holding onto this one largely from above. You're going to see a lot of fighting. If you're new to Border, new to CG Sports, what are you going to see on this map? There's going to be a lot of battles, a lot of fighting up on that top floor, trying to get a hold of CCTV, trying to get a hold of Office, both of the big corners of the map up on the top floor. Thank you very much to our wonderful observer. Bottom left and top right of your screen are going to be those big battlegrounds. It's, in this case, trying to get a hold of Office, move across through Armory, take out Archives, and then you've got that verticality above the site. But they've managed to get on in. We could see how important the verticals are here, but Secret might actually just fail.
Secret actually managed to drop the diffuser in the middle of that round, but Panic is still struck in here as June will go down over the top floor. Oscar putting up the pressure that way. Now it's going to be a 2-on-4 situation, still trying to retake the top floor. Miracle dealing loads of damage to himself as the plant in the meantime is going down. Adrian looking to retake that top floor, will successfully do so. Spots the second player whilst being fully flashed, but the plant is going to stick, and that means 45 seconds now counting down for this retake to come through. Noah up at the top floor as well is going to try and make sure that there is no other pressure coming through. Finds that one kill to Miracle. Now Adrian in that 1v3, still a player up above, a player inside the bathroom as well. Just finds himself shot in the back. And whilst we were explaining that top floor, I just saw them very heavily drone everything out, and I was like, oh, this might be a quick play coming through actually.
Yeah, it was pretty smart from ITB. The importance of the top floor there just sort of being brought into question, because quite often, you know, 9 times out of 10, I'd say, you can completely defend that site, especially Ventilation Workshop. You can completely defend it from above. And they had so many vertical angles opened up, and the intention is that if players are just going to come on in and try to plant inside a site, you'll already have the vertical angle opened up. And you just shoot them from above. You've always got the advantage, you know, being up above them. But it just didn't pan out. There was a couple of really important fights that ITB won as they went in, managing to hit those shots back up through the vertical. Those angles always work both ways, and Secret have been really punished there, and I think maybe just having, you know, such little site presence has hurt them. Yes, you've got to keep hold of the top floor, but I'm looking at kind of maybe Groovy out in CCTV, and I'm thinking, really, you know, do we need to be worrying about CCTV too much for a Ventilation Workshop hold? Is that a body that could be down inside a site? Could there be another one on the verticals inside of Armory Archives rather than having to rotate across there? And I think, yeah, maybe Secret have just stretched themselves a little bit thin ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why they're there, because it's ultimately to provide support or to deny area which could otherwise be used in an armory take, as it is quite important. Or, you know, break often gets used to basically cut in half the entire top floor, so you cannot really rotate through safely anymore. But at the same time, you have basically no one on the site, and they could just waltz right in. No one was watching the vertical angles of, you know, where they could actually come from. And, you know, it's just a huge oversight on behalf of Team Secret, and a good read from ITB and a good call to come through as well. You know, that's a bit of experience that they have on their team, that those calls get made as quick as they do. And sure, you know, there will be a little bit of a strike back, but Oscar was still up top, and I think that was a crucial factor as well. He was out there challenging Archives to stop one of the 2 hatches from being utilized against the attackers. And as long as he keeps up that pressure, there's not really much they can do.
Well, a great start for us as the neutrals in this game. 1 round each. And as I said, I've got a feeling that both of these games that we're going to be seeing play out over the next few hours, ITB Secret and Wolves versus BDS, are going to be pretty close affairs. As I said, both teams, all 4 are going to be fighting extra hard because they want that spot for the major locked down now. They don't want to be the 1 out of 4 that doesn't make it and drops out of, you know, the playoffs without that position now that they've made it this far. So I think we're going to see, because of that, both of them coming in and really giving absolutely everything, and it's going to be a lot of back and forth. We've got a 1-1 so far. A good round from both teams, I think, to be fair. I think Secret played the first round well. ITB kind of looked like they made a bit of a challenge at the end, but it was a 1v3. It was down to Azza, you know, making the best of a bad situation. So I think Secret realistically were on top for a lot of that round, but then it's difficult to make any argument that ITB weren't fantastic in that second round, spotting the opportunity, the space, and just going in and taking it.
Yeah, it's a bit like in round 1, they weren't reactive enough to what was happening around them, right? Because we saw like the instant refrags coming in from the side of Secret. And on the second round, they were very reactive. They spotted an opportunity, again, taking it with everybody on board, making sure that the important bases were all covered. Sure, your diffuser will go down, but you still have 3 people left on the side, and, you know, almost no way for the defenders to get back in. So, great round to come through. As in the meantime, you probably will have noticed we are in a technical pause, just an issue needing to be fixed before we continue with our game. And this is like, I've talked about it with Emmy as well. How does this raise the tension? Because it's like, you cannot speak. You know what's on the line. You're kind of out of your focus at that point. Like, what do you do? Do you just sit there and wait, or?
I'm looking at the operators that we've had played so far happen. We've got the Brava being brought along by Kendra in the second round there. I'm just interested to watch that as we go. and see whether that's a pick that sort of continues on into the round or not. The reason I pick up, I mean, it certainly didn't hurt ITB at all, but there was, I would say, a reasonable lack of electronic gadgets necessarily, potentially on that other side. Looking across, we've only sort of got Mute and Wamai, nothing, you know, drastically major. You can grab the default cams, of course, you know, but nothing sort of pulling that pick out like a Maestro, for example, you know, where they've got that sort of real key electronic utility. Still very worthwhile. You're getting extra drones along the way, of course, everything else, but it's just one that I'm sort of keeping an eye on. In fact, immediately there, we've got the Ram being brought along, which is, you know, for something like if you're attacking onto a bottom floor site on board, and maybe something that I would expect a little bit more. And Kenny, of course, switching it up now, I'm going to be bringing along the Ram.
I think Kendra's just trying to play every single drone operator we have in the game. It's like we've seen Flores, then Bravo, now Ram. It's gonna go for that little thing. Just likes drones.
10 seconds remaining.
But back from Tellers is where we'll be headed next.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's not that much vertical that you can really open up on the site directly. However, if you then start looking at the surrounding sites, especially if you look at Workshop, which is often used as a bit of an extension towards the site itself, and that is maybe where the Ram can get some good effect in. But again, they gotta be careful for not another quick play to come through on the side of ITB. There's almost no one on site again.
Again, yeah, as you said, it could be an opportunity here for ITB to spot that and move in. I don't think they'll get away with it a second time, so I think that they know they're going to have to work a little bit more above. We've got Adrian being super aggressive on Passport Door here. It's not a sort of commonly held angle necessarily from above. It's not an uncommon one, but not one that we see somebody in every time. It's very valuable, especially for a Teller's take. You're not letting them get that peek into meeting. Adrian now taking 2 Selmas out. ITB, you can't keep throwing these in. Nothing different is going to happen there. You've got to go and clear Adrian.
Something, the definition of insanity is just...
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And the same thing. Where did that go? Well, Glass is out there, so even the flashbang won't really do that much about the player out there. Oh, that's the impact grenade being tossed in at Azur. We'll also get the actual Selma, because Noah will find the very first kill. Completely aware of where it's coming from. Adrian will find that one as well. But like, Azur just tossed in the last Selma, so decided to just walk in front of it instead, so he could stop them from being taken out that way. But the impact did the job in that case.
Adrian just being a one-man army at the moment, keeping himself locked in break, gets a kill, gets a bunch of utility, thinks on his feet when he can't make the shot and hits the impact nade instead. Fantastic work from him, and he's going to rotate away to keep himself fighting through the rest of the round, barely taking any damage along the way as well, and it's just leaving ITB really stalling out here. They don't want to push into Passport because they know that there's been a vertical angle onto the door, so they don't want to over-aggress there. Creed's instead just going to be holding that long angle, but right now, 2 minutes and 10 has been burned.
Use one of the adrenaline surges to get Azur back up to HP a little bit. Using the sound of the boogie out there to cause this distraction. Azur finds himself inside, but the goo mine is stopping him from planting directly. Now they're aware. Nitro comes out, blows up, gets the kill onto Azur, was already quite low, and now a second person will have to commit to try and get that plant down.
Unlikely to see that happen now, I think. Kendrew does manage to pick up Groovy. This could be an important engagement. Oscar, it is the pick-up miracle, but Creeds was also challenging onto Doom there. There could be an opportunity to recover that down diffuser, but with 10 seconds left to go, they're going to have to move. It's going to have to be now. Oscar goes in, gets it, starts to put it down. Doom is on the push through in the 1v2. Cannot find the first. Kendrew with a big double to close out the round, and that's going to be ITB finding themselves 2-1 up and going well on the attack.
You would have expected the plant to go down in the exact same spot, Kendra with the cover there, but you really would have expected like the player that was a bit further back on the side of Secret to maybe fall back just a little bit earlier to get that challenge down truly. And instantly a tactical timeout will be called by Team Secret. Because in round 2, again, that quick kind of play came through. They realized there was a slight gap in the site, was utilized. And then afterwards, just that round now, I mean, they stopped the initial plant, they stopped the initial push, but you know, bodies kept being tossed at the problem out there. They weren't able to really deal with it.
Just going to have a timeout here as we just see Secret, I think, wanting to try and put the brakes on here one way or another. They don't need to panic, really, Hap. You know, given that we're on border, it is, I would say, probably about as attacker-sided as any of our maps get. The attackers certainly have a positive time on border. It's certainly, you know, a difficult map to defend compared to some of the others. Once the attackers particularly get inside the map, it's very, very difficult to stop them getting the job done. So, yeah, Team Secret, I don't think they need to panic. They really need a 3-3 half. It's their map pick, so I think, you know, yes, they need to at least be getting another couple of rounds on the board. They don't want to let it run away from them too much, but, yeah, certainly not panic stations yet.
No, there's no need to panic. Again, it's border. It's just very fluid, very back and forth. Very rare where you see, like, complete blowout rounds after round after round. And again, these are close. It's just the difference of like a kill or two.
10 seconds left.
If you would have been able to get the kill, for example, on the ace when you were challenging them from break room, someone else would have been trying to get that plant down, and you know, he would have been blown up by that nitro cell, and then it would have been a 1v2 at that point. So, you know, just things really change quickly here.
Back up to the top floor we go. It's going to be Armory and Archives. We saw this in round one. Team Secret were able to pick up the win. They got the opening kill and kind of led the way from there. It was a 1v3 for Azur at the end of things, but he wasn't able to close it out despite bringing it back to a 1v1. What I'd like to see Team Secret do maybe a little bit more is a bit more of what we saw from Adrian in that last round, really, and that was that challenge right up at the boundary, just not letting them in through Passport door, taking utility out and just really preventing it. Adrian's going to be in the same position once again. He's got the mute jammer to really help him there. I think, you know, given the presence of Dokkaebi previously, concerned about those potential calls, giving away his position, it means he can just step into the jammer, bang, it'll stop the phone call immediately. If he's already in the jammer, it'll avoid it coming through at all, and it's just going to give him a little bit more security behind this castle barricade to try and keep hold of CCTV, which is going to make it difficult then for ITB to be able to push towards the west breach.
They know about the player up there, but they also know there's a buck who's just rotated through. So it's a bit of a game right now between the two of them. Like, who's going to try and go for the challenge first? It's June getting a shot and a kill down onto Creeds as he looks in from the workshop area all the way to customs. As they're now trying to go for a refrag, but surely June is not going to try and take that same fight again without any fair gameplay. Noah unaware of where the castle is. The nitro comes down, actually downs him, and the kill eventually as well.
Adrian just getting a little bit lucky there, managing to trigger the nitro before being taken out by Azur. So that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3. Team Secret looking pretty good at the minute. They got that entry kill. They can just play a game of attrition here. 1 for 1 will do them absolutely fine. They've still got Gruber inside of CCTV as well. Going to be challenged pretty soon. Sees the man, dips behind the keeper barricade. But it's going to be June who comes to his rescue and takes Kendrew down, leaving Gruby in a position where he can just continue fighting from there. Meanwhile, Oscar walks in on a backstab, manages to pick one up. Can he find any more? He now knows that there's one inside of Archives. The little peak hole has been opened up. Flashbang can go in, but it's not going to matter because it's Miracle on the Warden, so Oscar is going to relocate. And until they deal with Gruby, there is no win in this round for ITB, realistically. They managed to get it done now. It's Azur in the late round, just like round 1, but do they have enough time? 14 seconds. The man count's going to be cut in half as Savage finds one. Azur's there for the trade, but Miracle this time it is to pick up the final kill of the round, and that's going to be Secret leveling things up 2-2.
Again, such a close round to come through, all the way down to that 1v1 or 1v2 in the end. And they managed to at least get that round Secret. But again, for the majority of the round, they were the ones in charge. They were the ones leading it. Setting up for 2 kills. I actually wonder if the Nitro Cell downed him. And what downed him there? Oh, that must have been the Izami coming around the corner from Gruby that actually got the injury on him. But I mean, Groovy, you could have just stayed prone here, you know, move back, for example. Also, the person that got caught whilst reinforcing. It's a bit silly when that happens. It's like you're throwing away the round or the man difference that you have slightly, so you're making it harder on yourselves. Of course, they still win it. Take that away from them. But for these next 2 rounds, they just need to find themselves a little bit cleaner. Make sure that they're a little bit more on top of the surroundings.
10 seconds to go.
Into round 5 we go then. Even spoils so far between both of these teams. 2-2 on the scoreboard. Team Secret only able to hold on to one site so far, which has been Armory and Archives. We're going to go this time down to Ventilation Workshop once again. Last time they tried to play this completely vertically, but RTB read into it, just went in horizontally, straight into site and got the diffuser down, won a couple of those vertical fights. I felt at the time that Team Secret might have just spread themselves a little bit thin. Let's see if they adapt from that at all, whether they still try to hold on to CCTV, for example, or whether they maybe just shift everybody across the site, Armory and Archives.
Checking out for any util? Nothing. Just the goo mine. Any verticality? Well, quite limited down there as well. More so about this area of the map, the workshop, where hatches are opened up, lots of the floorboarding has been opened, and is actively being watched. But this does lead in for another quick plant attempt to come in. Run through the door. You could just go in deep right afterwards. Actually, no. Savage this time around to challenge that.
Yeah, this is it. I think Secret, just like I say, playing slightly tighter leashes towards site than maybe being as spread as far as they were last time. Noah is going to be heading in towards the top of East. Just manages to get the air jab out onto Breakdoor as well, prevent any rotations from Adrian. He's played there in the last couple of rounds, so it's reasonable to suggest that he might be there again. He is out there with Groovy, so again, there is a potential for things being a little bit light on and around site. You've only got Savage inside, you've only got 2 above, and there's a lot of vertical angles to watch from above. You can't watch them all at once. So we'll see how long it takes for Adrian and Groovy to move across, because they're going to have to at some point.
Nitro just used from Adrian. Of course, they heard the glass pop as soon as they jumped through. Joom still quite aggressive. They knew last time there was someone still left up on the top floor to try and make things a bit more difficult in terms of the verticality. Oscar no longer has his drone close to the site. It is Kendrew that is very close to actually being able to get a plant down. As the smokes pop, you know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, and again, it's ITB just taking advantage of that fact that there isn't enough manpower in the site to deal with it, and it's going to leave them stretched really thin above to try and shut it down. But this time, Secret have got the answers. It's come in the form of a miracle double kill. Creeds manages to go in and take him out, but Joom is there for the trade. 3 versus 2 now. 30 seconds left to go. Diffuser down cold in sight. There is no choice for ITB but to go and find these kills on the top floor. Otherwise, there is no hope of them recovering that diffuser and getting a plant down. Noah does manage to pick up Joom. It's 2v2. Azza recovers diffuser. Can they get this done? Adrian, he's really low health with 15 seconds left to go. He's just going to take a spray through the wall. He can't find his man, but can't really commit to more of a fight. Azza comes around and finds him 5 seconds. He's going to have to stick this now. It's all up to Savage up above. He sees his man, and that's why the verticals are so important on Ventilation Workshop. Savage ends things with a bullet, takes down the diffuser and closes out a 1v2. Big round from Team Secret. They get the 3 on the board that they wanted as a minimum. They can now go on and try and hit that 4-2 half.
They needed 3 people eventually to take control of that top floor, and you know, after they got it, of course they had to go back down to provide that support on the horizontal level. So we're still 3 players around. Kruger being caught off there, but the Warden playing it from above was actually a smart thing, using the gadget to see through all the flashbangs and the smokes that were happening in the middle of the execute. Just allowed him to, well, quite easily tap away at the person that was defusing and secure that round in the long term. As a heavy fight over the top floor. Again, Noah was stuck in that corner, was just holding it when Joom was playing inside the Archives. He was just waiting for Joom to go aggressive whilst his entire team died, then had to push in. But hey, that's 3 rounds for Team Secret. As you just said, they'll be quite happy with this. have the opportunity to lock this into a 4 now as well. Have they learned from the previous mistakes? Now, there is a glass on the board for Kendrew. And that does mean that, you know, again, we could be seeing a smoke like execute. But June, still in that Warden, will become a prime target in that case.
Round 6 it will be then. Final defensive round for Team Secret, and this time it's going to be Bathroom and Tellers. Again, last time they failed this one. Came down to a very close finish, to be fair. ITB trying to plant a couple of times, ultimately getting it done. And it was Oscar who managed to stick it in the end, but a 2v1 that could not be won out in that case by Team Secret. So again, top floor going to be particularly important for them. Adrian, this time down at the bottom of East. We saw him above Passport last time. He was playing in that break position and did a really good job of burning through the Selmas, burning through the enemy team utility, some hit points, everything going on. But this time we're going to see him returning back to site and just going for that reinforce now that he knows that that's where there's a little bit of pressure coming in from. Meanwhile, Kendrew gets himself onto the window to try and hold that angle through the smoke.
Yeah, it's not an execute yet. It's just him holding the angle, hoping that someone tries to rotate through, because we just saw Adrian trying to go for the reinforce. Actually, Juma aware of the fact that he might have been droned out, and indeed he was, because he just pulled off at the moment he got shot. Kendra still holding out, waiting for a pass by. Adrian knows better than that, though. He's not moving in as of yet, shooting at those drones as they come by. Still a very heavy and big spread on the side of Team Secret over the entire map.
Breeze is just looking in for that long angle once again, but it's going to be Azar who manages to pick up the opener, and it's going to be Adrian taken down with the headshot. A little bit of a quiet game so far on the whole from Adrian. Important positionally, but not managing to find the frags that he has across the stage. Could be something that we're going to see more on the attack when they have a little bit more freedom, but Noah manages to pick up Miracle, and that's going to leave us now in a 5 versus 2. ITB surely going to be shaping up to put the diffuser down sooner rather than later. That's exactly what is happening, as the Selma charge will go off on the wall that we saw Adrian reinforce early. But how about this? Savage gets one up on the top floor, falls down immediately by Noah. Creeds for the final one, and ITB just really in control of that attacking half there, or that attacking round rather, towards the back half of that round. Just everything. Savage picking up that kill from top floor. Noah's there immediately. They just knew everything that was going on there in round 6.
They definitely did. Maybe again a bit too spread out from the side of Team Secret, not being able to really support one another. Perfectly utilized by the side of ITB to really isolate those players and take the fight. First example, Adrian, you know, he's in the site all alone. They know exactly where he is because they've thrown him out twice. Two people just push in to the passport side of things. They find an angle, taken down. Boom, site is suddenly clear. That same happens on June, gets taken care of as well. At that point, you could already get the plan down if you really wanted to. But they kept it slow, they kept it steady. They started pushing in from the control they had on East. Opened up that wall just a little bit more and, you know, took things from there on. And a 3-3 split is what we get because of that. Really still in everybody's game.
Located a bomb.
Round 7 then, we have a switch of sides. This is going to be particularly important for me here, Hap. I think ITB moving on to the defense. We've seen Team Secret give up 3 rounds to the attackers. Like I said, not the end of the world on border. It is a tough map to defend on, but that being said, if ITB can come out here with maybe a strong start, back-to-back defenses, pick up Armory Archives, pick up one of the basement or one of the ground floor sites, it's going to be very, very tough then for Team Secret to come back from a 5-3, you feel, and then we're going to move on to Bank, which we know is #1 preference for ITB. You really feel like Secret need to get a hold of this map and make sure that they're winning it.
Instantly looking to go quick. If you look at their current lineup, the Montaigne out there, of course, pretty much invulnerable under certain circumstances with the latest patches that have gone through. Actually gonna throw to the smoke and still take damage. Just a bit of a unfortunate situation, but gets himself in deep, instantly goes to the plant. There's the Amaru coming in from the back, will find 1 kill, and the plants will be going down.
Savage picking up a double, and it's all Secret at the minute. I was wondering about how RTB's defenses would go, and Secret just sent a message. They just sent a real message as to why they picked Border. They've just come through and absolutely decimated RTB in that round like a hot knife through butter.
Again, like, you looked at the lineup and you knew that they wanted to go quick out there. So quick that they even took the double damage from that serial laser gate. But the Amaru coming in from the below, that must have been a surprise when you're the Rooney just, you know, walking by and suddenly you hear the hatch break right behind you as you jump through the window. That's just ill timing, no way to respond. And a double kill on the back of that, really allowing that Montaigne to get that plan down all the way safely. You have it again, like, just as you jump through, you cannot respond in the middle of that jump.
As we see all the replays within about a fraction of a second there, because they're all kills going through to Secret. RTB could do absolutely nothing to stop them, and let's see whether they can get it done on one of the alternative sites. Not going to go back to Armory Archives this time. It's going to be down into Bathroom Tellers, but given the nature of that round, you do really feel like RTB might just have their work cut out for them here on the defense. Team Secret just coming in super confident there. Like I said, I think 3-3 on their defense. You know, I won't put words in their mouth. I think they'll be kind of happy with that. Obviously, if you can get better, it's better. But coming into the attack, if they're going to play like that, they're not going to be too worried about getting a 4-2 or better half. So they are prepped and ready to go. Doom is going to be having to take the hits on the castle barricade to take it out. No utility with him that will do the job much quicker.
Changing mags.
Meanwhile, the Selma charges start getting deployed just to open up those long angles from Passport Door. We saw Creeds on there for RTB. It's going to be Groovy this time for Secret. Groovy just on a little bit of a quiet game so far today, but I'm sure maybe the attack will be the difference maker for him and he can get himself more involved.
I like the response we're seeing from ITB though, like instantly bringing out the Izami and bringing out the castle just to slow things down a bit more, right? Like you fortify your positions and your site just slightly more, meaning that there needs to be more work done, and at that point the round just kind of gets into a pace where there is no more quick play that will be coming through, and it will be more strategical and methodical as they try and clear things out. I'm not quite sure if they actually saw the player out there. Nitro gets tossed out, won't find anything, but that's confirmation someone's in break.
Team Secret once again just moving with a real purpose here. Savage is actually going to take a little bit of damage as he tries to challenge on in, but how about that? A big run out from Oscar, manages to pick up two. Savage is there for the trade, but the counter trade comes in as Azza picks him up, and that leaves us with still an advantage to RTB. 4 versus 2, but a beautiful reverse vertical angle opened up from Doom and finds the kill onto Azza, bringing it back a little bit for Team Secret, just reeling RTB in. They've still only got 2 versus 3. They need to win this out. They really don't want RTB finding their feet on the defense. The problem that they've got is that it's a ground floor site. It's Bathroom Tellers. RTB smartly now have got 2 players back into site, so that's your 2v2, and then they've got the spare man. I was going to say on the roam, but it's going to be Creeds as he just drops away, but he's on the Oryx. He could well reappear on that top floor very easily.
I was going to say, the Oryx dropping doesn't necessarily mean that they're out of that position, because a simple hop back up is available to them. Ruby scanning out the bathrooms. We'll know that that's going to be clear. It might be the potential plan that they actually have to get that plan down. Stu checking as much vertically as he can. Kendrew taking small amounts of damage as well. Actually will relocate him out of that position. It might even open up the opportunity to go for the plant.
There goes the drop. Groovy has diffuser in hand. 10 seconds left to go. Doom's taken a lot of damage on the way, though. He's not going to really be up for too much of a fight, and he's on the cover. Groovy is going for the plant. Doom finds a headshot. He finds 2. All of a sudden, a 3v2 becomes a 1v2, and it's Creeds now who has to try and find a retake here. Surely he's just going to be baiting this out. Is he going to stick it? No, he was going for it, but Groovy is there to cut him down. And what a final 10 seconds from Doom and Groovy. Groovy goes in for that plant. I'm worried because Doom is low health, but it doesn't matter because he finds 2 kills with 2 headshots and swings the round on its head. Secret, they take another. It's 5-3. 3, and they could be cruising towards a map 1 victory.
A great run out there from Oscar, by the way, who was picked up, unfortunately, right after. Joom here as well. Perfect shot vertically on the cover with low HP. Kandrew just missing by an inch. And Creed's getting himself stuck on that drop. Wasn't able to maneuver around quickly enough to turn it into a 1v1.
Cover the location of a bomb.
But that first kill onto the castle, you know, when the post plant was about to go through, that was the most important one. That was the most dangerous fight he could be taking. And winning that one out, and more importantly, your teammates sticking the plant whilst you're actively fighting, just shows that trust that's going on in that team.
Round 9
honestly going off.
Round 9. ITB, they're going to have to put the brakes on soon, because they're facing a runaway train at the minute, and Team Secret are going to have this one wrapped up very, very quickly if ITB don't do something about it here and now. Creed's just going to be getting the barbed wire out. He's not there for a run out. Don't get overexcited. Just get the barbed wire down there, and it just gives them that advanced one if anybody's trying to push up towards that door. There is always the potential for a little look around the corner if you want to get aggressive, I guess, but if nothing else, it just gives you that heads up. Drones are going in, some being taken out. Doing a pretty good job of that, actually, ITB. 3 drones off the board already, and there goes a player. Savage going to be taken down by Noah. And again, ITB have been doing pretty well on the entry overall, but just not always converting those rounds.
Adrian with a bit of unfortunate timing there. As soon as he turns around, it was Noah actually trying to chase him down. Take a small amount of damage. Sending in the drones to find out some extra information. They need to isolate a player. That's the first step to do here. Oscar has been spotted out, but all the way back towards the archives. Again, another run-out attempt to be made. Creed's now going quite aggressive on the waiting room balcony, not checking the right corner. Wasn't being swung, luckily for him, though, as he comes around, and we'll find one. Goes for the run-out right after. That's second. A third up for grabs if he decides to go for it.
Flash out.
Adrian just sends in the flash ahead of him. He's going to be chasing Creeds now. We've got a direct fight between what has to be said 2 of the best rookies in EUL of the stage, potentially the world at the moment. They've been absolutely putting up huge numbers between the 2 of them. It's going to be Noah, though, that has Creed's back, takes him down on the long angle, answer to finish off a flawless round. And ITB, they managed to get that defensive round that they so desperately needed. They're standing in front of a runaway train at the minute with Secret, but for the time being at least, they've bought themselves a little bit of respite. They bring it back within 1, 5-4 now to Team Secret.
ITB, of course, still have their tactical timeout available as well, so I guess if this next round does go south, it will be a tactical timeout that we will be seeing from them, because it might be the last opportunity they have.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
As we head back up towards that top floor. And the thing about this top floor is it's starting to become more and more like CCTV on Clubhouse, where it used to be like the highest preference site, but it just turns out to become like super attack sided at any given moment, and that is due to the fact that it is just so accessible. It is so easy to get a plan down here. Just a slight mistake in your setup, or just a moment of unfocusedness, and the plant could already be down on the ground.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, like you said, for Armory Archives, there's just not very many prerequisites for getting that diffuser down. You've always got the Archives door push as a potential, plant on concrete, bring a shield, Monty, Orsa, anything like that will help you get the job done. There's the Monty. So, you know, as you say, yes, definite possibility here. Ying is banned off. Ying can be a big part of actually getting this diffuser down. Grim is another one. You just put the bees around the edge of the desk and it prevents anybody swinging out from Archives, so you can help cover from the window. So they might just be a little bit lacking in terms of some of the utility that they might need for that. You know, the alternative plant being on West Breach, of course, and again, not a huge amount of prerequisites. You need to get CCTV and brake control, and then once you've got the wall open, to be honest, you can just cover the bomb chassis corner, clear out half wall from underneath in ventilation, and you've got majority of what you need to get a plant down. But Noah, he's going to make sure Miracle certainly won't be planting. Finds a headshot onto him. It's going to be the Monty looking to go in, but Oscar manages to pick up Adrian. Adrian, and that is certainly not ideal. 3 versus 2. Somehow Secret keeping themselves in it. They've worked a little backstab with Savage, but Creeds is there to bring it back to a 1v1. He's on the Oryx. He's searching for Groovy. Can Groovy come out with another important final round kill?
Bit too aggressive from Adrian, maybe thought the target was flashed as he went for the went for the push, but got himself picked up, and now you find Groovy. That 1v1, he knows exactly where he is. He's getting the calls. He's going to have the pre-fire as well, but he misses the first couple of shots, so Creed's now on 5 HP. Can no longer safely use that Ramadash. Is there any fire left? No, there's just smoke on the board. He's trying to go for that plant. Will Creeds be in time for the actual rotate? He's having pigs. He gets the headshot.
Oh, the red ping just coming in clutch there. Creed's around the corner. I won't say 1 HP, but it was maybe about 5 HP, and a dream there, knowing that he needed to win that fight completely cleanly, and is able to do so, playing through the smoke. I wonder, Groovy did it to block the line of sight, but obviously wasn't aware that there was utility there that could red ping him, because all the smoke really did potentially then was actually, you know, hurt him really, because if he didn't try to come off the defuse, but had he have done, he wouldn't have been able to see that angle. He wouldn't have been able to make that challenge himself. So it just tells me that he wasn't aware that there was some information utility in there. And ITB, a great clutch out there from Creeds in the 1v1, locks it down. We come back to 5-5, and ITB, they've found their feet on defense and they have steadied the ship.
Definitely managed to bring it back out there, and again, you know, the start really going that way on that last round. Wasn't until that mid round where it really started to go in favor of Team Secret. Bit of lack as well. Like, I mean, the pings are coming through. The pre-fire in the end just slightly missed. They'll be kicking themselves over that one.
5 seconds left.
But we're back to a different site now, and a different kind of play. We still see the Montaigne coming out from Savage. Again, it's a great tool.
Recovered their diffuser.
When used properly, you can just basically push all those players out of their positions without too much effort. Just gotta make sure you don't expose your sides and you don't go too aggressive on your shield. That way you just clear out wherever you go. No matter what.
Rotero drone's going to be sent in. Mute Jammer likely either on the balcony there. I think probably on the balcony just to prevent the push across that way from the Rotero, being the constant effect coming out that we saw. And it's just going to, again, be trying to help ITB stay on this top floor. We saw Adrian previously for Secret playing in and around that break room, in and around that catwalk, just, again, trying to offer that support through to the players that are in office. Now, it's going to be Savage this time on the Monty. He's just pinging out the bottom wall there. He's being supported by players looking to push into meeting as well. Groovy's just going to open up a long angle through waiting from Passport to just try and close down any options in sight. But with that wall being soft, it's pretty easily opened, and Savage, he's going in for the plant here, and in all honesty, I think he sticks this.
He definitely will be sticking. It's going to be hard to kill, but Kenny going aggressive at the right timing out here. Finds the kill at the right moment. Stops that plant from happening. And Secret now basically left with nothing in pocket just to drop the fuser. The site retaken by ITB. Where was the cover in that moment? Creeds will go down, however, over the top floor. Still 1:20 left on the clock. It's plenty of time to recuperate and see what you can do. Even the the mobile phone will be hacked in that moment in time to themselves with default cams in their pockets. But ITB and Kendrew there, important to move when he did.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, really. Where was the cover? That was the big failure from Secret. They only had Groovy on the cover, and he couldn't see far enough around that corner. Oscar manages to peek out and find June. 4 versus 2 now. Secret do have a couple of positives. They've got top floor control. I was going to say, when it was 3v4, it looked like it was potentially doable. They had time as well, but as bodies drop, it's going to be clear that it's just not going to happen for them. They had to work horizontally. They didn't have diffuser in hand, so getting a hold of waiting room control was going to be important, and maybe a little bit of pressure in towards bathroom to stop the peaks coming out of there, but they just couldn't get it done. And that's 3 in a row for ITB now. They are starting to move towards that first map victory that will lead them into bank 1-0.
Yeah, they're the first ones who have the opportunity to lock it off. Here you have it. I mean, Kendra just able to move through. Really, you really needed someone in the lobby there that would have been a round win if you did. And of course, maybe they got picked up earlier. I mean, there was already a kill on the board, but unfortunate timings. Ventilation Workshop up next. ITB, one more round to defend. And you get this in regulation. Of course, there's no point reduction or anything if you go to overtime. It's just a bit of a hassle when you're playing a best of 3. Just want to lock this one off clean. Go over to the next map, which is your own, and see if you can lock it off in a 2-0 fashion.
One of the big problems for Team Secret at the moment is the entry. So looking over the 11 rounds, it is 8-3 in favour of ITB at the minute on the entry. And 6 out of those 8 have been converted as well into round wins. So 75% of the rounds where ITB are picking up the entry kill, they're picking up the round. When you double that up with the fact that they're picking up a lot of entry kills, it's becoming a huge problem. So what do we want to see here from Team Secret in round 12 if they're going to have a hope of taking this into overtime? The reality is they need to be picking up that opening kill. They need to get in there and give themselves an advantage. They're going to be attacking onto ventilation, and it's Noah. He's stepped out a CCTV door. Creech just doubles the pain at the minute by finding a second, and that's going to leave Groovy Miracle with it all to do in a 3v5 to keep themselves alive on border.
Painful way to start such an important round after you've been close in the previous 2 to get yourself onto a map point. And as they come around, Creeds will drop, Oscar will drop 2. Back on a 3-on-3 we go. The damage has been done. You've lost the Thatcher, you've lost the Capitao. Those are... well, at least one of them is an operator important for an execute. You have a single Selma left. Where are you going to be using that? Top floor control still not yours, and you don't really have the manpower now to really orchestrate a just straight up horizontal push. You need to take this top floor under control first. And I think ITB know this and are going to be heavily present onto the top floor to try and prevent this.
Yeah, those fights for Kendra and Noah are going to be particularly important when we look at the potential outcome that we're going to have here. Noah is supported with those Kiba barricades. Azza keeping himself out of trouble at the minute. Over in Customs, I think just alive. There you go for the potential push-ins for CCTV. Just wanting to hold those angles. Does a bit of damage, and that's what it's about at this point. Just chipping away if you're ITB. You don't want to take big fights. They're looking in a position where you want like a 75% probability in your mind before you're going in and taking a gunfight, because there's still a minute on the clock. If Secret can pick up the next kill, this round is definitely winnable.
Yeah, but they're not going to go for the full horizontal take, it seems like. Or at least the top floor take, I have to say. Actually, no, they are. 3 people pushing in right now, but the Kiba barriers are out there and drops are coming through. Kendrew is still around. That's an important mark as well. Noah playing underneath the second hatch inside of Archive. So as soon as they would go for a drop there, because they're running out of time slowly, he is there to just catch them. So they really have to go aggressive now. They still don't know where Kendrew is. Oh! The glass is coming in clutch. He gets 3. He gets 3. Kendrew! He secures that round. He was hiding up until the very final moment there, Ace. And as soon as the flashbang comes around the corner, he gives away his game. He activates those glasses, and he secures them the round and the game.
Well, what a performance there from ITB to take 4 rounds back to back. I'm sure it's going to leave our analysts with plenty to say. Let's head on over and see just how they break it down.
Incredible from Into the Breach. A close game, but hey, this is what we're so excited for, is that ITB and Secret are so close, so neck and neck, that once they actually get onto the server, we get greatness. And greatness is what Kendrew showed us in that last round, sneaking behind, getting 3 kills. Beautifully done from him.
Yeah, these 2 teams, they are so close. Like, let's remind you, in the stage, it was a 7-5 victory. Yep. In the map 1 of their playoff game, a 7-5 victory to the other team. Currently, these 2 teams have both won against each other 7-5. And I think if we look at how Border played out overall, both teams actually had a bloody great read on each other. I think first and foremost, Secret out on their defense, understood how they were going to attack in terms of ITB, attacking, how they were going to do it with Azza going in on the book below that we often see, all that type of stuff. Had a great read on it, achieved the 3-3 split. But where did ITB come into their own? When they had a read on how Secret were going to play, particularly focusing on that plant-focused siege that we've come to know Secret for. It's been a big highlight of theirs, of course, throughout the whole stage. Plant, plant, plant. ITB read into that, and they really punished that.
Both teams were so impressive. I mean, look at the entry killing from Into the Breach. They got 9 entry kills in this game, and we've talked about it, how good they are at entry kills. This time, they actually converted more of them as well, which was the main point that we were talking about when it came to the good and the bad stuff.
Yep.
So they really, both these teams are playing very good Siege, and it's very few times that we've said during this season that a team that lost have done a lot of mistakes. I don't think Secret did that many mistakes, way less than we usually see when teams lose. So it's a game where either team can win either map, and I think we're going to be in for a very long one with map 2. And if we go to map 3, that's going to be another long map.
I said this in the green room, actually.
Yeah.
There's a real chance we saw 45 rounds today.
Absolutely.
Obviously, we won't now because there won't be 15 played in this, but 12 rounds in this, who's to say we're not going to see 12 rounds on the next map and then go on to Consulate, like you say. These two teams are weird because they're at different stages of like the journeys or whatever, but they're both operating at a very, very similar level, and they're both actually a fierce opponent. Like, I'm already wanting them. I know that this is in a while away yet. I want them both to qualify, and I want to see this in phase 2 of a major.
It would be really
in Manchester. Again, in a best of 3.
I did bring up some of the stuff where I said about mistakes.
Yeah.
I've got a clip for you guys as well, and it's a very good one. In round 11, what we see is running in with Monty from Secret onto the side. But what we see is these small mistakes that are going to be committed. Look at how he turns himself when he goes for the plant. He doesn't go full 90 degrees looking into the wall. He looks 45 degrees and then goes into the corner, which gets him killed. These small mistakes can be signs of pressure. It could be signs of, yeah, we're not feeling it today. There's something that is wrong, but these small mistakes are going to be the difference between the two teams. And that's like turning 45 degrees on your plant. Is that all there is? Well, yeah, that's kind of how close these two teams are.
At this level of competition, every small degree matters. We saw it even on the top floor in Archives. We saw it here and on the final round, Fresh.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Adrian had a very similar moment trying to walk into Archives where he got punished as well. Small mistakes for Secret that have just cost them this game, but I'm sure they can recover it.
Hey, that just means we're looking forward to a map 2 and potentially a map 3 in this series. More on that right after the break. We'll see you in a moment.
Okay, let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS.
I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world.
Put as a second support because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
he's amazing. He has one of the best teams in the game.
My first pick is British, the best support in the world.
I will pick Benja from my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him and huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry, he's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to start in entry, so
for my dream team, I will pick myself.
Because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good, like he has strong gun power, he makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages he did with the M&M.
I think we need more support here.
Shepherd is like the hard support.
because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say Noah from ITB, and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Likeyfac from BDS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like he's a super positive guy.
So I think it's important to have that X factor in your team.
I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex role he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wild, Zeus, because like they have really good performance in the last year stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the Ants coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benja, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him, so he will be the coach for this team.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's see what we're cooking up in our kitchen here. Our two chefs, Freshman, are joining us on the analyst desk with Chef Miloš, who is here with you tonight. Miloš. Myself, Miloš. We have to do it in the French accent. I kind of missed that. You know, there was a
Miloš.
Yeah, that was a fun time. I'm a French resident, so I have to kind of make it up every now and then. Sure. But Into the Breach versus Team Secret continues with map number 2. We had a banger, close 7-5 between the two on border, but now we head into bank. ITB on attack. Jack, what's it looking like?
Yeah, so I think a huge pick, maybe a little bit of a risky pick actually. ITB love the map, don't get me wrong, it's their #1 map preference, but they picked against against G2 last week and won it. Secret, on the other hand, middle preference for them, but do have history in the league. They played it against Wild and they did win it.
I think that the map overall will fit both teams kind of with the playstyle. Into the breach, I think that we'll go in with a lot of confidence. That's the main thing, I think, for them, that they go in with confidence here and that they just keep playing because they've already won their opponent's map pick. Now it's just about securing the game for themselves. They looked great on the last one. I don't really care about the map, how it plays out, because it's not dissimilar. I mean, it is a default bank. I think bank actually is attacker favorite right now because you have so many options to do. But I just think it's a confidence game right now. It's all about the confidence because both of the teams are so evenly matched that the map won't matter. It's all about the mentalities right now.
Yeah, and just to put it into context, the preference of both of our teams, we got the numbers to kind of back all of that up, including the attack and defense preference and win rate.
Yeah, there we go. As you can see, it's ITB's #1 map preference, but they've only played it once against G2. Actually, in fact, the last time ITB won it was the 8th of October 2023 against Wild in, I think it was the LCQs, I want to say, last year. And yeah, for Secret, middle preference, but they were decent at it. Those attacker and defense win rates was that one game against Wild, and obviously the one game for ITB against G2. The one thing that I will say is I actually had the pleasure of playing ranked with Kendrew, Adrian, and Creeds the other night instead of Fabian, and I know he's a little bit precious about it. What Kendrew was saying about their bank against G2, this was before his opponent was in the ranked stack. This is before Adrian joined. He was saying that they felt a little bit stressed on banked and that he had to go a little bit army general and micromanage them, and it was just the stress of playing the playoffs. But he feels that bank is their favorite map. Kendrew for a long time has been known as this like connoisseur of bank, that he's great at it, understands it just implicitly. So I don't necessarily mind that ITB are going back there.
Can you believe that you're standing here bragging about how cool you are, getting to play with all the pro players, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but if we look at the numbers and as you say, it's against Wildland versus G2. It's two very different teams. I don't think we should be celebrating the stats for Secret because they played Wild. I mean, you and I could have beaten that team if we wanted to. So I don't think the stats says anything right now. Again, I come back to the confidence part, and if they're not stressed as you said they were, I definitely believe in them.
Well, it seems like we have two incredibly well-matched teams, and we've got two wonderful casters to take us through it. Please, Hap, Ace, enjoy.
Well, looking forward to map 2, Hap, as we're going to be heading into Bank for what could be the conclusion of RTB versus Secret. Of course, RTB's favourite map, but will they be able to get the job done? If not, we will head into a map 3. But Secret, a big wobble at the end of border, Hap.
Yeah, I think that one will hurt them as well, right? Because in 2 of those rounds, it looked like they should have been able to take it, but some slight mistakes punished perfectly by ITB resulted in them turning that one around, bring it into their own pockets, and to now have that leg ahead on Bank, which is their own map pick. And they will be starting off on the attack, and that might be the saving grace for Team Secret. They have an opportunity to slowly get back into this map, right? To maybe get 3 or 4 rounds on the board before they have to go over to the attack themselves.
Operator bans will come in. Ying, no surprises, followed by the Monty bans. Seen a few more of those lately, especially since those changes to shields. And we did see the shields have a reasonable impact. I won't say a huge impact on border, but they were certainly used in a few rounds and used well in a couple of them as well. Kaid will be taken out. That's going to make the hatch work a lot easier here on Bank Hub.
Yeah, for sure. Removing that K claw, meaning that you don't have to juggle around with your EMPs, or go for other measures like drones to take out those electric claws. It's going to be a great help. Solos to be removed as well. Just going to make that drone game a little bit easier for the attack.
We're going to get on into things then, as we've got 2 teams here fighting for a spot at the Manchester Major. The winner will take that first spot, and it could be ITB. They're in a position where they are now just 1 map away, their favourite map away from going and succeeding in the attempt this stage to get themselves to the Major in Manchester. So we will get on into things for round 1 between these 2, and it's going to be a basement defense to kick things off. No surprises there, and we straight away I'm noticing the Goyo, I'm noticing the smoke, I'm noticing the Tubarão, I'm noticing the Legion and the Maestro. So much denial on side there, Hap.
It's a lot of denial to work with, indeed. It's going to take quite some time to get through all of that. Now, Azure will be bringing out the Flores. We also see the Brava being taken. I think that Brava could be especially useful, given the fact that if you manage to get one of those bubbles under your own control, just think about the damage it can do to all those Goyo canisters that are placed on the actual site. If you just manage to get that one that was actually on the server stack on that screen, you're going to be able to take all of that out with just that single hack.
RTB going to need to kick things off with the top floor clearance there. We can see that Team Secret have got at least one player up on the top floor on their own. Drones are going in ahead, and it looks like there will be an entry just in behind it. So June going to have to be careful here. I was going to say more than likely has that janitor hatch open and will look to push forward, just drop a goo mine as he goes, and that's going to tell him if he's being followed or not particularly. We've got Tubarão just being spotted out there. So what can RTB do about this? They know Savage's position. They know where he is. There's no real direct return to site from there. He'll have to move through to open. If they can get onto Metal Door, for example, I was going to say if they can get onto Metal Door, they'll cut off this rotation. But they weren't quite quick enough, RTB, in doing that, and that allows Savage safely back to site. But having the map cleared and having all the defenders back downstairs inside of the first minute, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, for sure. Still quite some work to do, however, on that first floor. But as you see, the drones are all around that right now. So it's only a matter of time before all those hatches will be opened up. A bit of worry around the blue stairs. I mean, Miracle is playing around there. Tubarão coming in with his other canister as well to make sure that that hatch will not open up as quickly as it usually does. Still a lot of kind of distraction or like delay that they'll have. They won't be able to trick it either, but it's just to make sure that everybody can go back towards the side safely. Plus that hatch does just take that a little bit longer before it gets opened up.
Yeah, I'd maybe like to have seen something like a Twitch brought along by RTB, given that they're going to be playing into those Goyo canisters. The Rotero drones can do the same thing, but of course they are on a timer and there's only so long to get them down there. They can be shot out, as can the Twitch drones, but at the minute we're still seeing at least one Goyo canister in place. There's one on the main stairs. I'm not sure where the other two are, but we're getting towards a point where even two Goyo canisters will burn out the remainder of the round, at least for a primary plant spot. It's then going to force RTB on the attack to go elsewhere, and we're going to start seeing those pop now. Both of them go at once with the Rotero. That's something at least for RTB, but they're still going to be down to about 10 seconds.
Now, we do have one of the evil eyes that have been captured, so if they do start to go for a plant, they could technically use one of those evil eyes to make sure that that utility doesn't actually quite stick. They're using the impact, however, to destroy it. Flashbangs are coming through as the plant from Kendra is forced back due to the smoke canister. There's not enough time. It's being juggled over towards Oscar now. With 6 seconds on the clock, they need to go aggressive. Will they succeed? It doesn't seem like it. As Oscar, no, we will go down in the final second, and Secret will just barely hang on.
In the absolute nick of time, Oscar gets taken down. I will certainly be going back and having a little check at just how long was left on that plant, because it must have been fractions of a second. Oscar thought that he'd got it stuck. It was nice late work from RTB. Kenny taking the damage, knowing he's got to drop the diffuser, switch it over. Oscar goes in instead for the plant. But again, if you remember at the beginning of the round, I picked up on that denial. The Goyo canisters, the smokes, delaying the hatch being opened with the Tubarão. So much there to just slow things down for the attack, and ultimately they didn't have the time to get it done, and it's going to leave Team Secret 1-0 and moving on to open area as their second choice site.
The thing is with these Team Secret rounds, whenever they win them, they are so close. It's never like a convincing 3 or 4 round man lead that they have. It's almost like these 1v1s are the final seconds when they finally secure that victory. I'm sure they want to change that, because if you got to keep that up the entire game, your heart is going to be through the roof at the end of this. It's just going to take all that adrenaline the entire time. At some point that will run out, but they got that round again. That's what's most important in the end. What's the kind of round count we'll be looking at, though, Ace? I guess 4 for Team Secret?
I think they're going to need that as a minimum. RTB coming in here as their favourite map. they're going to be, you know, I would expect very confident on at least the basement and the top floor, you know, even potentially picking up open area. A little bit of a miss from Kendrew there, but this time bringing along that Twitch, going to be taking out some of that utility wall, so probably looking for those activated FNATs as well to try and take those down. Also, of course, the mirror windows, so a big counter to everything that's going on inside of this round. Kendrew needs to make sure that those drones are staying alive. Just a little bit of a bad drone throw there on the window as well. Going to see that bounce down to the ground. Always frustrating, but the reality of it is that it costs 10 or 15 seconds within the round if you want to either drive that drone into the position you were going to throw it, or if you want to go down off the rappel, pick it up, come back. And it's little things like that. Fabian picked up on it on the analyst desk. It is very small things that can cost you rounds and ultimately cost you games. And if they lose this one by another 10 or 15 seconds, you start looking and saying, I'm not saying it's all down to the drone bouncing off a windowsill, but it's those little things that add up.
And it's small mistakes often, you know, that they add up all together and become quite a big problem. Savage taking loads of damage, has to make himself a rotation out of the actual site. Miracle will go down in the opposite area of that map as the top floor has completely fallen into the hands now of ITB. Azar, as he's opening up some of those angles, he's trying to stop any rotation back towards the actual site. But if you look at the time, a minute 10 is still plenty of time for the remainder of ITB to really get towards that site. And as long as they have the entry and they have a pretty good hold onto Savage as well, considering he's down to like a single bullet, they have a pretty good shot. Ju is the big troublemaker though. Being upstairs, having so many keyless in a mirror window out there, he has the opportunity to change that round, especially if anything revolves around the main stairs. It's just a slight missed opportunity there to confirm the kill onto Savage.
Creed has managed to get himself inside the small office here, just supporting the rest of his team as they push on into cafeteria. Kenny is going to be the one that starts putting that diffuser down. Kills come in from nowhere, and Creed's 4 versus 2 now, and surely this is a round going in ITB's direction. Groovy does manage to find one. We've seen him frequently alive at the end of rounds, and he has been able to do some good work, but not in this one, as he's cut down by Azza. Savage finding Noah, but he's got a lot of work in a 1v2. He knows there's one in electrical. We can see those outlines, but he can't. It's agonizing for us sometimes. Final kill does get picked up, and that's going to be ITB getting themselves the first of what I would suggest would be a necessary 3 attacking rounds to move them onto the defense in a really good position.
Yeah, good round coming through. Kenny actually being prone out there, wasn't spotted out. A bit of a bait, you know, when you give away slight amounts of that feat coming through. Eventually you will find yourself with that round victory. Again, the previous round was quite close. This one did come down to a 1v2 once more, but the security is there for ITB, and then as a result, you know, again, instantly getting that attack round on the bounce back is always a great thing to have to go up towards the top floor now.
Yep, third choice site for Team Secret, as we've already seen them in basement, we've seen them in open area, and this time it's going to be CEO. They're going to have the janitor closet mirror. I'm just looking on the side of RTB. What have you got to deal with that mirror? And the primary choice is going to be the Ash. And just looking to get Noah on those windows, send that straight in, the drilling charge into the mirror window and get it shattered out. There is a Wamai though, so they need to be very, very cautious that they're making sure that they've got all of that dealt with, if that is going to be the plan. Alternatively, they could go underneath. They've got the Zephyr, they've got the Ash. They could use those charges to open up the vertical and shoot through potentially from around the hatch, see if they can get an angle through onto that or not. But the easiest way will be get Noah on the rappel, make sure it's nice and secure, and take that mirror window down, because otherwise it could hold up the entire plant.
Next cars going off will be destroying a castle barricade. It's going to make that position slightly more worrying to play behind. As Oscar has a perfect vision of the helmet now on that drone. Groovy aware of the fact that he might be peeked from that area. Actually, as he just watches away, a person walks by. Not that he would have seen him, but the challenge is definitely coming towards him soon.
the Ash charge that we expected onto the mirror window. It looks like the job was done with the Wamai magnets as well, and just a little bit of pressure onto Adrian from underneath as well. He's just keen to have a look through that hatch, no surprise. But ITB are doing pretty well here. They've got a lot of what they need. Kanto is going to be the next place to get opened up. Savage is forced away now that he's used both of his impact nades, so Oscar will have the line of sight all the way down past elevators. It just makes it very difficult for the defenders to be able to rotate and reposition themselves. So a little bit of pressure onto Janitor. Just deal with that rotate that's next to the mirror window, and they might have what they need to go in and get this diffuser down.
Minute 10, there comes a bit of a pre-fire from Adrian. Stuns are coming through, they know where he is now, as both Azar and Oscar will pick up some kills. Adrian drops as well, and it's seemingly going very flawless so far. Groovy, the one man actually that's able to challenge this diffuser from hopping down on the ground, but 45 seconds will be counting as Kenny gets it down right behind the desk. Goes prone, doesn't want to take that fight, and as he stands up, actually loses his life, making the run for the window will be confirmed. But I gave away some information. And they're now on the back of Janitor as well, as Groovy is on the hunt trying to find some extra kills, but doesn't know where to look. And Oscar comes in from the back and gets himself a second round win for ITB.
A great collapse from ITB there, just doing the prep work, getting that mirror window taken down, recognizing what those sort of critical win conditions were. How are we going to get into sight? How are we going to be able to make a plant here? And they just collapsed beautifully and got a couple of kills all at the same time. But then there's no hesitation. Kendra straight away in there on that mirror window in front of it, using that reinforcement for some protection and just putting that diffuser down as soon as the chance presents itself. And that to me says ITB, they're ready to really put Team Secret to the sword here. They smell blood in the water, the backs are to the wall, and they are just pushing forward and crushing them up against it, not wanting to give them any wiggle room, any breathing space whatsoever. ITB 2-1, if they can repeat that and have a 4-2 attacking half, they're going to be very, very happy on Bank.
For sure. I mean, ITB, I mean, again, you know, this first round could have just as well gone away from Team Secret as well. It wasn't up for the final, you know, kind of clutch second.
5 seconds left before insertion.
They managed to draw that one back in. At 3-0 could have really been on the board. And, you know, with taking the learnings from what happened at that moment in time, you might even see like an even stronger ITB in this round. Because look at how heavy the roam currently is. There's 1 or 2 players on the side, and as the Yokai drone is trying to give some support to these roamers. Again, we've seen this kind of push happen from them before. When you see, oh, there's only 1 or 2 people inside, let's just rush it.
ITB are going well on the entry as well. 2 out of 3 rounds so far. It's obviously, you know, a small sample size at the minute. It's not dominant just yet like it was on the first map of Border, but the point is raised because Team Secret need to make sure once again that it doesn't get away from them, because it did last time and it started to really cost them. Noah is going to catch Juma. Absolutely no idea that he was watching that angle, and Noah gets himself an absolute freebie. There's the entry once again. If they're able to convert this, Team Secret could be in big trouble because it's going to leave them 3-1 down. Adrian, though, just providing that information, using the Yokai drone, much like an attacker drone, to feed intel to Savage, who goes in and gets that kill. Takes down Azza, but Oscar is there with one of his own onto Groovy. And again, ITB doing this really well. They don't tend to lose somebody without finding another kill themselves and just keeping that man advantage in their favor.
Oh, Savage missing a very crucial shot, just not knowing where he's being shot from, though. Noah gets himself secured. Savage away back towards the side, but look at Creeds. He's already on top of it. And as they rotate back through the server soon, Adrian will be picked up by Oscar. That's a huge kill to come in.
All I'm thinking at the minute is, where is the diffuser? Savage is still up above, so that is one thing. It's going to mean Kendrew has to be careful with the plant spot, but that's exactly what he does. And again, I like that from ITB. They're just recognizing where the danger is for themselves, and they know exactly where everybody is and where they're going to be able to challenge from. They plant appropriately, they set themselves up appropriately, and have now got a good chance in this post plant. Savage is going to open up an angle, manages to find a kill on the other side, brings it back to a 2v2. He and Miracle have still got some serious work to do, though. Oscar finds a third in the round, and it's all up to Miracle in a 1v2, cut down by Creeds. And that's going to be another successful round for ITB. They are starting to run away with things here on Bank.
Very solid round coming through again. Just you know, Doom going for that run out. They know this is an aggressive player. They know they like to do that. So what do? To hold the way back in. They shut him down as soon as he walks outside. Instant kill to come through. They keep on trading things out. Then they realize, okay, there's one guy still on the top floor. Why don't we just collapse onto the side? Again, if you leave open these weaknesses, Team Secret, you've had it on the previous map. ITB is more than happy to completely just abolish whatever they were doing and just rush towards the side and get that plant down. You cannot let it be like unattended like that.
Tactical timeout will come in for Team Secret. No surprises whatsoever because they are being beaten up, essentially, here on Bank. RTB having the absolute run of things, and given that it is their favourite map, you look at the potential for them coming into the second half, and, you know, Des often says there's two halves to a game of Siege, but I look at this and think, is that going to change? Is it going to change here, or are RTB going to be really comfortable on the defense of their favourite map? And I would expect them to be exactly that. So Team Secret desperately need to get themselves another round here because they are in serious danger at the minute of this one being a 5-1 half, and you just have to feel that that would be catastrophic for them. So 3-1 at the minute. They've taken their tactical timeout. We'll see what Twister has been able to do in that period of time just to try and turn their fortunes around. It's going to be open office again. And this time, they'll see what they can do differently. They lost it in round 2. They were unable to hold on to that top floor. They were pushed from a number of angles. Creeds was able to get himself in through archives, the small office. And Team Secret didn't really hold on to any of the avenues of attack for this side.
ITB, we're going to be pushing from this time round. Again, like, it could have been 4-0 at this point. Team Secret just haven't really been on top of things. And Azar is just watching to see if he can see anybody. And then we'll be moving in with the help and probably even be able to, you know, cause a surprise strike, because if there's no camera that can see him and he's not currently being watched or challenged from anybody around, you know, the long desk or banana, that's just a free move-in for him.
We don't often see the knock plays anymore since the changes to nades, particularly that change to popularity. Still a lot of value can be brought. Of course, the nades as they stand, very good for moving operators away. Brilliant teamwork here. Kendrew just going in and taking out that prox alarm at the top of gold. And look, it's go time for Azza. He knows he's able to walk up here, but Groovy, he's waiting for it. He's aware. He knows that the push is going to come. He's right into it. And that is a big double to kick things off for Team Secret. Groovy manages to find another. Savage had one to start things off as well. Groovy's job is done. Doesn't matter that he's taken out by Oscar. Team Secret have got themselves a great foundation here in round 5.
Have recovered their diffuser.
Definitely a great foundation to win this round here. It seems almost unwinnable here for Noah. Able to find at least one from the vertical though. Savage will drop. One amount of damage done towards Noah. Nothing too major though. There's a player actually right underneath that hatch that he was about to open up, is still continuing with that skeleton key. Noise will be made as he's about to drop in just a second. Again, there's still a fight for him. Oh, actually gets a beautiful wallbang. And suddenly it becomes winnable, Ace.
Certainly does. 1v2 is looking much better than it was in a 1v4. Noah has got time on his side as well. 50 seconds. He doesn't have any drones that he can utilize himself, but there are, of course, drones out in the map. I don't know how many of those will be useful. Only 3 left, so the chances of any of those being on site are slim, and the chances of Noah surviving on site are even slimmer as June manages to cut him down, close out the round for Team Secret, and look at the difference that getting an entry kill makes. It was actually Savage that picked it up, but I want to commend Groovy for his play at the top of gold stairs. It was brilliant. As soon as he saw those 2 prox alarms hacked out, he knew what was coming. Great game sense to know there was going to be a little wander, a little waddle coming up the spiral stairs, and he takes his man down. Really good play from him on top floor.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as soon as that gets hacked, it's like it's such a peculiar gadget to hack, you know? You don't get any other advantage from it other than, you know, if someone wants to move up here, they now will not be alarmed by the proximity alarm. So it kind of gives away the game that you're trying to go for. And you know, smart players like that, they'll be realizing that.
Bomb located by
So maybe they
attackers.
needed to, you know, stagger that a bit more. Hack those out, wait for like 30, 40 seconds before you start moving in. Because at that point, you cannot really afford to continue watching that.
10 seconds to insertion.
But a great round from Team Secret. One where they were in control for the majority of it. Of course, however, you know, it did go back to a 1v2, but they played that out perfectly. The Fnatic alerting the person still left on site where the final player would be coming from. At that point, it's just sending bullets down the wall and hope that it connects.
Final defensive round for Team Secret then, and they're going to be back down to the basement. We've seen them defend it twice, won one, lost one, so not the end of the world for them. They're going to certainly be looking for a bit more round 1 than round 4, but they, for me, really need to be locking this out. You don't want to be 4-2 down. We know that the attackers, Bank isn't the end of the world for attack, but you've just got to feel, with it being such a high preference map for RTB, with them feeling so comfortable here, they are going to be tough to beat on defense. Interesting choice there to try and use the stun from Adrian inside a lobby. It didn't look like anybody was in a position to challenge the player, and all it really did was alert them to the fact that there was a yokai drone in lobby and he's had to move it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of just gives away the game that you're playing at that point. Like, hey, there is a yokai, you are being watched here. As a result, they'll be just even more watching out for things now as Kreese just leans into a fight, deals a little bit of damage. Nothing more than that. Ruby alive. Doom taking slight amounts of damage as well from the actual elevator. Will have dropped down, goes back up to the main stairs to play that close with a shotgun. That's not a fight you want to be taking as an attacker, not without any flashbangs or stuff like that. So drone on the site gets spotted out. Is ITB preparing themselves for their potential final attack of the evening? And with the hatches opened up in the actual vault, that might complicate things for Team Secret, because now suddenly there is another bit of pressure they need to pay attention to.
Yeah, I like opening up that vault hatch. I think it's, you know, if you can get it done, if you've got the utility and the time for it, it's always a good idea, because it's just, again, that phantom pressure. As soon as Team Secret are aware of that, they have to focus on it. They can't just ignore it, because otherwise, the one time that you ignore it, you know that somebody's just going to drop down there, walk around the back and hit you with a massive backstab. Now then, were they aware of Miracle? They absolutely were. Noah steps around, finds a beautiful headshot to open things up. That's one Goyo canister burning inside a site. I think it was actually 2, one at the top of blue stairs, so there's not going to be any further denial. RTB have actually dealt with this setup a lot quicker than they did back in round 1. They've got 35 seconds still on the board. They do have yokai drones to deal with. They've still got 3 toxic babe canisters to bait out. There's the first stun, but there goes the yokai drone. They can think about getting back onto the plant again, but they're going to have to go through this process of burning through those toxic babe canisters, and Doom is just going to keep hitting this lineup all day. Doesn't need to move his cursor, just waits for the smoke in front of him to dissipate before Kendrew tries to go in. Is cut down, but Azza and Creed with kills of their own. Is the clock gonna win this one for Team Secret? No, because Noah, he's snuck in and he's getting the diffuser down. Oscar, the cover is essential. Yokai stands in the wrong place. Oscar picks up the first, and Adrian has to fight his way back in.
Had no idea where that diffuser was going down. He went for the default, but instead it's right behind the bomb chassis. And Adrian now in that 1v2 jumps over the desk with the bearing 9. Knows about one, maybe up top, as he tries to go for the defuse. He puts his back towards the buck, and indeed that is the shot that comes through from either side at the same time. A 4-2 split. Well, we said that was necessary, but on Team Secret's side, if they wanted to have a good opportunity, instead it is going to be ITB that finds himself at 4-2. They're looking to close this off in the next 3 or 4 rounds.
Really unfortunate for Adrian there. We've seen those yokai drones close out so many rounds like that in the final second or 2, and he just had to take a chance. He just had to go with it. He hears the plant going down. He doesn't have time to look around to search. It's going to be too late at that point, realistically, because he's going to get shot out, and just fires onto the wrong location with the yokai stun, and ultimately it allows that plant to go down. And no more can be done in the round for Team Secret. So a 4-2 half from ITB. They are certainly in the driver's seat on Bank. They're going to move on to the defense now and take us down to the basement.
A very tall ask now up for their opponents. of Team
10
Secret.
seconds left before insertion.
They fell short in the previous map, which was a lot more aggressive, of course. In general, it's a paper-thin map. There's a lot more work that needs to be done now on the attack. You have to win 5 rounds, or at least 4 if you want to be pushing in overtime. And overall, in the 4 times they've played it this year so far, they have a 48% rate on their attack. That is just under 3 rounds on average. That's not enough, so they need to be better than their average. They need to rise above it.
Team Secret desperately need to come out with a strong attacking start, because otherwise this one's going to get away from them quickly. Almost picking up an entry for Savage. Kendrew taking a lot of damage. Doom it is to finish it off, but the response is there, and I've said this earlier in the game. ITB do such a good job of finding kills. They don't lose manpower very often. If they lose a man, there is a kill in return for it. This time there was 2, and then they made it 3 with the EDD finding its mark as well. Team Secret drawn in. They've got 6 on the board, and they're still walking in to Capcan traps. They can't do it at this point. They're 4-2 down. If they want that major spot, they have to know what they are heading into.
And that might just be... Oh, Noah. He's still up top. Doom just drops him to the side. Gets just shot down. Just put down by Oscar. And Groovy still being above. He's going to go into the open area now. The diffuser is dropped. It's a cleanup from Noah. And that was a very clueless Team Secret. For the majority of that round, they got the opening, and then they were just played around. And nothing they could say about it. And 2 rounds away now, ITB, from getting yourselves to the major. And what a turnaround that would be, Tim. If you looked at them last year, when they were still TT9, struggled to even get a point. Then became ITB, you know, they got themselves a victory, but there was still work to do for them. Up until where they are now. Like, what a glow up it's been for the organization.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's, you know, brilliant to see. And, you know, the changes that they made with Creeds coming in particular, you know, what an impact that has been on the lineup and for the org as well, you know, as a whole. And right now, it'd be difficult to make an argument to say that RTB, you know, don't completely and utterly deserve to take the first place at the major. It's been fantastic from them. You know, do I put them up there with BDS in terms of performance? I don't think anybody is necessarily quite up there in terms of, you know, alongside BDS in terms of performance this stage. But overall, they have looked fantastic consistently and continue to do so. And more importantly, they're now doing it when it matters as well.
A shield being brought out from Adrian, and even though shields have gotten a giant rework and are very, you know, usable now in terms of where it's very difficult to actually deal with them on the defense, it does still, you know, call up that kind of crutch response where it's like things are not going as we want them to. We need to have that little bit of extra oomph. And that's why we're bringing that shield, just to cause that little bit of panic. Savage almost losing his life in the very first engagement. He's not even in the building yet, as Adrian, I believe, is actually entering, taking a slight amount of damage. The Boogies are actually keeping them at bay, cannot really go for the fight, and a quick plant attempt will be made.
Adrian is going to go in and try to stick this. Asa gets within touching distance, but can't quite make it. Adrian is stopped though. The kill comes in from Creeds. There's a team kill in the middle of it all as Kenny tried to stop the plant happening as well. Creeds with another in the round, and ITB just look unstoppable right now, Hap.
Fire coming in to relocate that player in the back of stock, but he's not really moved by it. Still able to play there safely. Creeds, another set of fire coming through. Again, it's not connecting. Creeds is able to play and he rotates out. Do they know? That's the big question. Or are they going to waste the next 10 to 20 seconds worrying about a player potentially in stock? I mean, there is a drone. They should know he's gone. But ITB are about to be finding map and series point.
Gonna take a little pause here for themselves, the Team Secret, and get on the drones, see if they can get any sort of last ditch of information to try and work from. But in the 2v3, it's certainly not going to be easy. Savage working up above. His big problem is that a spray through the floor, if they even see his feet, toes, fingers, anything will do. It's not going to take much to catch him and put him on the ground as a minimum, or in his grave as a maximum. Savage then downstairs now, working on that wall, opening up the lines into sight, but they haven't dealt with Creed. He's going to activate that scanner. He's on the hatch. He's got the kill. And can he find a fourth in the round?
Airjab gives away the plan, but that does mean he's falling back to a secondary position inside a Janitor. This is just wasting time right now, Tim. They know Savage needs to make the push. The diffuser's down on the actual site. They don't need to take these fights. This is a round that can only be won by ITB, and Oscar gets that final kill as they are looking to dispatch them in a 2-0 fashion. A single round is what stands between ITB and the Manchester Major.
And that target just keeps narrowing for them, doesn't it? It just keeps coming down and down. At the beginning of the day, it was, you know, one game stands between them and the Manchester Major. And then after Border, it was one map that stands between them and the Manchester Major. And now, after an impressive performance against what has been a very good Team Secret through stage 1, ITB are, as you say, one round away. Not just one round away, but they've got 4 chances on defense here, Hap. They've looked dominant so far in their first 2 defenses, and now they just need to lock down one more site. For me, that last round was an essential win for Team Secret. They had to bring it back to 5-3, because I just think 4 rounds back-to-back is going to be too big an ask for them.
It's not just that, but the pressure isn't really on ITB at this point. They can afford to play a bit more loosely, be a bit more unpredictable, because they have 4 lifelines now. 4 opportunities to lock this in. And of course, you know, that they'll play it as best as they can, because this is the most important matchup of these players' their lives at this moment in time. A single round and you qualify for a major, and we know how life-changing that can be for players in terms of their, you know, just experience in the game, but also just the fact that they can finally, you know, potentially make that dream come through.
Savage going to be pinging out the utility with the IQ. You just feel like Team Secret need to make sure, there you go. I was going to say they need to make sure that the basics are absolutely on point here. The fundamentals got to be right. And like that, you can't have an IQ with a scanner and then get caught out by a Nitro pre-placed on a barricade whilst you rappel up. It was a nice try from ITB, but just a little bit of a message sent by Secret there to say, you know what? We might be down, but we're not out yet, and we're not going to be fooled by the simple stuff. Long angle there being challenged by Miracle as well. Doesn't quite catch any damage onto his target, but is going to be holding that long angle. Kendrew does take a little bit of damage as well, keeping the stop wall close for now. But a great start for Secret as they managed to find 3 in quick succession. And it's come to a number of players flooding in through square and looking to get themselves established at the top there. Asa, the latest victim, and it's all up to Kendrew in a 1v5. Misses his shots, a flawless round, and what better way for Secret to get this comeback underway.
Maybe a bit of over-aggression coming in from ITB, but at least it's something that Secret has perfectly countered here. Managed to get those kills on the board, get that round on the board. Again, they needed to be flawless 4 times in a row. Just got the first. 3 more rounds, and you're fighting for a map 3. 3 more times you need to be able to crack that defense. And you are going to have tougher sites to do this on. That's just going to be the thing of it. But you're going to have to do it either way. You're going to have to be able to defeat the basement, defeat the CEO, defeat open area. Because you might have to go through all 3 once more.
Could be, again, the final round. This time down in basement, we did see ITB win it back in round 7. And I just get the feeling This could potentially be it for Team Secret. I mean, what a way to come into what is going to probably be your toughest attacking round down onto basement. Come in there with a flawless, such an explosive victory as well. Coming in through top square, just grabbing kill after kill. They were well spread around the team as well, so everybody's had those gunfights. Everybody's come away with something. And it's going to surely set them up as best as it can for the time being. We're going to have Azza just looking for that little cheeky spot for the Yokai drone. Going to have to keep trying. Can't quite get it. There we go. He's got it.
It's a nice and cheeky spot to hide it in. Of course, there is an IQ, so again, these should be spotted out. It's the entire job of Gerby to find that utility and make sure it doesn't connect. Nitro again pre-place. It's the second time they've done this. Didn't work around last time. This is what I meant with playing a bit more loosely, seeing if you can catch them off by, well, some cheesy kind of plays to some extent.
I think the IQ has definitely been a big pick for Team Secret over the last couple of rounds. It's help them with the dealing with that pre-place at the beginning. It's this time going to help to deal with the Yokais, so I definitely think that's been a nice adaptation from them on their attack. They weren't bringing it originally, but this time we do see it. The Twitch drone is going to go in and start clearing out Goyo canisters. Need to make sure they're not losing that drone. There's a few more important ones down on site that they're going to want to look after, but this is always an interesting position for me. They've got the Warden on blue stairs. Needs to be dealt with. Cannot realistically be left there. If they want to plant in CCTV at least, it'll be very, very difficult if Noah remains in this position. So how are they going to deal with him?
Well, seems like flashbangs and grenades are coming through, forces him slightly back, but that's not enough. It is actually. Miracle survives at about 1 HP. It was a push from two different angles at the same time as Groovy now finds Kenny as well at that moment. It is ITB. It is losing numbers slowly but steadily around here. The Twitch drone is on the hunt for the actual Yokai. Will find it. This will just make sure that that plant actually has a good opportunity. That drone's almost outside. They can just sneak that in from the back of it.
Brilliant use of the Twitch there as well, making sure that the Yokai would not have an impact at the end of the round. I think they're aware of that position as well. With the IQ on side, they should know about this Yokai, and they seem to certainly be watching it. The plant is not going to go down at this point, just going to be forced back by some more of that denial. They know that it keeps coming as Azza's feeding that information in as to when they need to be putting that utility into position. And again, Miracle just readjusts, but I'm not sure that the smoke canister has done its job. He's going to be boosted up, and he's going to continue on in there. Need to be careful, of course, with the Finker boost. It will make you take damage from that smoke canister quicker, but it doesn't matter as the diffuser goes down, and they've got the hatch, they've got the high ground. They're going to keep fighting from above here, and a very difficult job for ITB. They can't find a kill when they need it most. Oscar knows the challenge that he needs to make, but just cannot do it as Secret get themselves a second successful attack, and that is 2 out of 4.
The smoke canister's not connecting. Both tossed in. Maybe just like slightly too far. Because as you said, like you take extra damage when that, when it's active, the adrenaline surge. And it's just not connecting. And now a tactical timeout will be called. And I think this is the right thing to do. You don't want to wait until it's 6-5. You want to bring it in now. Something is not working in these last 2 rounds. What is it? What do we need to change? Is there something we can maybe abuse that is being done on the side of Team Secret? Because obviously these pre-plays haven't worked. They're bringing that IQ. So maybe go a bit more analog with the way that you're playing.
The question is for RTB, is it time to even just try and, you know, completely cheese around, bring along the clash, bring along, so, you know, something that's just going to be a real sticking point for those attackers. Try and keep off the radar during the prep phase. Don't let them drone you out so they can't make that attacker repick, and just see if you can, again, just brute force around, because that's all that RTB need. But the more rounds that Team Secret win here, mentally, the more challenging it's going to be for RTB to close it out. But even with what we've seen from Team Secret, even with this resurgence that they've had, which is the only way to describe it, you still have to feel like surely there is enough in the tank for RTB to get it over the line. But we've got to remember, as a roster, getting to that major is going to be a huge deal for them. And so mentally, it is going to be a mountain to overcome.
It's definitely that big mountain indeed they need to climb, but they're just a step away from the summit right now. They just need to push that boulder over the edge and enjoy the rewards that come on the back of it.
5 seconds left.
And as they go towards the open area, this is what they've discussed. Maybe they've seen that, you know, that the game they have here might be slightly more impactful, slightly more suitable to issues that have been seen before. You see Creed's opening up some of the windows. I think that has Groovy alerted to that potential. Doesn't mean that he has to jump out. But as you see that they're firing some bullets back, they're definitely aware of it. As the Bravo drones are coming through, just trying to find some default information. That's a Valkyrie cam hack. And that is a camera that they have seen before. Otherwise, you're not just going for that pre-fire like that.
Interestingly, Team Secret on the attack so far have had the entry kill every single round of all 4 attacks. So again, you know, I've picked up on this entry battle and it continues to be so important. ITB stop getting the entries, they stop winning the rounds, and as I kind of suggested brute forcing, bringing a clash along for ITB. Instead, it's Secret that have done that job. They're going to bring the blitz, but just going to be absolutely plagued by those goo mines to begin with. So ITB leaning into that potential well, having the operators they need to deal with it. Creeds has been taken offline, as has Adrian, so we leave ourselves 4 versus 4.
Bit of a fight coming in from Oscar onto Joom, who was playing up on the top there. Nitro just mistossed in. Wants to get that better way around. There's a blitz. Do you want to go for that? Oh no, again, misses that one. Savage will go down though in the meantime, so that's that blitz goal. Not quite sure how they did that, but as Miracle's on the back hunt here, he shoots some couple of bullets. Actually, will find a kill onto the Valkyrie. An effective 2 on 3. Savage is recoverable, not the confirm that they might have been looking for. Will be picked up. As a result, a very low blitz on the board right now.
Yeah, grabs hold of the diffuser, but going to be very difficult potentially for him to plant, as you say, with such low health. It's not going to take much. He needs to be very careful of everything. Goo mines with their initial damage, everything is going to be a danger. No impact nades on the board to be able to finish him off, so that's a positive at least. But 45 seconds left to go, and Team Secret have still got some work to do here in order to try and get themselves in. They don't really have an avenue into sight. Noah gets what could be an extremely important kill, picking up the blitz. That could be exactly what RTB need, but no, Miracle, he keeps fighting for Secret. 30 seconds left to go, 2 versus 2. They need this round.
Here comes the smoke to cover it off. They're going to try and plant right in between it. Noah should be aware as he goes aggressive towards the extra breach, gets picked up. Miracle now could go down for that plant, unless it is Azur that goes for a huge swing into that smoke. He gets a lot of damage done to Groovy, not quite everything though, as he swings around the corner. Joester goes for the knife, but misses it. Too far away, and another round goes into the hands of Team Secret, and overtime is what we're going to be looking at after the next round potentially.
Azur just held back by the cart next to the counter there, separating him from Groovy. His melee attack does not land, and that leaves Secret with another round all the way to 12. They needed 4 in a row. They've got 3. ITB on a serious wobble right now. The question is, can they regain their balance and get this one dragged over the line before they go to overtime? Secret are fighting hard. They're already a map down to remind you what is at stake here. It's a best of 3. If ITB win this round, they win the map, they win the series, they go to the Manchester Major. Team Secret, they drop down to that lower bracket game against the loser of Wolves or BDS, only one of whom will make it to the Major. So, Team Secret, this is an essential round for them. It's a must win.
A fight on the wall below. We had an open area. You know, after you got the blitz, you could have just dug in, go prone, and hold tight. There was not that much time left. But there's only one real option they could use to enter the site from. The smoke covering things off. was a big issue. Savage now onto the Deimos. We do not see the blitz this time round. Wasn't that useful in the end. And maybe this is what will make that difference for them. To make sure to have a bit more of a comfortable round.
Moving straight up onto the rappel again. We saw this previously, and again, just working on those electronics. The RQ has been a permanent fixture after those first few attacks, and it's certainly done some great work for them. So no surprise to see it continuing to be brought along. It's going to be a top floor clearance down from Team Secret, just wanting to get in there. I like this. Good due diligence, making sure all the corners are cleared, even down into loan office, anywhere that somebody could be hiding. They don't want any surprises, knowing that Creed's previously has been out on the roam on operators like Vigil. They don't want to give them anything easy. They need to make sure, with the IQ on the board, that they're picking up on those Capcan traps, though. They've fallen foul of it previously. They don't want that to happen again.
Adrian taking loads of damage early on. There's players inside the archives. It's diffuser dropped in the bottom of square. And now Secret need to go on a recovery mission. Jube loses their life as well to Azure, who's having a great round so far. Oscar taking quite some HP as Miracle jumps up to Tellers, realizes there's a player out there and instantly falls back. Four was afraid when he tried to open up that hatch, but it has been closed out. He sees a player run by, fires some bullets through to know exactly where he is as they try and return, but look at how heavily they're stacked up here as Ezra gets a third for the round. The quad kill, one away from trying to get the ace to lock off your spot to go to Manchester as it gets shut down. Miracle in a 1v3, he needs to make that miracle happen if they want to have an opportunity of bringing it back, of taking it as a top 2 seed and not having to play another best of 3 to potentially decide. He opens up the hatch. He opens up the hatch in Vault as well. He's giving himself options. He's putting down the Phantom Pressure Ace, but is it going to be enough?
Miracle, the big problem he's facing at the minute, Hap, of course, is that super low health. Even a breath of a Toxic Babe is going to finish this off. ITB surely can hold on for this 15 seconds now. They just need to hold Miracle back. He has Diffuser in hand. He has to drop straight into an FNAT. There's the challenge. Noah will pick up the final kill that takes ITB into the Manchester Major.
I would have expected a bit more cheers coming down from them, but it's all like very calm, very collected. Just another day at the office for ITB, but they have made it. They have qualified as the first European team. There you go, Noah. That's what I wanted to see.
Few more smiles.
Their first major.
Few more smiles just creeping in there across ITB. You think, like you said, business as usual. They know that they've got another game to go yet for that seeding. They will now play the winner of BDS versus Wolves to see who goes into the major with the higher seed. But ultimately, what they set out to accomplish at the beginning of stage 1 is done. They are going to the Manchester Major. We can go over to our desk to see what they thought about that outcome.
Thank you very much, Hap and Ace. And it was Dance Mania on the desk here just a moment ago. A huge moment for Into the Breach, the UK team on their first run that we hyped them up. This team coming out of nowhere in stage 1, reforming massively all around Kendrew, Kangaroo Kenny, both of them leading 4 brand new players with little experience, the diamonds in the rough, and they have proven themselves in one stage. Our first team qualified to the sold-out Manchester Major next month. Huge news for ITB and the entire UK scene.
I think I celebrated more than they did, me, Lush, I'll be honest. I have a little bit of a personal bias because obviously one of my best friends is on that team. But yeah, no, I think
you have friends?
I have friends, yeah. Actually, a couple of my friends are on that team, and yeah, no, I think great job. Like, if you look at the progress of this team, we didn't necessarily expect them to be at the major, but they've taken that opportunity, they've grasped it. Bear in mind, they lost to Secret in the league, so come out and 2-0 them, and just they keep stepping up level after level after level after level so far. And yeah, in a way, it's an absolute fairy tale run that they've got here, but every single region's got one of them. Look at Brazil with E1, look at NA with Beast Coast, EU now has ITB. This major is, honestly, stuff dreams are made of.
It's incredible. I mean, just look at the confidence that we saw in the Into the Breach attacks. They had so much confidence, like they played so aggressive, they went for all the plans, they had game plan, they had all the win conditions for what we need to do to win these rounds. They had everything under control. It was very close on the comeback though. It looked like it was shaky because the confidence in the Into the Breach attacks, I don't think were mirrored by Team Secret in their own. They looked to scrape by attack, while Into the Breach, they looked like they were running over them until that match point.
Yeah, once that match point hit, it was like, what, 6-2? And then slowly but surely, Secret almost took it to overtime. Yeah. But, you know, hey, it wasn't Dez and Ace together that were casting it in this case. So, of course, we didn't get an OT. But still, it shows that, if anything, both of these teams are incredibly close. And we would not be surprised if now Secret, who still have a chance to make it to the major, actually do get that third spot to make it in there.
I bloody hope we see this again. I really do. I hope that Secret now, you know, biases aside, whatever else, I hope Secret make it to Manchester and we see this series again. Like, imagine them, you know, in a best of 3 to survive or to get through in the phase 2 of a major. It would be incredible because the last 3 maps these teams have played, Consulate, Border, Bank, 3 different maps, all 7-5 results, firstly to Secret and then the last 2 to Into the Breach. It's just, these teams are at a very similar level and they're performing beyond, I think, expectations, both of them, from initial expectations in the league.
And let's talk about expectations. If we pit 2 players on the board and highlight them in this matchup, Fabian?
I don't know if it's expectations, but it's more so the performance of them. Because I was so impressed by Oscar and Noah today. Like, they had outstanding game, both of them. It's so impressive to me how Oscar, who has had this way for such a long time that he deserved to get into Tier 1, he finally does it. He has a bit of a rough stage. I saw him complain on Twitter. I shared him up saying that, yeah, you worked in Tesco when G2 won the E6 Invitational 23, and that's where we kind of started it. And after that, he's just been so incredible. And the step up that Noah Urs have taken this stage compared to a year ago. If you told me a year ago when I watched Noah Urs play, he's going to the major, I would have laughed you in the face. But looking at the Noah Urs 1 year later, he's looking so good, so confident, and the team around him is just all of them. What a show.
The next generation of EU's Rainbow Six top tier is in the making here at Into the Breach, and we are joined by Kangaroo Kenny on the interview. Kenny, I was told that you were screaming your face off when joining our lobby here for the interview. There's no 2 ways around it. I'll ask the generic question. How are you feeling after qualifying to the goddamn Manchester Major?
I'm very rarely speechless, Milos.
I know.
I don't know. I've been in tier 2, tier 3 for so long, and my dream is to play on a stage. For being in tier 2 for a long time, you know, my dream kind of became I want to make it to tier 1. I want to show what I can do, and obviously we had a great first stage at the end of last year, and now we've rebolstered the team, improved the team, and I can't believe that we've done a major in our first stage as how young this team. Ask your next question.
It just shows, hey man, a lot of work and effort went into the squad, and your work is part of its course as a coach and the entire staff in the background. So congratulations and kudos for all of that. Fresh.
Yeah, Kenny, obviously congratulations from myself, having watched you and I suppose some of the guys through, you know, tier 3 and tier 2. Obviously, I will get a little bit technical about the game, but I just want you to kind of talk to me about your players, because there'll be a lot of people watching this program that are international viewers, that aren't necessarily normally UL viewers, that don't necessarily know your team. So do you want to just take a minute or 2 minutes just to tell me about each of your players, how proud you are of them, because obviously they've all had their, I would say, similar journeys to yourselves as well, you know, to go from tier 2 into making the major.
Yeah, well, I'll start with our captain and leader, Kendrew. Kendrew, obviously, the majority of people will know he's been in tier 1 play for a long time, and he is like the father figure in such a young team. And no matter how like young you build your roster, you do need that leader, you do need that captain figure in the server, and Kendrew does it. And Kenny has obviously been through some some tough times over the past couple of years with like Koana and Secret with how they ended, but his drive has never stopped. He's never made a major. He's won a Pro League final, but he's never made, you know, when Pro League finals turned into majors, never made a major, so this is a first for him. He still has all the motivation, the drive, and the trust in being able to nurture these young players. Oscar, I am so proud of him. He's long overdue his work in T1. He is so hardworking. He is so talented. I mean, you saw it today. You saw it in the G2 game. The late rounds, his positioning is phenomenal. He reads the game so well, and he transitions those rounds into wins, whereas I think last stage we would lose those rounds. Charlie, Creeds, young gunner, fantastic. I have never been so impressed with someone so young. He is unfazed by everything. He is taking everything with confidence, taking the fight to, you know, some of the best players this game has ever seen. VP, G2, he's not fazed by them. Azza, I've worked with since I started Siege. We started in the same team in Tier 4 doing UKIN quals, and to be in this journey alongside the most hardworking player I've had the pleasure of being along with, I owe a lot of like our success to Azza. Azza's in-game, out-of-game, just so vital to a team dynamic. And Noah, I mean, I heard Fabian speaking about him, and that is the story of Noah. If you saw him in stage 1 last year of TT9 and you said this year he would make a major, you would chop your hands off. I don't know what you'd do, but that ladies and gentlemen, if you're a tier 2, T3, T4, whatever level you are as a player, if you have hard work and dedication, you will make it. Because Noah had talent only gets you so far, hard work brings you that level up, and Noah has just been lights out, improving, asking questions, how to improve day in, every day. And that brings it round as a whole. This whole team is hard work, dedication, and commitment.
Good stuff. So when you lost to Secret in the league for that second place match, coming into the game to today, what was your game plan against them? Because it was a close one when you lost to them, and it was 2 close maps again today.
So every team, we have a game plan. We understand how they fundamentally play the game, and we adjust how we play the game to do that. And I think that's the way I enjoy and I want to play Siege, is you have to be adaptive, and you can't go against and play G2 the same way you could play against VP. Obviously, it's such a young roster. When you initially come out, you're not sure if that's going to work, but every player is so adaptive in this team. It's incredible. Secret play a style that I think is very, I'm going to call it, they play a lot of fallback strats. They play time into fallback strats, and they force you to clear them. And they play a lot of static positions. It's very obvious on border. And that's not a style that any other EU team plays. You can maybe argue VP, but I think that there's a lot more like methodology behind it. So we know how they played, and we just needed to not spend our own time in the attacks. We needed to break down their defenses and just break them down step by step by step, systematically break down their defenses. And their attacks, they can only pocket rush. They can only pocket things. And we knew we were going to lose like a round or 2 to pocket things, and you saw like with the border, they tried the army rush twice. You saw on bank, they tried a blitz, print and window rush to plant in the smoke. We knew that was coming. We knew that was the only way they would win rounds effectively. If they chose to clear us, then we fight them, because they were, I could tell it in the face cams, I could tell during the gameplay on border, they were nervous as hell. So what did I say? Just take the fight to them, continue fighting, don't let them set up, because they want to play execute Siege. Don't let them execute. Simple as.
Simple as. Kenny, again, congratulations on this massive win. Your fight is not done yet. There'll be a seeding match, of course, tomorrow for you to play, so cannot wait to see how that BO3 will go, at least the winner of the stage. But just to get your thought for a moment here before we go to break, who do you think will join you at the major between Wolves, BDS, and now Team Secret? Your thoughts?
Well, I think BDS will probably 99% beat Wolves. BDS are by far and away an incredible team, and I think Wolves were very shaky last week against Fnatic. then I predict obviously Wolves to play Secret. I think that game is tight. I think the play styles clash a lot, which means the game is a lot harder to predict than I think on face value. I think face value, you might say Secret are probably the more consistent team, but Wolves playstyle can really trip things up, and I think with Secret's like methodical playstyle, I think that they can definitely be a thorn in Secret's side. So I can't really call it. Maybe I would say it would be a 3-mapper because they have quite similar map pools.
Call it, Kenny. Go on, one name, just first name in your head. Call it.
Secret.
All right, there it is. That's all you need to know. Thank you very much, Kenny. Congratulations again. Into the breach. Make it to the Manchester Major. We'll be seeing Kenny and the squad playing tomorrow for the #1 seed, or the second one here in EU against the winners of our next matchup. Kenny, take care. We hope to see you on our next one. And I mentioned our next matchup. That is Wolves versus BDS. We've been hyping it up forever. Yeah. That is the big French derby, and that is coming after the break.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement, because of the COVID. So I start playing more Rainbow Six as like the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian League back in the days. There was players like Nesk, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well, like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat MCurse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you're gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. Our first team has been qualified to the Manchester Major, a huge moment for Into the Breach. And now we get ready for our second team to qualify. It's Wolves versus BDS, our classic French derby. Hi, welcome back to the desk. I'm Fnatic, your host. With me are Freshbian, and we're going to lock things in. We were born to Nia, forced to lock in for this matchup.
I had no idea what you just said. Born to what?
Nia.
I have no idea what he's trying.
I thought you two were.
We have
Discord
4 brain cells between us, and 3.5 of those are used for Siege. So we have no idea what you're on about.
Fair enough.
3 of which are mine and 1 is yours.
I'll leave it to
the 0.5 is mine.
No, you can't claim 3 as your number just because you won 3 SIs, okay?
I mean, he claims the 1 for one-time relegation. I claim the 3 for 3 world championships.
You count it as a half.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk about a team that we've been really expecting a lot from, which is Wolves in this case. And I think you can apply that also to BDS, but we'll focus on Wolves because the bar has been set high. Every time, though, they go above and beyond expectations. A rougher start to the stage, but in here to make it past.
Yeah, we have loved their playstyle. Like, absolutely loved their playstyle. They go as a team, they execute together, they're fast, they're aggressive, they take every single fight with a ton of confidence, and then we have the support side on that stuff as well, with Shinka clutching like a maniac last stage. We didn't see that pretty much this entire stage, I'll be honest.
He got one last week, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the first one. But not only that, we also saw lack of team play, lack of coordination, and just general lack of aggression. So we saw a completely different Wolves roster all this stage almost. But towards the end, and then the first game of playoffs, they have shown that they can get that back. There's something within them that just channeling this inner Wolves pack, or whatever you want to call it, because that's what they call themselves.
The one pack.
The one pack. So there's something with them, and I think they are back on the right track.
I think what makes them good for me is when they have different levels of aggression. If you look in the team, you obviously consider, Mowgli a super aggressive player.
Yeah.
Deadshot depends which way the wind's blowing, and then kind of P4 Shinka can be a little bit passive. When they're not in sync on who's being aggressive and who's not, that's where the cracks start to show. And I think what we've seen in the last week, 2 weeks, has been if Mowgli's getting aggressive, the rest have seen that and got aggressive alongside him. Or if the rest are being passive and they're playing a fallback strat, they're being passive together. And that's the key word, is together, the one pack, as you say. When they get that right, they're such a hard team. The reason that's good is they're such a hard team to read. You can't, sometimes you don't expect aggression. It just comes out of nowhere. Sometimes you think, you sit and wait and you wait and you wait for the Mowgli's aggression, and then it never comes. And that's what makes Wolves difficult, is because they're such a hard team to read on that front when they get it right.
And Deadshot has impressed massively over the past few weeks. You even put him in your top 5 players of this region if you're putting together the kind of that all-star team, but also multiple MVPs that he's had so far. But even with all of that kind of glitz and glamour that we mentioned, Wolves in the stage, they have yet to defeat BDS. Let's take a look at the history between these two teams, and oh boy, do they have a lot of it. We're going all the way back to 2022. We cannot fit their entire history on one singular graphic frame.
No, we can't. This is obviously the 2022 EUL stages where BDS won everything. And on into 2023. If we roll forward to the next graphic, it doesn't get much nicer, if I'm being honest. This is 2023 into 2024. Guess what the common denominator is? BDS have won everything. Wolves have not even achieved a map off of BDS, even when they've played them inside of best of threes.
It's some sort of ghost there. There just has to be. But at the same time, this can play in both directions. BDS will come in with a ton of confidence. So if a few rounds go against them, maybe they go down 0-2 or maybe they go down 0-3 on a map, we will see when we get the bans if that's even a possibility, because maps will decide those things. There might be a mental block for BDS that we should beat these guys. We should win against them because we've always done so. Why are we not today? And therefore you kind of block yourself out of the game for a while. Could happen.
That's a mental block that BDS faced for one specific game throughout the group stage, and they were able to get out of it, but that was the match right after they went back from the usual boot camp in Switzerland. So we'll see what happens today. And actually, let's talk about BDS. We'll bring them up on the screen for you. I mean, everybody should know this team at this point, Jack. We're considering them the best in EU and potentially the top 2 in the world. What are we taking?
There's going to be a buzzword thrown around about this BDS team, which is super team. Now, various teams have tried super teams, G2, M80, and what they did was kind of take all of the best players currently available, clump them in a team, doesn't matter what the roles are, they'll figure that out, and they'll be the best team. BDS have taken 2 of the best players and imported them into one of the best teams in the league. But crucially, here's the big difference, in roles that made sense for what BDS needed. They've changed over to English, and to be honest, they've looked like the best team Europe has seen in a long, long time, and I mean, at this point, we're just expecting a major from them. Yeah, I would be shocked if we do not confirm them for the major today, or, obviously tomorrow, should they fall into that match.
Yeah, it sounds like we're kind of just taking away Wolves' chances here. They do have some, but expectations are 100%. Like, if you would ask me, I would 100% say BDS will take it, just for the sake of how good they are. And Jack, you said it fits with the roles. Yeah, it does, and that's what we've never seen with a super team before, right? We've always just seen 5 entry fraggers or 5 fraggers put together, and then one fragger has to play hard support, but they have no idea what they're doing. There is not a single place in the armor where I see that there's a weakness for BDS.
No. And I feel like in matches like this and in situations like this, you're the real enemy is yourself, right? You're your own enemy. And if we were to do that for Shaiko, we would get these stats. We would compare him to himself at the end of 2023 to 2024.
So this is Shaiko, and it's 2023 to 2024. So he's taken a bit of a personal loss on a personal level, because old BDS was built around him. Now new BDS is built around the team. So what has he had to do? Well, he's had to stop being the guy, right? If you know what I mean. Other people are filling that hole. Users, Solotov, Leakfact, literally the whole team. But what Shaiko also had to do? Play more operators. Look at those unique attackers at the bottom. Ash, Iana, and Nomad last year as a bit of a crutch, especially on that ARX. G360? ARX, sorry. And then now, 7 different operators, including the Flores, the Capitao as well, particularly. So getting a little bit more flexible, having to play for a team a little bit more, but realizing that this is the key to success, to have a better team in the long term.
When we discussed these points, it was such a outstanding thing to us because we would never have thought that Shaiko of all players would turn into a flex player.
Yeah.
Which, sure, he's more of a flex fragger at this time, but at the same time, if you told me he was going to play Capitao and Flores, I said it with no earth, I would laugh in their face because it's like, why would you put Shaiko of all players on operators that are maybe not really suited for his playstyle? Well, we're seeing why they're doing it, because everybody just goes together as a group, and it doesn't look like a one-man show. It doesn't look like a one-man army. Yeah. It's a team, and I don't think we've seen a team this way from BDS, and they've even won a major.
That is the key point, is that Shaiko has changed. He's had a personal fall-off, but that's not been a team fall-off.
Yep.
The team has actually excelled because of that. You know, the loss that he's suffering in KPR and, you know, being the guy that gets all of the kills all of the time is being picked up and then some by the rest of his team.
You call it a fall-off. I don't think it is. I think it's an improvement. Statistically, yeah, he has fallen off in like KPR and stuff like this, but that's not what matters. He's turned into a team player that can rely on others. He doesn't need to feel all the pressure on him constantly that if I don't perform, we don't win. Because he has 4 other players in his team now that can put up those numbers that he could do previously. It's such an upgrade for the team. What Shaiko has done, yeah, the numbers on himself is a downgrade, but I think it's an upgrade of a player and a playstyle.
At the end, at this level, you can have the, Shaiko in the past, not unusual for him to drop 150 kills plus every single stage, but when you're not really making it that far through a major or you're having issues even qualifying, what does that even matter? Because you need an entire team to play together for it, and BDS are definitely that team. Remember, the only teams that we are equating, and this is coming out of the mouth of 2 people that between them have 3 invitational trophies and a relegation. They are both saying that BDS have made incredible leaps and bounds to get to this point, and the only teams that get close to them are FaZe and Furia. Let's remember the 2 finalists, the grand finalists from Invitational 2024. Yes, Jackers?
Can we caveat that we've not seen them internationally yet?
We don't
because all I'm going to say, yes, they've got the potential, they're in the mix, and I think we would expect them to go deep into international events. But when Cyclops play inside of Japan, we say the same about them, and then they struggle.
My friend, we have...
Just to caveat, we've not seen them at Manchester yet, but
we don't need to. I know.
We pay for public access healthcare on this continent, and by God, we are going to use that unlimited copium that we need for our EU fans.
Yeah.
We're relying on
We've got a team that we're really excited about, and I think, G2 maybe previously was that, but have kind of fallen off. It's fair to say.
Oh, they have.
Wolves, as much as they've gone, I love them, and I think they've got a great, a great team there, and they go to every international event, but they don't look ever close to winning one. And then who's that after that? VP, who have struggled.
You don't know what you get.
We finally got a team that we're really excited about and can be proud of, that we can go to a major, we could go to Manchester. Even ITB, for as much as I'm so happy they got there, we're not expecting them to win the major. BDS are that team for us that European fans, and particularly French fans, can get really excited about.
Depends. If they play PSG Talon, I think that they will struggle, mostly due to the insane capabilities of the support staff for that team.
Oh, the support staff.
Yeah, which is the coaches and
the guy on your screen once said I was a great support staff. Breeder.
Well, clearly
really?
He has no idea about staff. So
back in the day, I was trialing for a team that he was on, and he really liked my analytical work.
We do like your analytical work. I'm very happy that you're here with us on the desk for it, because I feel, between the stories, the experience, and the numbers to back it all up, got a good thing going here. So let's move into our map bans. We'll talk numbers relative to those specific ones, and we have our first pick. We'll have our first 4 bans. You can see them there. Wolves will take us to Clubhouse. That is their pick on attack jack numbers.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised to see Wolves go here. It's by far and away their #1 map preference. I will caveat that with the fact that BDS have always left this map open against Wolves forever.
Yeah.
And whenever they've played against BDS, they have lost it. But if we consider it just as a map in isolation, Wolves love the map. They have a really good understanding of it, and they're very good at getting aggressive at times where teams don't expect them to get aggressive on it.
I find it so funny that you say every time they've gone up against BDS on it, they've lost. Yeah, because they've never won.
Yeah.
won the map
no,
against them.
it's like a free hit. You just smack that one out the park as an analyst. Never won it.
Technically right.
They have never won against. They've never won this map against them. Yeah, because they have never won against them. No, the map in itself. Yeah, you say it. It's no surprise. Wolves have had quite a limited map pool, so BDS I think could decide more on this one than what Wolves probably would have wanted them to. But then again, Wolves have always been good at the maps that they play.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be anything different from that today.
BDS actually only just got over the line on Clubhouse against Virtus Pro as well. So they have played it inside the league. They did win it, of course, because they beat everybody but Ents, but it was a 7-5 victory, so it wasn't as maybe dominating as you would expect.
Our second pick for this series, what will we get? Oh, Skyscraper, and it's BDS to pick it starting on the attack.
Yeah, not necessarily surprised. BDS absolutely love the map. This is the map that we actually went to in the league when these two teams played each other. So both teams love the map. Wolves are obviously no strangers to a Skyscraper. BDS are excellent at it. The reason they're excellent, they're so fast in terms of taking map control. They don't get caught up in the usual rigmarole of getting stuck in the middle of the map in that drum kind of shrine area. They absolutely love that map because of how fast they take the map control. They've already played Wolves and beaten them on it as well.
This map also plays out in such a way where you can very much definitely spread out all your players. You can have one guy by the, what I call sword window, which is outside exhibition, one guy by the office breach, one guy by the shrine window, one guy by the black stairs coming up from either underneath or coming, well, from the door. And then also one guy coming around main stairs or geisha. So because of the way that BDS is formed as a team and shaped as a team, where all of these 5 players are so mechanically talented, the map just suits BDS really well in their attacks. So I think that for BDS, they love the map, as you said. I know they've always loved it because every time I played against them or practiced against them,
they're one of the few teams that are great at it.
It's one of the few teams that where you're like, you go up against them and you're like, this is gonna be a rough time. And now they get to play it here in a very important game. But then again, Wolves are also into this map. They really like it too.
Old BDS were great at Skyscraper, but do you know who was also a good Skyscraper team? Eminem.
No, they were not. Okay, they were really good at it too.
they've got this fusion. You know when you get food fusions? They've got a fusion of 2 great Skyscraper teams and blended it to be an amazing Skyscraper team.
You should have seen your face when I said that they weren't. That was
like,
yeah, 10 out of 10. I mean, there was a third one at that time, and that was G2, which I was working with, right?
Yeah.
There was the three teams in Europe you did not go to Skyscraper against.
Caution, do not take fusion food and blend it. This was specifically...
Make it into a shake, and then it's like just...
Like pizza, pineapple, curry, in a blender.
Yeah.
Drink it.
Cheeseburger on top
Honestly,
of that.
pineapple on pizza, as a food connoisseur, pineapple on pizza is not bad. I don't know what to complain about, honestly.
It's really good.
Anyways, let's move on and take a look at our entire map bands for our third one here to show you, because we got Wolves taking us to Nighthaven Labs at the end.
This is the shaky one. This is the shaky one if you're a Wolves fan, because even if you manage to get a map off BDS, which you've never done, by the way, you will be playing Nighthaven, where you lost 0-7 to Fnatic. BDS have a roster on this roster, never played Nighthaven either. Last time they played it was, I believe it was Atlanta against GK, if my memory serves correct. But again, not played it in this roster.
The way that this map will play out, especially with that 0-7 loss that they had versus Fnatic, is that Wolves will always feel like they didn't show their real selves in that game. BDS will have the advantage that they could VOD review everything. They can find out their setups and they can figure out what they need to do to counter them. But Wolves will feel like that won't matter because they didn't play like themselves. They didn't play like a team and they just put up no resistance at all.
All right, gentlemen, we are trying to get all of our players into our lobby, and of course, we're gonna get them in just a few minutes. So we've yapped around for quite a while, and we will yap some more today. But we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll focus up and get you straight into Wolves versus BDS.
Okay, let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS.
I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world.
Put as a second support because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
He's amazing. He has one of the best teams in the game.
My first pick is BDS, the best support in the world.
I would pick Benja from my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him and huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry, he's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to start in entry, so...
For my dream team, I will pick myself.
Because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good. Like he has strong gun power. He makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages did with the M&M.
I think we need more support here.
Shepherd is like the hard support
because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool, and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course, of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say it Noah from ITB, and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Likeyfac from BDS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like is a super positive guy.
But I think it's important to have that X factor in your team.
I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex role he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wild with Zeus, because like they have really good performance in the last Euro stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the Ants coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benji, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him, so he will be the coach for this team.
Welcome back, everybody. Our French derby to determine which team makes it to the Manchester Major is about to begin. BDS versus Wolves, and we are set for our matchup. Clubhouse is up first in this game, and we talked about it in detail, but I just want to get your vibes off of this. Fabian, who do you feel would get that advantage?
So I'm gonna maybe go out on a limb here and say that I think that it probably is a little bit more of a Wolves map in a way. This is gonna sound crazy. And the reason for it is that Wolves, they can be very good with these unexpected aggressions. Sure, so can BDS. But I think that Clubhouse as a map is much harder to do it on. And I think that having been a team for such a long time and knowing all the basics, because every single team pretty much plays this map the same way. It's the 1, 2, 3 steps. For CC, you go garage. For basement, you roam clear, and then you go for either bomb site that you choose. And then for gym, most teams clear CCTV and then go from jacuzzi side as well. I'm not done, Gazan, because what I think and what my point is that they're gonna be able to clear that map out, and I think that because they've been a team for a long time, they know their own basics.
What if you just gave me a name?
Fabian's taken a lot of time there on the old segment. I predict there's going to be some happy baguettes and some sad baguettes tonight, but the team with the more baguettes is going to win.
All right,
less baguettes. BDS.
You know what? Let's then toss it to our
old man.
casters. Ace and Fluke, have fun, please.
Hi. Hello. I don't know what is going on in that studio today, but they've absolutely lost their minds. How are you doing, Tim?
I'm very good, thank you. Very good indeed. Looking forward to a big matchup. It's always, to say that Wolves have never won, it always feels a bit closer than that. And I always look forward to a Wolves versus BDS clash. It's one of those classics.
It's the showdown for the ages, and this is the very strange thing to sort of propose, because although our desk have all these numbers, all these things they claim as fact, and all these things that they claim as sort of what the statistics back up, that's all great. There was a curse that befell a team called Wolves, as if from a French children's story that you're sort of always against your toughest thing, which is BDS. But that was a fully French BDS. That was a different language-written horror story to tell the children that are Wolves players. This analogy is getting a little bit out of hand. Moral of the story, I think we're into a new storybook here.
I think that anything is possible in this one. I think that anything is possible. It is heavily, favoured towards BDS, and I can understand that with the way they've been playing, but you've got to remember what is on the line here, and how many, times, and this isn't, anything specific to BDS necessarily, but how many times over the years we've seen those great teams turn up to big moments and just fail to deliver the same form, the same performances that we've seen. We don't expect tonight to be one of those, but Wolves, I'm sure they'll be waiting to take advantage if it is. The bans come in, we've got Thatcher, Grim, Tuggerout and Bandit. A couple of interesting ones there, going back to the old school really. I feel like it's 6 months ago with the Thatcher ban, maybe even 12 months. We've got the Bandit coming in, a little bit of an unusual one.
Throws itself in, we get a treat every now and again as towards the change of the bans. And there's a few sort of setups, there's a few sort of ideas behind operator bans, operator selections that change themselves pretty quickly. Sorry, I'm having a couple of problems as we bounce in, but round one, Clubhouse. Let's get into it.
I'm looking forward to this one. Straight away, we're going to have BDS heading out into the map. I'm interested to see the setup here. It's the BDS of old, the previous roster, would very much have turtled up on site. They weren't a roam-heavy team, generally speaking. We would have had an absolute max one player out on sort of, even then it would have been a soft roam. It wouldn't have necessarily been all the way up on the top floor. So this time, it definitely seems like there would be more of a presence. We've got Leakafak on Vigil. We've got a Shaiko on the Valkyrie. We've got a Solus on side. I would expect to see plenty of presence out there in the map. Just trying to burn as much time as they can from Wolves, but also get in their faces early, waste some time, get some kills, really let them know that you're there at the beginning of this.
Now there are going to be eyes on the frag game, the deliverance of each other upon what is almost immediate here. Look at this, Bibu snuck all the way up towards the side of dirt. He's knocking on the door. He's going to be nested and rewarded with a kill. You can see that there's everything to try and stop a quick break, but it'll come down to, as I said, this first engagement that is taken away from him. Shaiko are more than ready for Bibu there, and well, it was supposed to be a surprise, but unfortunately, it's not a good one.
Yeah, Wolves obviously looking to just lean into the fact that BDS do have a presence away from site, but when you've still got Shaiko sat in sight, it's never going to be easy to make a rush in there. Brede manages to pick one up on the Nitros. Solotov does get found out on that top floor by Mowgli, which gives Wolves a glimmer of hope here in the first round. They don't want to be too beaten up by this. It is Church and Arsenal, one of the strongest defensive sides, not only on Clubhouse, but in the entire game. So Wolves not picking up a win in this first round is not going to be the end of the world. The problem that they've got, or the thing that they need to focus on, is not letting it spiral. They can't let it get to 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds going against them. They need to start picking some up as soon as possible, because against this BDS side, you know, Fabian said it himself coming in, it's, you know, potentially the sort of team where you feel like, you know, this is going to be a rough one. This is going to be, and if you're already feeling like that, and then they start hitting you for round after round, that's going to add up quickly.
From this point onwards, with the bodies that have been lost, with the trade situation that you've set yourself in on what is, let's be honest, the most solid of all the sites, really structurally, you've given them a little bit of give with the open hatches, with the play around and the idea of a tall hold, but you're still looking at the sort of core limitations of no hard breach, no otherwise driving on towards Churchwell, or towards anything that's otherwise already cemented. The Capitao cannot force out the players behind the A-case on the back end or cover of the smokes. It's just going to be have to throwing itself in, pre-firing the angles. Shinka's tucked, but they're going to retake and aggressively not quite get the connection with the C4. Watching up towards the hatch, a great take from Shaiko. Cannot find the second, but it's a 3 versus 1 post blind. Shinka really just a fish in a barrel at that point.
It was a valiant effort from Wolves. They had to try and get something going. I was surprised that they managed to get the plant down, to be honest. That was great from Shinka. Just managed to create that little pocket of space with a couple of flashbangs to get in there and get it down. But ultimately, it was a little bit meaningless because they just didn't have what they needed to hold on to it. And too many fights were then immediately won by BDS. It's always a tough site to attack. It's even tougher when you don't have the manpower or the utility that you need to do it. So Wolves, they will shake that off and move on. As I say, for me, round 2 and 3 are more important for Wolves. I would expect BDS on the defense of Clubhouse to come away with that first round. Wolves need to make sure that it doesn't get away from them, and I look at it and there's definitely a world where I can see BDS going for a full defensive sweep here and picking up the 3-0 and then just being able to rinse and repeat, and that's really the key that Wolves need to avoid at the minute when they come into attacking Gym and Bedroom.
Well, we get off to a start, and it's a BDS start. What point, as big, as metaphysical as a question as this is, Tim, at what point do Wolves think things are going wrong here? Because, yes, it's your map, it's a team you know very well, but you're also against BDS. You're against one of the strongest teams on their starting half. Do you think we'll see a little bit more panic or a little bit less from the experience from Wolves?
I think as the round goes by, I think that experience, if anything, is going to hurt them. Yeah, I think ignorance would be bliss here, to be honest. Having not played BDS before, certainly having not lost to them 9 times over the last couple of years without a win, you know, that sort of experience is going to play tricks on you, and it's going to make you feel like, here we go again, you know, kind of thing. And that's exactly where Wolves don't need to be at the minute. Looking, you know, at the map choices, Vito, we've said this before, it's very difficult to, you know, find a map where you would say, oh yeah, that's where you'd take BDS. You know, they are very good on all maps, but this is 2 out of the first 2, Clubhouse and Skyscraper, are 2 of their top 4 by preference. You know, so you're just coming into such an uphill battle to begin with. And I think entry kills are going to be important for Wolves. If they can get as many of those as they can, just give themselves every opportunity at least to win the rounds.
As the breach comes, users just gonna sort of sit pretty, hold on and wait for any problems that might otherwise start to arise on towards construction. They're looking to cut off those roamers, those players that want to push their way across the top here. But there's nothing that's immediately trying to root them out as of yet. There needs to be this back-end pressure, I say that, as Deadshot takes the wide swing, gets himself inside, but uses with the double, gets one, there's three. Job's a cabbage.
That's likely to be the end of that one then. P4 is left all alone on the windows. Users just absolutely running through BDS within seconds. A huge double nitro, followed up by a kill on the gun as well. And that just leaves them in an absolute nightmare situation. And as I said, really, they need to pick up a round in the first three, but it's not just picking up a round in the first three. They don't want to be losing rounds in that fashion in the first three either, because again, it's just going to become that worm in the brain that's saying to them, nope, this ain't going to happen. We're going down the same road again. This is going to be too tough.
Well, the conversation about what might progress in terms of this game and when might Wolves think things are going a little bit off might happen earlier. I like that new angle we get from BB. It's not always the straight on shot, but it gives us the sightline into such other fun things on his shelves. The giant Darth Vader, pretty great.
I do like to sit and watch the players' shelves when they've got bits behind them. Usually lots of bits of Siege memorabilia on there quite often, and I sit there, I think, oh yeah, I've got that. Oh, I missed that water bottle from Mexico.
Yeah, where's my gift? Where's my gift? Yeah, no, I always think that. I mean, the one of the true joys is the amount of things I've slowly filled up my office with. From shows, from majors, and the best ones are the ones that are slightly different to everyone else's. Like the Sweden major.
What's coming?
The Sweden major one that I have.
I know what's coming.
Everyone
else
else's
from the Sweden major, and yours just says Sweden.
Yeah, mine just says Sweden. Everyone else's is like Sweden major R6, and they forgot most of the print on mine, so it just says Sweden. I love it. It's great. It's collector's edition. CCTV. On towards next, and for how these rounds have come together, for one being a plant, or Kai trick on towards the breach there. I was about to sort of say this. It feels like things are going fast, but a bit wrong, a bit wobbly for every step Wolves seem to be wanting to take right now.
Yeah, this is going to be over in the blink of an eye, unless Wolves can start. And I know we're only 2 rounds in, but you've got to remember the performances that we've seen out of BDS so far in this stage. And if Wolves don't sort of put the brakes on at this point, Wolves need to, they need to get a few punches in here, because otherwise they're just going to get absolutely wailed on by this BDS team. 2 entries so far have gone in favour of BDS. Wolves really need to be picking this one up. Leak of Fact thinking about sending down the impact nade. Doesn't. Probably a good job. He wouldn't have picked up any damage with that, I think. The Maverick of Shinkra just moved far enough away from that breach to be taking any damage from it. But again, we're nearly halfway into the round, and Wolves, they haven't really made very much progress yet.
I mean, that was it. A single sort of quick idea there, got stopped. So now what are they doing? Mowgli is going to try and pop themselves in underneath, maybe throw some flashes, but they need some pressure to come out elsewhere. There's the play, there's the flashes, there's the pressure over the top, the charge just to stop them being blinded, and the double is found. Took a little bit longer and is picked back up by Shaiko, who's then caught from the mirror trick that was on the outside as well. You just wanted to find the fight, but gets dropped. And I mean, this has turned into a bit of an execute there. Wolves, for everything that I was saying before, what a send. Love the Finker with the flashes.
Yeah, that was great play. Just, brilliant teamwork from P4. He'd been stood on that door for a minute and a half, but he was ready to roll. Straight up he went, and the flashes were just really well placed. I was a little bit concerned as I saw him charging up, and I thought, there's 2 of them up there. I'm not sure both of them are going to be flashed out, but he had managed to get Leak of Fact as well. So absolutely spot on. Big double to kick things off, and that's the round that Wolves needed. I know it was the 3rd choice site. It's not the end of the world. It gets them something. It lets them know that they're in the game. It, again, lets BDS know that it's not all going to go their way. And maybe it'll just take a little bit of that edge off the aggression that BDS have had. And they can come back. They'll no doubt be attacking onto Church and Arsenal next round. Give that another go. I don't feel like it was a full and proper attack from Wolves onto this site in round 1. I think they thought they saw a gap. Bibu tried to push in from dirt. They lost a couple of lives quickly, and they just didn't have what they needed. So I'd like to see Wolves this time forget about what you see almost. Go in with a plan. Top floor, down. Drone yourself. If it's clear, great, take the space. It doesn't matter. It's not like, oh, well, we could have rushed site or we could have. Just go top down, clear it all, get it locked down, be comfortable that you can then push onto site.
Wolves, a lifeline. Has been grabbed with 2 hands, but again, I love this pace, the application. Mowgli throwing himself down towards anyone that might be loose here. The castle barricade gets him a semblance of safety, but to be fair, all the safety's actually in the hands of BDS. EFAC, he's on a bit of an adventure. He doesn't really like where things were going there. He got himself detected, got rid of the drone, and then just left whilst the lines were still up. It makes people, if they're having to check it, they've got to re-drone it, they've got to re-verify that he's otherwise left as well. Takes precious time out of Wolves' approach here. At this point, all of BDS sitting down towards the site, sort of saying, yeah, take your time, don't worry about it. We'll be here when you're ready.
And I like that from BDS, just showing multiple play styles. Last time it was around the map, it was getting kills, and it did a good job for them. They fell back and then fought the attempted take onto site. This time they're saying, yeah, we're going to show you that we can play that turtle style. You can have the time that you want in the map, and it's just showing confidence from them in winning those gunfights when it comes down to a late round bloodbath, which is what we're likely to probably see here. We're halfway through the round. We've got the shotguns coming out, going to start just opening up those angles, taking out the default cams, trying to clear other utility where they can, but ultimately I would expect it to take Wolves at least a minute from here to be in a position to feel like they're ready to go and put that diffuser down. Potentially going to be Cade tricked out here. It's just going to be a little bit, there you go. I was going to say a little bit of a time game, but it was on in plenty of time, and it's gone. You're not going to be able to find it, Mowgli.
What a magic trick Uses is playing here to put nightmares into the pockets of anyone that's on the other side. I don't know if he's just redeployed it there as well. It's being continually sort of played with. Moto does get open, and now they rotate their way back down towards it. He's waiting for the X-Kairos. There's the deploy. There's the throw of the claw. Will it be in time? Yes. As Mowgli kills Brede, and I mean, what a sort of setup. They've taken some control of that, but with 30 seconds, they got to see if they can send it any further. There's one. Pre-fires into Deadshot on the back, but just gets out of there. The Deimos suffered a scrape, but still keeps the territory and the pressure. But, I mean, 20 seconds, Tim. Push has got to come to shove.
Yeah, and the problem is that they don't really have the facility to open that kitchen hatch now. They've got the Heartbreach gadget on book, but they just don't have the time to mess about with users, tricking them again, and so they're just going to have to send it. P4 goes down, gets an important kill onto users at the back of site, but it's likely to be time that's going to cost them because it's now a gamble. It's now just throwing the dice, and they're not coming away with everything they need. It's 2v1. Shinka's going to try to stick it, but there's nothing that he can do. They just go in, they mop him up. That's the round, and another good defense from BDS, and another good defense. One out by users. He's had a 3k in one round that got them the round, and then some beautiful K trick in there. And it's not something that you see too often. It's much easier with the bandits, for example. The Electroclaw, a little bit more nuanced, takes a little bit more time, but against the Hibana, definitely doable.
Great energy there from BDS as well. They made sure they kept on responding. As you said, Users was excellent with those claws, but I really enjoyed how much time they wasted. However, Wolves, this little push from P4, getting himself up the sort of main long corridor there as the pressure was coming onto dirt, it got a lot closer than it probably would have gotten against a lot of other teams. A lot of other teams, when they found themselves against all the hurdles, all the sort of pressures that were coming together, it would have, I think, and I know that's always one of those impossible things of like how would it have affected another team. I think it would have affected them a lot more. I love that Wolves threw themselves into it, said, like, this plan hasn't worked. We got to go to plan F right now. And that's to F and send it. Gym bedroom.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Different setup, another new setup coming out of BDS. We saw them go down to Church and Arsenal last time, and I commented that, you know, the setup and the play style was a little bit different. They didn't have the mirror last time around. This time they do. So they're going to be playing behind the mirror in the FNATs particularly. They've also got the Warden on side with Brede. So just again, BDS just showing how deep that strat book is, especially on a map like Clubhouse. You know, they can come and just do different things round after round after round. And that's what leaves them with one of the highest highest defensive win rates in the league at the moment. It's second, funnily enough, to Wolves. We'll see whether Wolves can actually show us that 70% defensive win rate when they get onto the defense in the second half of this. But it could well be that it's already too far gone by then at this rate.
Well, Mowgli getting one and the shield getting dropped. Pre-day with 3-day. See you later. Just locked out on Jacuzzi. I mean, it's a great read, but also it's a known play. They took a risk. Yeah, they threw themselves through. They didn't want to bait the C4s. They wanted to be surprised.
Sometimes you've got to take a gamble. Sometimes, you know, with a rush player, you've just got to send it and just commit to it and see what happens. But it's such a dangerous location to do it. For me, if I was going to rush in from that wall, I'm sending a drone in there, and as soon as I see the mirror there, I'm saying this might not be on. We might need to just change up here because we're running into a mirror. There's potential for a nitro over the top. Even if we flash it out, even if we smoke it out, the player behind can just spray it. They've got a ward. You know, there's so many problems that are stacking up against you. If this had been the last time, it's like Wolves have brought the wrong attack to the wrong round. You know, they've brought a knife to a gunfight. If they'd have brought this along last time they attacked Gym and Bedroom, there was no mirror. There was no window there. And they probably could have got some success with just, we're going to send it straight in. But this time, absolutely not. Brilliantly shut down by Breeder.
I do enjoy the maniacal laugh there of Breeder. The end. A little bit of, I'm not going to say the villainy, but a man who's very satisfied with what he was able to pull off that round. It was, again, very, very quick round endings, right? Everything seems to be happening between these two teams within 30 seconds, within a minute. There's not a lot of sitting around weighing each other up or just waiting and seeing if they can find an opportunity. They're putting the pressure onto each other so quickly and so consistently. And even though the opening kill might find itself happening a little bit later, you know, as it did in the sort of Church and Arsenal room take before, there's still this game of putting pressure on each other that is so just threaded in seemingly every step of the round. 4-1. Now this one did fall apart after a little bit of a smart start from BDS. Things started to smart a bit on the final swing on the rafters.
5 seconds left.
Round 6 then, and a final defense coming in from BDS. I'm expecting nothing short of a 5-1 half, really. They did get sort of slammed about a little bit by Wolves last time they defended CCTV, but the reason that I say that I'm expecting a BDS win here is just how well they've changed and adapted so far. I mean, not much adaptation has been needed, but it's been those changes. The fact that, that's worked once, so now we're going to go to plan B, now we're going to go to plan C. And it's just keeping Wolves guessing, and just nothing that Wolves are trying is working at the minute. And this is a reminder that this is Wolves' map choice. They've got to go to Skyscraper next, and we know how good BDS can be on Skyscraper. They can be absolutely terrifying, as they can be in many places, but this is turning into a very quick and not very fun affair for the Wolves.
No. Things are very much starting to fall away from them. This is obviously their map, and it is a map of two halves, the famous saying. But to quote other sayings, they're not waddling this one. The juggle. Continued the play of Kaid claws against any sort of approach that might go against what was a mirror trick last time. Will this catch? Yes! Another well-played trick and another victim of Wolves, as this time Bibu suffers against the electric hand of Breeder.
The beauty here is as well, let's just recall that bandit ban that BDS have gone for. You know, they've put some rich time into making sure that they are absolutely flawless with this Kaid work. Because let me tell you, what he's just done there is not easy. Electricals for tricking, especially against the Thermite that's got a short fuse time, to get it timed exactly right, juggling both of them like that, consistently as they have done, is no mean feat. And BDS have got it absolutely dialed in. That's Users and Breeder that have done it now, and left Wolves in really sticky situations. And when it comes to the other side, if Wolves want to have the same impact, they're going to have to use Kaid themselves. And there's just kill after kill coming in from BDS. Wolves try to stand up to it, but ultimately find themselves with P4 in a 1v4. 1v2 rather, getting carried away, but he's going to have to clutch out. Finds the first, that's his second in the round. It's a 1v1. This just becomes really winnable. 40 seconds left for him to work with.
I enjoy this. Taking a second, getting the cams, and there's EFAC, spoiled for choice, but a Solace. What do? You have one impact. Do you risk trying to play this underneath? It's a lot of soft, but if they know you're a Solace, they can hop up and you just give them the 7 second of a plant. So if you keep yourself close and trust the firefight, which, well, we know EFAC does, he's more than happy. He's letting that be the lead in. He's a little bit rooted and round. There's the movement underneath. There's P4. He's repositioned. He's replanting. There's the reread. They're tucked in. Oh no, Tragedy gets struck either side, but it's a post plant. EFAC doesn't make the connection. Pushes up towards the top of red. It's being well watched. P4. He's trying to bait you into a fight. What's your opinion on it? You seem to want to take it. P4 gets it, and EFAC. Oh, as close as you could be.
I think BDS are going to be kicking themselves a little bit after that one. And I don't mean that from the 1v1. I mean the fact that it sort of came to a 1v1. It was 5 versus 3. Wolves were able to explode into the rear side of site. They came in through construction, got a couple of kills and created that space, grabbed it. But even in the 1v1, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, is that the right choice from Liquefac? It's easy with hindsight to look back. He's got the location. He goes underneath. Shinka then, I'm wondering if he's made a mistake. He pulls off and goes elsewhere, but I'm thinking if you know it's a Solace underneath, get on top of something. But he manages to just buy himself enough time and then comes away with a great gunfight at the end. Never easy over the handrail to find the shots, but manages to do it, and that's going to be Wolves taking their second attacking round. Will it be enough? Time will tell. We go into the second half. I think Wolves will be more comfortable now that they're on the defense. I think the really important thing is that they get some entry kills and get some frags throughout the round. They want to give themselves that man advantage. They need to play around with BDS's head just the way that has been done to them. Let's see the tricks. Let's see, you know, the impact tricking, the electricals. Let's make it as difficult as possible for them.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
I'm curious to see the second half of this game, really, because obviously we're this deep into it, and there's such a familiarity between these rosters, regardless of the changes, regardless of the fact that, as Fresh put it, one of the full baguettes went to partial baguette. It is still a long and storied rivalry across this region. What is the most standard of approachable maps? Mowgli, just making sure everything is neat and tidy on the side of the wall for the swing, the sort of open moor that becomes the church wall to take a big bite out of anyone that wants to get a bit of main stairs under their control, but it's still a steady approach that needs to be paid to the rest of the map, even though all 5 players are down here on the basement. You don't want to be on the wrong end of somebody drifting behind you.
As always, just look how fast BDS move. Within a minute, they've recognized that the map is clear. They're straight in. They've got hatches opening. You know, this is a site that we quite often see executes coming down to the last 15, 20 seconds. There's no way that is going to be the case for BDS here, because they've just got so much time to play with. If this comes down to the last 15 seconds, let me tell you, something has gone drastically wrong for BDS at that point. Mowgli looking to get aggressive onto those main stairs, just teasing them at the minute.
He's so tempted. That's everything in your urge and your stack saying, no, don't swing. Don't swing. No. And at this point,
my head was telling me not to swing, but my fingers, they just took over.
They just took over. They just went. Is Mowgli a comparable player towards the quote from one of our analysts on that desk? I guess we'll find out, because this is the competition, and I think he's going to be pretty firm competition at that. There is the execution, and there's the lesson learned, but giving them that first body, will it be enough to offer them the stretch through? It was still a dangerous position. He didn't have to die for it, but he has, and he's going to see if he can try and at least offer something from the cameras. The Shaiko does offer something to Deadshot, and that's a selection of bullets from his gun. This one going away from them. BDS being able to claim their first attack could be a bit of a disaster, so it's down to the final 3 to see if they can lock it down.
Yeah, I think that swing is probably going to cost Wolves there. There was just absolutely no need to make that challenge. Bibu gets one, but Users is there for the trade. 4 versus 2. It's all up to P4 and Shinka, but they're fighting into cover. A triple for Users. He's going absolutely huge today. Going to be taken down, but it's not likely to be enough for Shinka. 1 versus 4 becomes 1 versus 3, and he is still fighting with 1 in church, 1 in blue, 1 bottom main stairs. He's got them on every side of him. Just tries to narrow down his angles a little bit, finds the tiniest bit of information that there is somebody there, but cannot find the shots, and BDS are just playing this so patiently. They know that they don't need to swing, and until it is guaranteed, they just hold the line and then close down Shaco. Great first attack from them, and Wolves, you feel they're only small mistakes, but you got to remember who you're up against. Mowgli, I know that he wants to pick up that first kill. He wants to get things going. He wants to put his team on the front foot, but there is nothing that BDS can do from that position to you as the mirror in behind that window. There's just nothing that can be done. And by swinging out there, you've given him that opening pick. It's Users. He's going to take the opportunity. And really, it's created that avenue for them to get on into the site.
BDS, as clinical as you like. It's just so brutal. And it truly is that nightmare equation, right? Where it was once upon a time cited when the meta did first start to do its heavy shift away from the traditional IGL roles of having a backline, having the sort of player talk more than needing to have to shoot people in the face, towards the more modern meta where you kind of need 5 gunners. You need a good balance of 5 people that can shoot. This is a roster that is 5 people that are just nightmares to shoot against. Every single corner you turn when you're up against BDS is somebody else who has a record to their name or is habitually putting pressure on the chance of breaking records. I know we had a graphic towards the latter half of the season that was just every single member of the team was in like the top 3 of getting themselves in gunfights, getting themselves in the entry, getting themselves into kills, positive sort of kill stats. And that was the example there, was every single way. The fact that you can just have users sit to watch for the chance at a kill whilst the others do the job, it's terrifying. They're going to try and play the same Kaid clause here against the CC Breach that is going a bit back and forth, dodging, ducking and diving underneath and around every single EMP that seems to come through, and they do get it. For now, held off, but what's going to be the change of approach here from BDS? A quick break with Solotov gets P4, and EFAC looks for the claws from under.
Yeah, that's likely going to be the breach getting opened up, not been as successful. They've managed to keep it closed, but the big difference that I commented on for BDS with the use of those electricals wasn't just about keeping stuff closed. It was about taking that utility away. They were actually deleting it, the thermite charges. They were deleting the X-Kairos pellets, whereby BDS had played it a little bit smarter than that, a little bit more sort of coy and subtle, and they've not given away that utility. So once the claws have been cleared, they've been able to then make that breach.
Now, with a moment of stunned silence, can they try and piece themselves together? Just the architects working fervently across the site itself as CFAT goes out to get the window control. They've obviously found a body apiece at this point, but with a minute for them to try and cook up a take just to swing around towards the gym equipment. You can assume that's where the plant is going to try and get attempted with the cross angles that they've got, with the control of the space that they've got. Shaiko is obviously in a bit of a do-or-die position, but Mowgli wants to try and turn that into a death position, throws himself out, retakes construction, goes even wider. Huge bit of motion here from Mowgli. Shinka has helped flood into that construction space that's got opened up as well, and what a huge retake of momentum that has.
I love that from Mowgli. Absolutely great player. Uses once again, though. Can anybody stop him? Well, the answer is yes. Shinka caught in an FNAT. Not going to matter. Breeder does find the kill, but the final 2 come in. Deadshot picking up the last, and Wolves, they managed to keep on fighting here. You just feel that if they let BDS get that 6th round, if they let them get onto match point, it's going to be deadly for them. But they hold off for now. 5-3, we find ourselves And this needs to be the start of a fight back.
Start of attack timeout first as well. Wolves, I think, you know, that round, let's be honest, was built off of Mowgli's retake. Was built off of Mowgli. Putting the pressure in, it allowed the team a bit of breathing room, a bit of space, because BDS was circling. BDS had them surrounded. They had the megaphones out, and they were telling to come out with your hands up, or we're just going to shoot you in the face anyway. And Mowgli absolutely exploded his way into construction, won out the first fight, gave them the wiggle room, because obviously the fact that they'd extended beyond where Users was as well. Users got that one kill, but it didn't matter. Still, those moments aren't going to carry you all the way through. We're missing a little bit from the side of Wolves. It's not that they're a million miles away, though. The sort of balance is still pretty even. I think the only person who's generally had a bit of a disappointing game by their own standards and the standards of the season so far is Deadshot, who hasn't really been able to get his teeth into this showdown yet.
No, not as of yet. Certainly some more work for him to do. He will continue trying, though, I am sure. 5-3 it stands on the scoreboard for BDS. And you just feel at this point in time like this is more of a choice for BDS as to when this map will end rather than Wolves at the minute. But Mowgli just give us a glimpse of something, gave us a little spark of hope in that last round with his movement, his fluidity, his challenge onto Shaiko through construction. It was absolutely beautiful stuff, and it certainly did swing the round for them, especially after, you know, had to pick up on that peeking out from behind the mirror window the previous round, losing his life, just overextending. That's not going to be the case this time. They are back down into Church and Arsenal. There will be no mirror window set up. Instead, it looks like there's going to be a top floor presence. I think that's probably correct. They gave far too much to BDS far too quickly last time.
Deadshot might try and be that first problem they meet. Tucked just on the side of the Adam stairs, waiting for somebody to try to make a bit more of a show of force to force him out. He knows as long as he stays there, he's safe. If he runs away, he might get shot, and if he runs around the corner, he might get shot. Bibu gets shot. Charlatov wasting no time at all, getting all the clarity up top. This is a player who's had a huge sort of history, a huge dedication in towards just exactly that. Getting in, getting that opening engagement settled and sorted with a shrug.
Problem that they've got now, Wolves, is they wanted to commit to the roam a little bit and burn some of that time for BDS. They've lost the roamer inside 40 seconds, and BDS now still have the same 2 minutes that they had last time to work their way on towards site, except now they're working down there in a 5 versus 4. So if anything, things are arguably worse for Wolves than they were the last time they tried to defend this site. You know, and this is a site that they absolutely need to be holding on to here on Clubhouse. You can't be losing your Church and Arsenals, especially if you want to come away with a win against a team like BDS. The next kill is absolutely crucial, and if it doesn't go in Wolves' favour, they can forget the rest of the round.
Using, obviously, the Deimos and the Jackal, it would have been a good drive towards that roam hunt, and maybe that's why they swapped to it. But it also does still have some function here where you can sort of just confirm that everybody's down on the site itself. You can get the taste of, yeah, they're all down there. We can focus forward. We don't have to worry about somebody that might be sneaking around up top. We don't have to go for the full clear. It'll just take a bit of that time out. The grenade catches neither P4 nor P4's claw. And you can see BDS has realized that as they've run over and run off. I wanted to try and play against that space, but unfortunately for them, they're going to have to come up with a slightly different alternate play. Shaiko, they might not know about the player that's a little bit closer on the blue utility box. Does know about that swing. They tried to bait it, but Solotov, he's been able to go absolutely fishing, reels the pair of them in, both laser focused on Shaiko, thinking, well, he thinks you're here, I'll surprise him. Kel Supri.
And as suggested, the next kill went to BDS, and so did the round flawlessly as well. Falling apart for Wolves at the minute.
I mean, here they are, sitting one round away, BDS, of locking up Clubhouse, locking up Wolves' map pick, Wolves' choice. Before we go over to Skyscraper, as was put by Fresh, the culmination of two great teams, two great rosters, Skyscraper maybe leading towards the scariest skyscraper we've ever seen.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be something. I'm wondering where like the mute jammers were placed in that case. You know, there seemed to be a lot of hassle around the Deimos, you know, scans coming in. But again, get yourself through a mute jammer, try and clear it. It may well be that they were all on the top floor to try and support the roam. That didn't really pan out, you know, but again, just a thought that was going through my head at the time whilst they were down in the basement is, you know, where is all that utility? Are all four on the top floor? Because if they are, basically, your mute was wasted within 40 seconds. So a big loss potentially there for Wolves. But 6-3, BDS onto map point, and you do feel like it is pretty much an inevitability at this point. It seems like it's a matter of time. That being said, we did have a fantastic fight back in game 2. It didn't end with the comeback being successful for Team Secret on map 2, but they did from 6-2 bring it all the way back to 6-5 and at least had a good run at it. So let's see. Wolves don't quite need to go that far, but they do need 3 in a row.
BDS, they have a lot of options to try and get it locked in, and Wolves go into CC. I mean, at this point, you know, you found that you've got a weaker side, regardless of whether this started as your planned tertiary or is ending here. You know you'll have to take it at some point. You know you have to have the flawless swing round. You may as well go for it. It's not been a back and forth for you yet. It's not been a place to find out a result yet, but the basement definitely has been flawed twice. Solotov wants this early fight, but is caught and executed. Mowgli keeping himself keenly aware of just where the approach is coming from, plays through the Dockerby calls. Is like, well, they know I'm here, so I may as well just start shooting people in the face. BDS trying to see if they can get some revenge.
Great start to the round from Wolves. Shaco can only hold this angle for so long. He knows that Mowgli is in master bedroom, and what he's hoping for is Leakerfact to push him back through so that he can take the shots. But this is all burning time. Leakerfact needs to get moving here, essentially. But does he know about Deadshot in support as well? There's the two of them. Deadshot just takes a peek around the corner. He knows that the hatch has been dropped, and again, just really well worked. There's the shot Shaco was waiting for, but Mowgli does manage to get himself safely back to site. Takes a little tickle of damage. Gonna be juiced up by the Docker P4, not the end of the world. But BDS now in full control of that construction side. They took out the mirror window that was watching construction door at the beginning of the round, so they kind of set up here to go for what they want to. They just need to think about going for it.
Mowgli is waiting to try and catch the bait. Shaiko doesn't quite get removed in it. Swings their way around. They're putting a lot of pressure here, and they force the players backing towards the A side itself, with one just behind the B chassis, holding onto the wall for all that they can. But at this point, it's just throwing themselves in. BDS, they're looking for, I guess, just one body to try and remove. One little lean in as Brede tucks the close corners. Doesn't feel confident going for the plant because he needs to get the kill. Swaps sides and swaps Bibu out. Gets caught instantly, but there's the back and forth. A 3 versus 2, but the body balance is instantly removed. P4 has the crossfire, sees the long barrel, calls out to Shinka. We got a swing, the C4 perfectly threaded. Wolves, they keep fighting, they keep clawing. One more round.
And that's all that they can do at the minute, is just focus on this one round at a time. They managed to lock down what can be a difficult site there. CCTV and Cash, it was the site they managed to win on attack twice, yet they have held BDS at bay there. Beautiful nitro to finish things off. Just great communication from P4 and Shinka. And it's why I often talk about that catwalker. Everybody talks about catwalk and how important it is. But specifically, even for a construction push, you cannot leave catwalk alone. The amount of times that I've seen pushers coming in through construction wall, through construction door, held at bay by somebody in catwalk who hasn't been moved. Honestly, I couldn't count them. And P4 shows exactly why it's a power position. It feels like it's out in the cold if you're going for a construction push, but it's not. Even when he couldn't find the angle onto the plant spot, he still had pinpoint information for his fellow operator to be able to get in there and land that nitro where it needed to be. Beautiful stuff from Wolves. They keep themselves fighting for another one.
Now this was where Wolves found some success before, and it came off of a brave strike back. And again, we're still seeing those rounds, those moments, that being the sort of back and forth that exploded over the top of Red, even with the early body going, how both Deadshot and Mowgli wanted to swing into the approach on towards the bedroom side, on towards Logi hatch drop. Wolves, they're not ready to roll over and lie down and take this yet.
Last time around, it did take a big effort from Mowgli. They're not necessarily going to be able to rely on that same sort of hero play, that same sort of adjustment in the round having such a big impact. But we'll see what BDS do, whether they do anything differently or not. Looks like it is, as always, going to be a lot of pressure in towards Cash to begin with. Deadshot is going to be the man that's in there, going to play his life, I would imagine. There's not going to be too much escaping from this. He's going to try to hold on for as long as possible. He's got the reinforcements, he's got the mute jammers, he's got the Vulcan canisters, he's got everything that he should need. He's taking fights through drone holes, he's doing absolutely everything. He's got a man backing him up from construction as well, and Wolves for the time being try to hold on. Mowgli gets cut down by Shaiko, the hero of the last time they played this site, but Deadshot goes for it, cut down. Shaiko was ready. 5 versus 3 for BDS.
With the eyes on the top, it looks like a face that's sort of a bit bored of trying to play against Shaiko there, and wouldn't you be? P4 caught on the roam. He's got a player on his right shoulder, flashes him out and goes on cam. Is a curious decision. Maybe didn't expect them as close, and there's at least one for Bibu, but they know he's underneath. They know they can plant on the bed. They're safe from the C4s at this moment. Nobody is caught fishing for C4s. There's 2 people watching this stair set, and the first is the one that gets it. BDS secure their opponent's map pick and prep themselves up as another team confirmed for Manchester Major.
BDS just looking as terrifying as ever there. Users with a big game, multi-kills in multiple rounds, 3Ks from Leakifight, Breeder, Solitop. They all had a hand in it, and they look absolutely phenomenal, Em.
I mean, it was just such a well put together sort of approach there. Every single round, it didn't feel like Wolves were not sort of in the mix. They were throwing themselves back in. They were doing all of the right decisions. But this BDS roster is terrifying. And you have that happen on Clubhouse, a map with sort of solid defaults. You're going over to Skyscraper and you're sort of going, well, at least it's a sort of slower map, but I guess we'll have to see if they have a bigger team talk than us. We're going to go to a quick break before we are back with our desk.
We actually made it even faster. It's going to cut directly to us. Very quick break. Blink and you will miss it. And in some ways, we kind of expected Clubhouse to be a runaway win for BDS. Wolves did have a fight back. We say these two teams have a long history between one another, but seems like history has repeated itself once more on Clubhouse, Fabian.
You know, before the game, I said, oh yeah, we'll stand a chance. I was just doing that in the sense of, okay, I need to put on something different from Jack because we can't always agree with each other. I never really believed in them. And
with friends like that,
let's be honest and say that. And it's more of like how convincing BDS is in the gameplay. It's just so beautiful to watch. They have the aggression, and all those, like the 4 first rounds, I was really enjoying them, both from both sides actually, because they were so aggressive, so fast-paced, and they showed confidence on both sides. Yeah, sure. BDS were 3-on-up after those 4 rounds, but the confidence we saw from Wolves just wasn't gone just because it was like they were struggling. They were still trying things, and it goes to show that they had a strong mentality, but BDS is just a better team.
Have we hit a point where losing 7-4 to BDS is considered good?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? Wow. I mean, disgustingly good.
Jack, do you remember we had this conversation, I think 2 years ago, and it was about you on the days with Chaos. You plan all that against BDS, and once you get to the match against them, it's like all your plans just kind of go with the wind.
That's the thing, is that's what happened back in the day, Gassan.
Yeah.
Now, that was just in the days. Back in the day, genuinely, teams would go with the game plan of spawn peak Shaiko and we might have a chance. Now we've got a situation where BDS, just their roles make sense. Their composition makes sense.
Yep.
Their map pool is massive, by the way. And they are just a force that you just cannot compete against. because they don't give you anything. They don't give you mistakes. They don't give you freebies. Their timings are basically never off. They don't give you those gaps that you see from other teams. They don't ever do anything that you look at that and you think, what the hell are they doing? They're not trying to do something too extravagant. They're not trying to cheese rounds. They go through their processes. It's logical. It's together. But actually, it's so tight. There's just so few mistakes made. And it's not that it's like the most amazing siege. Of course, they've got that amazing skill, right?
Yeah.
But it's just so tight, so together, no mistakes. How do you beat it?
Basically flawless. You kept saying it, and I just wanted to repeat your point. It's flawless. Like, what do you do? What can you do as an opponent? Because they shoot back, and they don't make mistakes in their theory. All you have to do is pray, and hope that some being from above comes to your help. Because you need to shake them somehow, and I don't have the key to that right now. I have no idea how you would really beat BDS.
Is there a way for us to highlight it? Maybe a clip?
One thing that I liked about BDS, just before we roll this clip, one thing that I liked about BDS as well, they do their homework on their teams. Wolves have done the same rush on Jacuzzi Breach 17 years. They were doing it before Siege was invented. They were doing this rush. So, got a clip to show you. Brede is ready when this rush comes in because it's a Wolves special. 3 people through the breach, 1 down logistics hatch, 1 through gym window. What does Brede do? Yeah, we'll see about that, mate. Good night, sleep tight, Wolves. And again, every team in EU League, not even every team in EU League, literally, if you've ever watched European League before, you should have seen that Wolves do this rush onto gym Jacuzzi. Like, Wolves, seriously, update that one because teams are ready for it. Brede was actually just inside the bath stall. Angle over the top, ready. As soon as he hears the breach, just times it just so it goes off after the breach, because there'll be 3 people in the breach.
It's simple homework. Anybody knows Wolves does it. It's not more than that.
Yeah, it's just you're facing an opponent that it's oh so strong, but still Wolves were able to give BDS a fight on map number 1. Still, BDS victorious in our first one. We're coming up though on Skyscraper, and that will be right after the break. See you then.
Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Versus Pro versus W7M!
No greater tale can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. FaZe Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! 7M respond. You wanted to find him, and he finds you! Come, he made it! We cannot, we know we can! Into red time, he can't finish it! His own brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
everybody, and welcome back to Blast R6 EU League. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Freshbean, and we have our final matchup of today ready to go. Map number 1 is already in the books. There's a BDS victory on Clubhouse against Wolves. But next up, we are boarding a quick elevator up to Skyscraper, our second map. BDS has taken us here, and they're starting off on the attack, looking to close this to 0. Fresh.
I see what you did there, Milos.
What did I do?
I liked it. We were taking the elevator. I like it. I liked it a lot. Very nice hosting. Just want to commend you on that.
I wanted to hear him say boarding the plane. Honestly, it would have been an amazing game.
Plane is not part of the competitive.
Exactly.
That's, how are you funny?
It should be.
You're not funny.
I'm hilarious.
Great. Anyway, should we talk about Skyscraper? Let's talk about Skyscraper. These two teams played against each other on Skyscraper inside of the league. It was a very, very comfortable 7-3 victory for BDS. How did they get there? They attacked 3 rounds. So they're not going to be fussed about attacking 3 rounds. Nope. They got 3-3 split on their attack. Wolves didn't win a single attack, so it was naturally a 7-3. BDS, for the longest time, I think we've said this, love Skyscraper. Absolutely love it. Adore the map. And they've picked up 2 new players who are also great Skyscraper merchants as well in sort of and users. Wolves like the map, which is why they've allowed it through. And I think it's sensible if you look at their bans, get rid of Border, get rid of Cafe. It's basically their permabans. They had absolutely no choice in going to Skyscraper. Nope. It was always going to be where BDS wanted to go.
This is the problem for Wolves. They have quite a limited map pool in a way. And this is something that they've always kind of suffered from, you know? They didn't stand much of a choice, as you say. And it's always like, when I was with G2, right? And we went up against Wolves, it was always,
you knew,
pick Skyscraper, because if you let that go to the 3rd ban in a best of 3, Wolves will always ban it. So we knew the maps ahead of time quite easily. But I don't think that Wolves is particularly a bad team on the map. I think that they were punished quite heavily from being in a very rough time as a team against BDS, because we haven't seen a really good Wolves in the group stages of this stage. But I hope we see a different one now.
So these two teams, their history has been long, but specifically, let's talk about Skyscraper first and in our map head-to-head. Both teams have a pretty decent preference for us, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely, as you can see, but that's about where it stops. Both teams, number 2 in map preference, 2 times played since the start of the year. Wolves attack win rate of 10%, BDS attack win rate of 40, is that 3%? Sorry, the TV is really far away from where we are. 43%, yes. And then it gets worse and worse for Wolves, who are okay at defending it. I mean, 60% is more or less 50-50. So,
yeah,
you know, in terms of Skyscraper, not that great, whereas BDS are clearly dominant. I think the stats tell a big picture there. And they're obviously both swayed by the fact that BDS had such a dominant game against Wolves. So BDS benefit from that. Wolves are obviously not. I actually spent a little bit of time in the match replay files of that game, the BDS Wolves game. And I really hope the Wolves have reworked some of their strategies, because some of their strategies on Skyscraper, what you often see is you kind of have, particularly on the top floor, you have 2 guys on whichever the top floor site is, 1 guy linking in the middle, and then 2 guys roaming out towards the other side. Wolves were kind of just 5 guys on site, giving BDS so much space on the top floor, particularly the karaoke T defense that they fell twice at. So I really hope they've reworked it, gone a little bit more conventional, because they was using like Castle. They were just like giving BDS so much space. And BDS were just taking it and then had so much pressure on Wolves, and that's why they was able to achieve 3 attack rounds.
Yeah, and as you say and explain it, the reason why you can't play like this, and even a little bit like the way you were describing as well, you need to have 1 guy underneath as well. Because if you let go of the first floor, there are so many entrance positions, and pushing up the staircases on Skyscraper is quite easy with support from outside positions. Take Black Stairs as a prime example. That's the one by karaoke room, the one that's furthest away. If you have a guy on the balcony, pushing those stairs is one of the easiest things ever, because you can just flash the guy on the stairs, push from underneath. Yeah, they can play vertical inside karaoke, but that can usually be countered by a guy on the window or just holding it because you have really good guns in attack. So if you let go of first floor immediately as well, you are kind of screwed. The only place you can really let go of to begin with is usually the master bedroom area and around there, because that doesn't give as much of an impact. But you need to spread out all over. That's all. You just need to spread out all over. You can't play the slow and expected playstyle.
Between the strategies and the maps, or the numbers themselves, just goes to show, even if you like something, doesn't mean that you're good at it. Look at me and playing Siege in general. So I think that kind of puts it into perspective for all of us. But one thing I do want to put into perspective is the history between these two teams. We talked about it in our pre-show, but I want to make it quite clear. We need 2 graphics to show their history dating all the way back to 2022 between BDS and Wolves. Can even go earlier if we want to talk about previous iterations of the 2 squads. But so far, Wolves has never won a map against BDS, Jack.
This graphic is going to haunt the team and the organization, because who's always going to be standing in their way to make these majors is always going to be BDS. So obviously this was pre-game. So we're now seeing BDS at 12-0 record against the team. That is utter domination. And the one thing that I will say is, we've spoken to Bibi. Bibi even said about it when we interviewed him earlier in the stage, about this little hoodoo that they have.
Yeah.
Like, Wolves they're all almost at the point of acceptance now that it's completely like, we lose against BDS, we can't do anything about that. And I can't tell you how much of a big, like, mentality is in Siege. If that is actually a mental block, you'd like to think it's not, and that they're confident in their own ability for Wolves. But that mental block has to be huge for them.
Yeah, I just wonder how they as a team react to it. Because back in my days when I played, if you had a team that was like kind of a boogie team, I mean, we didn't lose many games, but there were teams that or maps where you have rougher time as an individual, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those times when you have those games or those maps, you kind of just need to put it to the side and just not think about it. If you go in thinking you're going to lose, you are going to lose. That's how simply we can put it. But you need to give yourself a chance. And I don't know if Wolves are that team or if they're not.
When I was on Chaos, we definitely had it.
Yeah.
G2. Even though it was like the new super team and, you know, they weren't as good as the Dynasty roster. The Chaos guys, when we was on Chaos, we just couldn't get over the line against G2. Their arrogance, them typing in the chat, it broke people's mentals, right? And that mental is such a huge part because we're operating at a top level of esports here. And esports, I know there's discourse around whether esports and traditional sports are transferable. The one thing that exists across the two is at the very, very top level, skills are very similar, but it's those 1%, it's those tiny things that makes the huge difference. In esports particularly, mentality is absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Mentality, stress, communication, decision-making, all those non-tangibles that you can't see from the outside have such a big impact on a round. And clearly you can see they've got it because 12 maps in a row at this point between these two teams going to BDS proves that it's there.
It is definitely there. And you said it's small percentages. I mean, I think mentality here is like 50% of an entire game. Because you say about Chaos, and I have so many good examples. Paris Major back in what, 2018? So
August
a
20th.
long time ago. It's honestly ancient time in this game. I remember going up against EG with Troy Canadian leading that team into the map bans with my coach at that time, Shaz. I saw how the players on EG were literally physically shaking before a grand final. They were the second best team in the world at that point.
Yeah.
But they had something against me and our team that just they could not break apart. It's the same there, right?
Yeah.
It's such a big thing, and if your opponent feels that from you, it just feeds them.
Yeah.
It's like a energy vampire. You can just suck it straight out of them, and they have nothing to come back with.
If I were to introduce another pain point to this, I would remind everybody of Penta versus Liquid Atlantic City Pro League Finals.
Taking off my headset and leaving.
Lion being picked the moment that Lion was in the running. I remind everybody that back then, Lion and no operators could be banned in general. Bans were not even introduced at that point. Well, every time Lion was picked, Fabian and the rest of the squad, but especially Fabian, would had a very visceral reaction, I would say, and I could see it all the way from the top of the theater.
Let me put this record straight, right? Liquid only won a major because they had Lion. No other reason we would have won without him.
I mean, look, I completely agree with you. If you won a pro league, that's great, but you were not world champions.
That's for sure.
And that was...
Tell that to the French,
6
by the way.
years ago. I mean, year one was different. Year one was different. We didn't even have an invitational back then. Anyways, we are ready to go. So thank you very much for holding on with us. Our match is set. Fabian Fresh, thank you so much. Let's see if BDS can lock it in, or will we go to a map 3 all on Skyscraper with Ace and Fluke. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Milos. The big question here for all the Wolves fans, of course, is can they survive even just a little bit better than they did on Clubhouse? It was a rough start for them. They made a little bit of something of it at the end, but just never really got close enough. And coming into Skyscraper, and more importantly, BDS on Skyscraper, they've got to be worried for their team right now.
I mean, okay, wait. I don't think it's just them that's worried for their team. I think if you posed the question to a lot of Wolves fans right now, if you posed a lot of questions to a lot of people who aren't even specifically Wolves fans, but just like BDS to lose, I think all of them would still be, you know, this is gonna be rocky. It's Skyscraper, it's BDS. They just come off the back of such a powerful performance that, as I sort of said at the time, it wasn't that Wolves weren't there on Clubhouse. They were trying, there was a lot of energy against it. A lot of the other teams, Wolves could have won it. They definitely would have had a little bit more distance. But this BDS, Tim, this BDS.
No, I totally agree. Like you say, you know, that Wolves side probably, yeah, it would have been a much closer game against anybody else, but this team, I think everybody around the world has got to be watching BDS at the minute, and I mean that in terms of other pro teams looking at this thinking, if we have to play them at Manchester, we could be in big trouble. And right now, BDS, they are only one map away from qualification to the Manchester Major, and with the way that things have gone, not only over the stage, but in that first map, it is looking more and more likely that that is going to be the outcome, that it is inevitable. But Wolves, I'm sure, are going to try to have something to say about it. We know that they've got a good Skyscraper in the locker, just as much as BDS do. So hopefully, for everybody watching at home, they can make something of this one, and we're going to have a nice hard-fought battle between these two on Skyscraper. We've had our operator bans. We've got Ying, Azame, Glaz, and Kaid. Glaz being a slight surprise there coming in from Wolves. It's going to be a little bit of a target ban, I think, but ultimately, never a bad shout. You don't want him playing sort of karaoke window, maybe, behind those smokes. Black balcony door in behind those smokes can certainly prove to be a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, it's an interesting removal, I think, is the fairest sort of way of putting it. You have to be specifically against the specific team's specific style of play to remove a Glaz on a map like Skyscraper. Glaz has gone through several different iterations in terms of how they're utilized on an approach, whether it's just for the sort of cover, but what we've seen a little bit recently now is that nightmarish frontline Glaz that you'll see where they'll throw themselves some smoke, just sort of tuck and get inside of it and be a little bit surprising, and then suddenly just shoot your face off into several different pieces of holy cheese. So at this point, you're seeing if you can try and just circumvent that. Removing it over other attackers. Maybe it's just that there wasn't anything else that they specifically wanted to get rid of. But in the shoebox map that is Skyscraper of eternally clearing corners, let's see if that's a difference maker.
Pudron doing its work early, looking to grab some of those default cams, and Wolves are immediately coming under pressure once again. BDS working so quickly. We're only a minute in here. They're on terrace window. They've got office breach open. They're looking to push these roamers, but Deadshot, he's going to push back. Find a headshot onto Leakerfact, takes him down. That's the book off the board. Not too much soft breach there as a necessity for this attack, but still, Book, just a super useful, self-sufficient operator, and taking him off the board is going to be a big blow for BDS.
Now, Deadshot getting himself some foot in, and then Bibu following up. This is the sort of person that we talked about on the previous map. Deadshot has had a fantastic season, was one of the strongest players in the entire league in the very opening few play days to the side of Wolves, and then things unfortunately weren't quite there in the most recent matchup. But if he can try and get himself into this, then always having those slightly missing pieces show up, suddenly you could find a resurgence, a new bout of energy. A minute 10. And for the pace that was taken and offered to them before, they're having to go for a very wide reset here. Shaco's underneath hunting, sure, but Solotov off to the far end, off towards the take. Are they just going to try and push up Black at this point? It's slow and steady. There's no opening above them. P4, you assume, there it is, the Fnat mine. Can he get past and steal it? He just sees the cover, won't be able to get rid of that Fnat. P4 has the reveal that someone's coming because he just has to shoot it out. The call came as an attempt to disguise it with 40 seconds. He might just have to try and throw himself up into this fight.
Yeah, this is just going to have to be a last-ditch collapse here from BDS. They just need to get going, essentially. But like you say, it's just almost like there's a barrier holding them back at the minute. They've got two underneath still with 20 seconds left to go. They can just Wolves hold their angles here and wait for the push to come up the stairs because there is absolutely no other option for BDS. There's the first challenge. Mowgli managing to pick up Shaiko elsewhere. Deadshot going for another. Going to be cut down. It's Solotov who finds that kill. 2 versus 4 becomes a non-versus 4 as the final couple of kills come in for P4 and Mowgli. And that's going to be Wolves taking the first round, and that, for any of those nervous Wolves fans, might just be music to their ears. Managing to pick up the first defense, they are going to need a really strong start here. I would suggest a minimum of 5 defensive rounds, because we know what BDS are like on the defensive Skyscraper. Fresh and Fabian have shown us the numbers.
The numbers have been shown.
You got to get it locked down because you know that BDS are going to come out so strong here.
I just love that it was your suggestion that they should win 5 rounds.
6-0. 6-0 suggestion.
Like a doctor's order is like, I'd suggest that you try and win every round. You don't have to. It's your choice, guys. It's down to you if you want it or not. But I would suggest trying to get it all. We'll see if they follow your advice, Dr. Tim, or if they find themselves unfortunately going a little bit rogue.
If they don't, they might need a doctor.
They're getting themselves over towards the opposite end, but you still kind of hold this in a similar sort of way nowadays. If you're unfamiliar with the extensions that you play, you kind of lock down the entire second story. Now, Mowgli getting themselves all the way to the width here. Usually it's just up to the sort of drum line, and then you hold on towards the gold wall, make sure they can't just swing around onto top shrine, and make things awkward for the approach on towards terrace. It seems like they really want to get themselves in and about Geisha as well, and just try and cause as many sort of slowdowns for BDS's approach as possible.
The Maverick being brought along by Liquefact to deal with these areas. They don't necessarily need a breachable vault into VIP. They just want that line of sight. The threat of somebody potentially being on rappel should be enough just to make Wolves alter the way they play around that area a little bit, and then Liquefact will be able to move across and go to the main breach. Breeder is there to support as well with the Selmas, so the next job is get office open. Looks like Breeder's going to actually... I was going to say potentially heading towards Geisha, but then he comes back down off the rappel and goes to the main breach as I was expecting.
Zolotov underneath, holding on as the Deimos starts to give a bit of a read as to the positions with the failed death mark, the cancelled off one of Shaiko. Hoping he gets gifted something from the pressure. The grenades just towards the wall, get rid of the first auto canister. In fact, doesn't, but they threw the second anyway, so it still has the same effect. Will buy themselves a little bit of time, and now as Mowgli pulls themselves back for what I said was an extended hold here from Wolves, I think they've sort of realized BDS isn't playing that game, isn't putting pressure against it. They've left Bibu over there, and then otherwise pulled themselves back towards the site, but EFAC gets the freebie onto Mowgli.
Yeah, Wolves just sort of straying into that one there, really, not knowing enough of what the attackers are doing, the angles that are being held. They will certainly be aware of that. They're going to get caught out underneath if they're not careful. P4 does manage to pick up Breeder on the run out. Always a good one, and not a common one, really, because the attackers are usually very alert. It's, you know, one of the main run outs on the game, but 2 kills will come in. Shinka, the latest to drop, and it all is up to P4 and Bibu to try and hold this one until the end of the round. They've got themselves back towards site. P4 manages to pick up the first onto users. 2 versus 3. This certainly becomes doable. The Deimos scan is going to be blocked off by going into that mute jammer, so that will be another death mark failed. And Wolves, with 30 seconds to go, you start believing that they might be able to do this, especially as P4 hits the triple M.
I mean, Bibu's on a sliver, but he's got some support. P4 wants to lean in. The fight on the breach goes away from him, but there's the trade out, and now a 1 versus nobody. EFAC finally finds the end. You can see the energy in Shaiko's voice there. For all the failed death marks that came through, I love the quick cancellation, the fact that they were within a few steps of a mute gem every single time. Just negate what that little irritating pest of a helicopter is trying to do in your face there. And BDS, from what was at one point a 4 versus 2, though, with a down player, just spins itself around and pulls itself away. They're inside the site, putting the pressure on. P4, as you said, did everything to try and pull the round back, but unfortunately, that 1 versus 1 with so little health on both of them as well. Just the first pistol to pop.
Good round from BDS. Then Wolves making a valiant fight of it, trying to hold on, but deciding that it maybe wasn't close enough to chance it again. They're going to head instead to their third choice site. It's going to be down to Kitchen and Barbecue this time. So Wolves will have a concerted effort, I would imagine. They should have a concerted effort to keep a hold of Geisha, keep hold of Karaoke, and prevent the push coming across from the far side, which is what BDS will likely try to do. They may well go for a slightly more direct approach, just get that Geisha wall breached and head on straight in, look to take those gunfights, but with the right utility in there, it can be a tough nut to crack.
think this is the sort of attempt of a show of force, right? In the first round, BDS, they tried to go for what was the wider take. They tried to play into the take and outplay it and sort of say, oh, this is your hold, that's fine. Oh, things weren't fine. The second round there, they went much more direct to site. They ignored half of it. And the Monty is just, for me, the sort of alleviation of those problems. You give yourself a moving sort of mountain, a moving fortress to build behind, to retake and reset your own architecture, the smash of the castle wall very early on. Brede wants to sort of get rid of that mute jammer, but as soon as the procs pops, he doesn't want to get himself gifted over to them.
Players over inside of Geisha particularly know that the pressure is going to start mounting very quickly. We can see Solotov over on that side as well. So the Monty will soon, no doubt, begin that slow push from the top of Black Stairs to make sure that all those roamers are cleared out for the minute. Just breaking down that utility, knows that there's somebody inside of T. The Nitro doing a decent bit of damage to Brede there. And in comes Shinka with the backstab. Bibu fights back. And Wolves might just have found a nice knockout punch in the first half of the round.
Brilliant bit of movement, and these are all the parts that they were doing on Clubhouse as well. The frequent and sort of semi-frantic retakes, the push, the pressure back against BDS's approach. It wasn't quite netting them the same rewards, but Sky plays very well for defender teams. It gives you a bit more space, gives you a little bit more architectural strength to work behind. Now with a minute and a 3 versus 4, BDS were able to get P4, a player they were pinged for a long time, but whenever you lose a Monty, whenever you lose a major shield, you've lost a big part of your approach, because that's why you've brought it here. The pinch onto the player on Black isn't caught and cut in half. There's the take onto the rotating player underneath, and Solotov sat on a karaoke window singing a very sad and lonely song.
It's been a great shutdown at the top of Black Stairs from Wolves. They've been so confident, just smart play there, making sure that there was no FNAT or anything inside the window, but it didn't really matter at that point. Once the rappel comes in, it's quite clear to everybody that's what's happening. Deadshot swings around, picks up the final kill, and Wolves take themselves another defense. That's going to be 2, I would say, as 4 is the absolute minimum. 5 would be absolutely magical for Wolves here on the defense. It would give them at least half a chance. You know, I look at it and I think, where are you going to beat BDS? And it's going to be on that third choice site. So if you can only rely on 2 rounds on the attack, which would still be above Wolves' normal attacking percentage here on Skyscraper, if you can manage those 2, you need to have had 5 to begin with on the defense. They are 2-1 up, and they can head back to T and Karaoke, which is the site that they won back in round 1.
I mean, doctor's orders, but they were a 1 versus 1 away with slivers of health and a single pellet from being 3 rounds up right now. They could be in full sort of driving seat control of the showdown. They could really be resetting a pace and angling us towards the third map in this potential best of 3. It's always worth remembering, obviously, though we talk about one of these 2 teams being confirmed for the Manchester Major, there is still at least an immediate follow-up opportunity for whoever loses to go up against Team Secret and find the other spot coming through, and then another backup opportunity in the LCQs just in case. And neither of these 2 teams want nor expect to have to be in that situation. So the smoother they can get a lockout here, the quicker they can try and get themselves moved on. Shaiko back on the Deimos. There's not going to be a mute jammer close enough. There's the ping. It's like it's getting rid of like the virus in all sort of shooting games, like going back to the station, getting yourself cleared. It's like playing laser tag.
I love it. I love that they've got the little, you know, mute jet. That's specifically why it's there. That is why it has been set up. They've read into exactly what BDS are going to do, and that is really promising for Wolves. We came in here a little bit concerned about them playing BDS on Skyscraper, who are very good, but they've got a clear idea of what BDS are going to bring to the table, and they've got their counters ready. And it's such a simple thing. You usually have a mute on side anyway. You just need the jammers in the right places. In this case, you just need one P4. If he takes a little peek out here, you know, he might just catch Leaker fight, but no, it's going to be left to Mowgli, who heads down drum stairs, and well, he beats a real drum there as he manages to And a little bit of a beat onto the man and get the entry. Wolves in an advantage now, 5 versus 4. And again, just winning these fights at top black stairs and keeping them at bay.
Oh, Bibu. I mean, look at how intent he wants to take this engagement. There's a Deimos on the swing. They're well aware of each other, but Solotov swings up, gets Mowgli, Shaiko. I mean, he's seeing the player go further and further away, but with the calls confirming that he's not alone, you can't just go in. You can't just put that pressure on. Users and Solotov up the back, the black stairs. They're going to be the important parts of this. A bit of motion, a bit of a pre-fire. Isn't quite connecting here for Users. He was electric in the first map, and he struggled to be a bit quick to start here. Shaiko has to watch on Bibu's attempt towards putting pressure towards the top of black, and well, there's no mute-based salvation station that can save you, but that almost came together. Oh, Users does get a team kill on the back of it. 3Day swinging in over the top. He'll pick up the kit. He'll pick up the conversation. Deadshot, barely any health. Cannot find any space. And BDS, they keep things levelish.
This is my concern for Wolves. I think they've certainly been, more competitive here. They've been playing better than Clubhouse. But as I said, they need, for me, that 4-2 or 5-1 half. And BDS are just showing, again, a great ability to keep in touch. Yeah, things aren't going all their way this time. But despite all that, it is still 2-2 on the scoreboard. And with that 83% defensive win rate on Skyscraper, if BDS can grab one more attack and go 3-3, statistically, they're almost guaranteed to take it on the defense. Wolves are going to have to do something absolutely massive to overturn things from a 3-3 half. They've had a 10% attacking win rate on this site. Granted, not over, a huge amount of plays, but still, they've had that problem of breaking it down on attack, and this is not going to be a side in BDS that is any easier to find rounds against.
10 seconds left.
2 apiece.
5 seconds.
Shaiko still playing on the Deimos, regardless of modern salvation stations, because to be honest, Thunderbird doesn't ever use hers, because Thunderbird doesn't get played.
I like Thunderbird.
Yeah, she's great.
We did see about 12 months ago, I think it was. We did see the occasional Thunderbird pick. She seems
about 12 months ago.
Yeah, she's dropped off in popularity.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, she was, I believe, the last operator to be played at SI. It was her, it was Rook. It was one of those two, and I can't quite remember who it was. I'm sure Fresh is well aware and well in tune. I just love Union's call of Salvation Station.
A classic name for a classic gadget.
That's what Mute is offering Deimos Spacer.
Thunderbird's one of those operators where if I just don't know if there's no defender that we need, and I'm like, I just don't know who to play, I tend to bring the Thunderbird, because I think you stick those down, it's a whole bunch of extra HP that people can help themselves to. It can be very useful in ranked, but comp not really fitting into a much more valuable utility to be brought along, as we see from the competitive teams. But halfway through the round, we don't have BDS into the map yet, and they are not really moving as quickly as they have done previously, but I'm sure they're still going to be pretty confident. They're starting the push from the opposite side, this time wanting to go karaoke geisha and try and get themselves across. Bibu's going to take a little bit of a damage just inside a T there as well. Leak effect working from underneath, and ultimately they are trying to push across into office. I don't know if they've got the main breach open yet.
A long time.
They do.
For our lead-in with the opening breach done, but think of the difference of take here. Think of how there was a bit of juggling of utility, and think of how the territory over on this side was handed over quite quickly, and in fact not really put the pressure onto it. This time, Wolves haven't entirely left it, and I think BDS is trying to run the math on how they should maybe take from underneath. A couple of Deimos pings go out, feeding into Users' approach. They're hoping the fact that that's still soft is going to give the lead in here. The fight onto the back of Shrine, but Deimos gets caught. Those pings work two ways.
Breeder does manage to cut down Mowgli to level it things up at a 4 versus 3. However, as Bibu finds one of his own onto users. So Wolves have an opportunity once again to put themselves into the driving seat to find that lead. Leakerback is trying to push forward. Deadshot, headshot onto Breeder. And then the map is, the round is closed out for Wolves. But still, as I say, despite... the thing that's got to stay in your mind is how hard fought each round is that they win, and they are still only ahead by 1. It's 3-2. They are still being pushed so hard in this first half, and it's only going to get harder when we go into the next half. That's, you know, probably the mental game that Wolves are playing with themselves at the minute, is that this is going to get tougher.
Technical pause, a moment to have a break, to have a breath, to have a unfortunate think about how close you are to the dangers that are put forward. I mean, it's still that sort of weird mentality, right? It was a conversation that I had about the Fnatic versus G2 game, but in a very different environment, as you can see both of these teams playing in this game for a 5th place game at this point and expect them both at the major. Now, obviously that's impossible. Only one of those 2 teams will make it. Here you have the same energy. Both these teams could and probably should and probably would have good times at the Manchester Major, and there's still a very high likelihood of them getting here. And I wonder how much that sort of plays on their heads at this point, because is this just them sort of testing the waters and then going, okay, we'll see you in a few weeks in the sunny world of Manchester, where the beans grow on toast?
Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited to I'm so excited to see it. Yeah, it's gonna be an experience. Fantastic city, as I've said all along.
Oh yeah, I love Manchester.
Fantastic city is Manchester. Lots to see and do. Lots of great food to eat. Not just all beans on toast. There's a few other bits thrown in there as well, believe it or not. I know.
Honestly, I like, you know, you and I have traveled to a lot of places and had a lot of different breakfasts for a lot of different majors and a lot of different Siege shows that we've been in the audience as fans. We've been had the honor of working. I think, and this might be a bold statement, people will generically be impressed by English breakfasts.
Very good. They're very, very tasty.
Good.
Very, very good. I must
from
say,
the right place will change your life.
Oh yeah, I must say, to be fair, I did really enjoy the breakfasts out of all the breakfasts that we've had. I did enjoy the breakfasts in Sweden the couple of times that we've been there. Well, because I didn't realise, but in Sweden, one of the standard breakfast items seems to be Swedish meatballs. Do you know what they call them, Em?
What do they call them?
Meatballs. Yeah, and I absolutely love them. So yeah, breakfast was great in Sweden. Enough breakfast talk. We're back to the game.
Breakfast talk. We're back in. That was a very quick time out. You guys will have to think about breakfast later. What we're going to think about is Wolves. Will they be able to get themselves that 4-2 that needed, that sort of, I'm not going to say clinging on, but if you find yourself on 3-3, it's not over, but BDS could make that over appear very quickly in your rearview mirror.
Now is the time, really, for Wolves. Like I said, 4-2 half for me is an absolute minimum, given their attacking history here. 5-1 would have been ideal, but that is no more than a pipe dream now, is it? It ain't gonna happen. Breeder brings along the Monty, certainly not wanting to make it easy on them. They're gonna try BDS here to sort of brute force around, just get in there, push those roamers about. He's got the hard breach, so he can do an awful lot himself here. I think obviously BDS recognizing that the office-sided clearance last time they were attacking onto T and Karaoke maybe just slowed them down a little bit. They had to push into bottom black stairs instead. There was a couple of gunfights. They won, but they were tough gunfights, you know. In a different world, maybe the Ella comes away with a couple of kills on black stairs, but this time the approach is going to be slightly different, and Shaiko is going to kick things off with a starter onto Mowgli.
Deploying cord.
Mowgli being the first body gone. He was consistently that first bite, that first strike back into the approach of BDS, back into the sort of hearts of their attack on Clubhouse. Brede, he's happy to move into the space, takes up the mantle of the Man Mountain, and gets caught. The crossfire. Shinka tucked on the bar. All right, a bit of a misplayed moment there. They do get Deadshot. If they can get Shinka, maybe it's not all for naught, but he might have a chance of getting a slink away, a sliver of an escape, whether they want to take it or not. Solotov getting the calls underneath. There's pressure that needs to come around on the top. They're not just going to throw themselves into Bibu, but look, Wolves, they've thrown themselves back to offer some support. Think about where the site is, Tim, and think about where this fight is happening. Nobody is on the opposite end of the map.
This is it. BDS maybe not recognizing that they could just rotate here, get themselves on into site. Instead, they are locked into these fights, but you'd have to back them to win them. P4 is low health. Gonna have a kill coming in from Leakafak, who does finish off P4, but Shinka turns a 1v3 to a 1v2, but that is all as Usus manages to find that angle, picks up the final kill, and that's going to be BDS taking a 3-3 split on their attacking half, and now they move on to the defense, where, as I keep reminding you, they've had an 83% win rate previously on Skyscraper. This is going to get tough for Wolves now.
I mean, you know, it's a round you come back in on a tech timeout. How much started there and how much went over when they dropped the Monty, dropped the kit, I couldn't tell you. But it's a full bit of sended dedication. It was a call. It was an attempt to try and keep themselves one step above. Maybe they just sort of reached a point where it was sunk cost fallacy and how much can we put in here to get some control, some power of a win, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 3 and instant response gets 1, but then you've got 2 more all the time in the world. And we could see the long-range rotate going off on the back as well. They were more than happy to trap and play with exactly where that player was. Either way, that's in the past. We are now in what could be the last half of Siege we see from the day, or the start of something very epic and fiery from Wolves.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
It's not just going to need to be fire, it's not just going to need to be hot, it's going to need to be white hot at this point to take down this BDS side. Leakafak's just going to be opening up the angle. Still a little bit of late setup going on for the defenders, but Wolves not wasting any time here. They're looking to get themselves straight on into the map. P4 making the call with the Dorkaby. Here's something from upstairs. Going to be a little bit of sound dropping down that hatch, but I think confident that he's not going to be challenged from that. It has forced Leakafak back, so I think Wolves, it won't take them long to realize that they can take all the way up to Terrace and Shrine, and they can start pressuring BDS on site quickly here.
I think that's it. They've, as you said, got that read, got that power and control. It's an awkward map to rotate your way back round on. And now as they sort of reshift their attention, refocus themselves and say, look, we've got VIP, we've got house stairs. We don't need to entirely blow this away just yet. See what we can sort of cook with here. They're playing a Solace so they can get an approach on what we're doing here. But with internal claymores and can set off some control onto the back stairs. However, with the work to be done outside, Mowgli gets the rotate round to assist Shinka, and they should make quick work of Geisha.
Yeah, you would expect so. With the Grim on the double window as well, it should be pretty easy to move Shaiko out of here. Never always the easiest task to move Shaiko, but those Bs should get the job done, really. He's not going to want to stay around and be constantly pinged, especially when that wall has been opened. Leakafak is going to be playing on the underneath. The Gumans will just give away a little bit that the push is coming, but he misses his shot from underneath. Deadshot's there for a trade on an earlier user's kill, and that leaves us 4 versus 4. Shinka is off the board, but Shaiko it is who steps up. He might have been moved from Geisha, but he hasn't been moved out of a deadly position, finding another.
I mean, Efak is now in the Solace hunt, and we'll talk about his gun preference in a second. If he can make it work, that might change my story here. He can't, and he's really been struggling to make that shotgun sing. We obviously saw a Solace-based shotgun incident where it was just off the piece on the previous map here, and you know, now as the continuation, it's such a great place to snap the jaws shut on an approaching player, but they couldn't quite make the hatch catch. Mowgli pressure round onto goal, but 20 seconds, and they got to see if they can try and turn this into a goal. Shaiko's ready on the back of the bomb chassis, putting the pressure in as BB tries to shuffle his way closer and closer. Do they have the crossfire and the angle, and have they forced these players off? No, says the man inside gold. But yes, there's the trade out. Top black is the concern as they go for the plant itself. To his left, he has no idea, but he doesn't quite get the cement at first. Gonna finish off the kill, get the rotate. They know that he's in the site, and it's a quad kill for Shaiko.
He almost seems inevitable in himself, let alone this result for BDS, taking their first defense. But let's look at the positive for Wolves there. It was much closer than we might have expected to begin with. They've got in there. They've got themselves a position to put the diffuser down. It was unfortunate that they lost the fight on the cover. Bibu still locked it in, but obviously just coming off the plant, it made it easy for Shaiko to pick up that final kill. But certainly, you know, I wouldn't say an emphatic defensive win from BDS there in their first round, in round 7. So there is something for Wolves to work with. I feel like, you know, that's BDS's first choice site, and Wolves have actually run them pretty close there, you know. So I think, yeah, get him into a second choice, the third choice site, and there's definitely something for Wolves to work with. They're going to have to do well. They need a 3-3 split, so they're going to need to win at least 3 of these sites. But after that, it feels like maybe it's doable. You could pick up the third choice twice, pick up an office in there somewhere maybe, you know, and all of a sudden things start looking different.
4-3. The first is theirs, but as you said, we're looking at those, I would say knife-edge deciding rounds, but not a huge amount of time. Wolves were able to almost make the best out of a bad situation. They get themselves a little bit extra on the secondary, on maybe even the tertiary site, and suddenly you're getting yourself swung around into a little bit more of a back and forth fight. 4-3. It's been rounds traded this entire setup so far. Pockets full of explosives. Seems to be the MO of the BDS hold here. You assume they're not going to entirely throw themselves underneath, but you can long arm against the office plant. You can sort of expect the wall to be open, give them a bit of space, and then play back against it. The Sophia will just stop this being tricked. And then VIP wall on top of house stairs becomes dangerous.
Activating silver sequence.
It's going to be getting the wall open from Geisha through to Drum. And again, just preventing anybody playing inside of their freely and making sure that they've got those angles cut off. So BDS will likely be forced deeper and deeper. It also makes it difficult to play inside a terrace potentially. There's a nice long angle that can be found. Breeder, we've seen how deadly, how lethal he can be with these nitros previously. Shinka just missing his opportunity there as BDS player just fleet-footedly moves across that barricade and doesn't leave him any opportunity to be taking any damage from him. Shaiko getting himself back on into sight. All pretty static, all pretty stationary from Wolves at the minute.
Pushing round for a missed player. Down the prep and pantry line. Stole your vegetables and hot-footed out of there. Now you can see if you can try and make ratatouille of the player later. For now, BDS, they're sitting, expecting a bit of a break against their shores from Wolves. They've positioned and slowly propositioned themselves inside the building on the opposite end. As I said, when you're holding this, a lot of teams will go for an extension. Now, Shinka is that surprise backline. He's hoping players might get forced themselves around and that'll be putting pressure in, but caught from the breach. Mowgli! A bit of a wobbly angle there. Shaiko almost gets the back of Shinko. I thought he was laying the trap, but he has become encircled by BDS players. They are holding him to a sliver. Bibu's trying to offer some wiggle room, some support. The Sophia on towards the breach is get a take inside and does get Shaiko, but Shinka goes down.
Recovered the diffuser.
And they try and recollect the down man. They can, but 30 seconds, Tim.
So this is it. Wolves are going to run out of time very quickly here, but a couple of double kill come in for BDS and Wolves as they pick up 2 apiece. Bibu is in a position to potentially put this diffuser down on the ground, but once again, he's had the same outcome where he's making that plant, his cover gets taken out, and BDS find a way. They put themselves up now 5-3, and it's looking a little bit dicey for Wolves. They might just have themselves another do-or-die game tomorrow to try and make the Manchester Major if they cannot find any more rounds on Skyscraper.
I mean, you have to feel a bit bad, but also give credit for Wolves. They keep getting into these bad situations. They keep having these moments where BDS just finds a single hole, a single weak point, pulls at the thread, and Wolves is now with an injured paw trying to find themselves towards the end of it. And yes, they're getting the kit down. They're getting themselves towards the objective. They're still finding opportunity. But it's just a little bit too much taken out of them. That's twice we've got the 2 versus 1 plant situation. That's twice in a row. Wolves have been so close to securing at least the kit. Not the round. There'll then be 40 seconds, but the kit. And
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, here at the tertiary, if this goes away from them, at that point, all you're thinking is BDS to Manchester.
It's done at that point. You know, in reality, this is... I think we're now seeing 2 must-win rounds for Wolves. If they can get themselves back to 5-5, then, you know, yeah, maybe they've got a shot. BDS start, you know, thinking they're having a wobble. This is the first time as a roster that I feel like they've really faced real pressure. You know, this is now crunch time for all that good work that they've done, all those great performances. It comes down to this, really. And you can win every single game of the stage. You can win everything you want, but if you don't win the one that matters, then it's all irrelevant. So, yeah, BDS will be, you know, under a bit of pressure, but I'm sure they're playing with a lot of confidence as well, all set up by those performances along the way. But Wolves, yeah, definitely needing to win here. If they can't pick up the 3rd choice, it's going to be a nightmare. Bibu goes in. It's going to start bullying with the shield. It's 5 versus 4, though, as Leakerfact did manage to get the entry onto P4. The shield is gone. The blitz is down. It's 3v3 as Deadshot gets something going with the LMG, but he's on a long reload, and Mosley gets cut down whilst he makes it by users, and BDS once again are in the driving seat. Wolves have little to nothing here in this round.
They just somehow, some magical BDS way, kept themselves 1 step ahead amongst the chaos for a team that changed the language they commed in about 2 months ago. You're still seeing them find the threads against the blitz, against the pressure. The Finker reload is the longest thing in the world if you're the Finker that needs to do it. And it's just a bitter moment here for Wolves. Once again, attempting something, and that's something not quite hitting the mark. They have a minute, utilizing all of it. As I said, they've consistently been in this situation, but have consistently been able to try and get themselves at least close to planting. What can Deadshot and Shinker achieve here?
In normal circumstances, you feel like this is winnable, but, you know, like I've said before, the mental game has got to be big for Wolves here. They've never even took a map off this BDS team, and we're talking in years. You know, so to now be in this position where you desperately need to come back from 5-3 down, you're 2 versus 3, you've got 30 seconds left on the board. It is just such a huge hurdle to overcome, both mentally and physically. Deadshot, he's going to be holding his angles. The next kill is essential. It has to go Wolves' way if they want to pick this up, but they just don't plan on the aggression from Users. The fire goes into the corner. Where do they think Users is going to go? It's a 50-50. Yes, he can drop back, but he can also come forward, and that's what BDS know. Aggression, push, gunfights, win fights. Win rounds, games, go to majors. That seems to be what this BDS team knows.
It's a BDS team that is made up of a lot of heartbreak from a lot of different tournaments and a lot of different history. It's a BDS team with what has been not arguably some of the best talent that we've had in EU, some of the best talent that we've had on the world stage of Siege. And this is also, you cannot argue, the best that they've been playing. It is such a terrifyingly quick roster. They're so aggressive, so willing to keep throwing themselves in, and they're doing it to a level where we used to, when we get this from some of this BDS roster or some of this XM&M roster, there would be a lot of stress, a lot of heat, a lot of sort of fire behind it, but they're just so calm, Tim. So cool and collected and in command of what they want to achieve as a team. And yes, Wolves are putting in a great fight. I have said it multiple times. What do you do?
I think that's the one plus side for teams that are failing against this BDS roster is what do you do? Like,
yeah,
you are one name on a long list. Nobody's picking this out and going, oh, do you remember Wolves losing to BDS? Oh God, nobody's, because you're one of 10 names, you'll become one of 15 names, you'll become one of 20 names, 30 names, because this roster is going to go on and keep winning, is the reality. We're talking in terms like it's done. It's not done yet. Wolves can still fight back from this, but it looks all but certain that BDS will be heading to the major. And the next big step for this roster, for this team, that I am so excited and interested to see is them at an international level next.
It's not over yet for Wolves. For all the confidence we can pay, there's always still the possibility things change up, but regardless of how unlikely it looks, we'll see if that's the setup that can be brought. Wolves, last time here, they were able to get themselves a bit of a back and forth on the other side of the map. The Solace that I said wasn't quite having the impact. Has been moved off.
Stay clear.
Preparing themselves for some direct pressure here towards Geisha. They've got an opening kill. I was going to say something else, but Efak kills P4 underneath. The Dockerby is gone. As is any of the vertical pressure, and there's that angle he wanted to play against before. Mowgli's waiting and baiting for it, but it just cuts off the route. Deadshot on Bibu. Do find one apiece, though.
That's good. They've dealt with Deadshot, and I was a little bit frustrated when Deadshot gets that entry kill because Wolves, he's played underneath almost every time. Go in, single him out, and get the kill. They've not got an opening kill on their attacks yet, and you feel like if they could have done, maybe they'd have had a better round or two, but they find themselves now 4 versus 3, 45 seconds to go, backs against the wall. They need to put their foot against the bricks, and they need to push back. They need to kick off, and they need to find themselves a round, but they're still not dealing with that floor beneath them. Nitro goes up, and that surely all but ends it as we find ourselves effectively now 1 versus 3. 25 seconds left for Deadshot M. It's not looking good.
At this point, the 3 versus 1, all left to Mowgli. He's able to get one. He was the driving force of the round before. He was the driving force of Clubhouse. Mowgli's free-firing onto the angles. He has the pings, but BDS, they're sick and tired of playing back. They're sick and tired of waiting. They are one of our confirmed teams to the Manchester Major, but was it ever really in doubt?
BDS just coming through and proving that they are the powerhouse of EU. We've seen it over stage 1. We are now going to see it on the international stage, and I, for one, cannot wait to see this BDS team come up against those other regions, because at least within EU, they look absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, I think the people that do want to wait to see them on the international stage are the people that have to play them on the international stage. But hey, that is theirs that they've got to chew through. Thank you for joining us with this, Tim. We've had a great time, and now for one last time tonight, we'll throw it over to our desk.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, what a cast, what a game. Went to Skyscraper, and BDS lock it in 2-0 for a 13-0 undefeated map streak, 10 series undefeated against Wolves. The French derby is quite clear so far. BDS are on top, and they look to secure it all here in EU tomorrow, but for now, they'll be very happy with the Manchester qualification fresh.
Yeah, exactly. It was the first hurdle for this super team. Yeah. Get yourself qualified for Manchester at the first given opportunity. They won the league, they were first in the league. Sure, that's great. What's the key goal? Manchester Major. That is absolutely in the bag now. Off the back of what I will say, a truly impressive performance.
Very impressive.
Not that we ever expected anything else, really, because of the head-to-head between the two teams, but they basically dominated the whole league.
The head-to-head wouldn't even have mattered. If you just look at the team that they've been this stage, it was pretty much over as soon as the first half was over. If you get 3-3 on Skyscraper, game's over. Literally, game's over.
Literally.
Yeah, but what can you possibly do? I'm still questioning, how do you win against BDS?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, right? You know, you look at some of these highlights and you look at the way BDS are playing, and, you know, sure, a few rounds they pulled out the opportunities, particularly the office round that came down to what 1 versus 1. But, you know, they attack, it makes sense. I can't explain this so much, but they do the defaults, but they have the correct people in the correct places for the cutoffs to punish the defenders when they're rotating back. Or they do a direct take and they execute it perfectly, you know, more often than not. And I think that's what you want. You know, BDS, of course, they lose rounds, but when they, you know, they win more rounds when they lose because they execute things perfectly. Even bad plans, they're executing them together. So, yeah, I'm very impressed with BDS. It was another very sensible performance. It actually played out the same as when they last played Wolves, which was a 3-3 attack split leading into 4 defensive rounds in a row. Serious deja vu from them.
If you look at it, and like I build on your point of them doing everything flawlessly, it's just very, like, all the play pushes make sense. All of them are very basic pushes in my eyes. Like, there is nothing that is outlandish, that is surprising you, or like in a way that you're like, oh, I've never seen that before. There's none really of that. But they don't need that, because all the players are just they're that guy. They are that guy.
BDS, what? Good fundamentals, good teamwork, good aim, good strategy, good comms. They have everything that it takes to build a major winning team, and they do this with changing languages and roster in, what, 2.5 months?
Yeah, so the big importance here is one thing that I think a lot of teams don't have, even in pro play, mid-round calling. That has to be what their strength is. Like, I wonder what weaknesses they themselves perceive to have, because I have yet to spot them.
It's kind of weird as well, because teams a lot, and we talk about the attack, I think, as a barometer of where we judge teams.
Yeah.
We say a good attacking team is generally a better team, because every team's expected to do well on defense. I think BDS actually keep it quite simple on their attacks because they've changed to English. They're not overcomplicating things. They're not trying to... You see teams overcomplicate things all the time, where they'll go for a direct take, but actually somebody wants to breach this wall, and actually somebody else wants to backstab, and suddenly your direct take is actually just 2 people and they get overwhelmed. BDS are just... It feels like they're very good at keeping the plan simple and executing it well. And that's honestly all you need a lot of the time.
It takes teamwork, but even more importantly, trust in your own skills and in your own teammates. And the fact that they built this level of trust in such a little time, that takes a lot. And we know championship teams, I mean, they're forged in fires. A lot of them take much longer to get to this level. But we would like to highlight Shaiko here and bring him up for our chat. How's he looking that fresh?
Yeah, so we've got Shaiko on the board. Overall game today, 2 KD, not too bad for him on the entry. We highlighted him in the pre-match. We highlighted him as a player that, you know, we did a head-to-head of it from last stage to this stage. How has he improved? Well, actually, his kills had gone down across this stage from the last stage. His entry had kind of gone down as well. But today, he proved back to us that he is that force to be reckoned with. He is still that guy, even if sometimes he has to sit and play in the team role. He has it whenever he needs it, and he can lock it. Sometimes, and this will happen at the major now that BDS are going to the major, rounds won't be won strategically, and they'll need to rely on him. And he's proved today they can still rely on him.
Shaiko is that guy on a team of dudes that are all that guy as well. They're all guys and dudes having fun.
That's the simple way to put it, I guess.
Thank you very much for that, Fresh. But let's have a chat with our victors. Joining us from Team BDS, it's Likefak. Congratulations on your win. You're going to Manchester. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great after missing SI, like M&M guys. Finally a live event, so I'm feeling great.
Looking at this team, me and Jack on the desk, we're constantly in awe of how good you guys are playing. I understand that you might not want to talk about weaknesses, and honestly, you guys have just won and made your major spot, but I'm trying to look for them. I'm genuinely trying to find your weaknesses. Do you guys have any?
To be honest, I don't know, and we just play our game and adapt. But I would say if you play like you don't know what you're doing, we can't understand. So maybe it's this. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of your team is just outstanding. You guys are phenomenal as a team. How did you approach the game today? What was the game plan coming into it?
To be honest, we know Wolf. We know their best map, their weakest map, so we basically banned their best map and did like a perfect veto for us with Club and Sky and at the end laps. We just play our game, to be honest. We don't need to do specific, particular thing against Wolf. That's it, to be honest.
Likefak, again, big day for you and the squad. And of course, it is not yet over because although you've qualified for Manchester, there's still a seeding game for you to play tomorrow against Into the Breach. Are you looking forward to that? What can we kind of get ahead of that game tomorrow?
We are always playing for the win, and last year we finished second on the stage 2, not getting the 5 points, and we didn't qualify because we didn't get the 5 points on the SA. So this game is an important game for us, and the stage for us is finished tomorrow and not tonight.
Cool. Anything you'd like to say to your fans out there?
Thank you guys to support us. Like I said, every time we read your message, we are also playing for you to show that we are a good team, a really good team. And I hope you're not sad. I mean, everyone should be happy for us. And in French, merci à tous les gars de nous supporter. Vraiment, ça fait trop plaisir. On va enfin se qualifier un major et on va prouver là-bas.
Merci à toi, Likefak. Congratulations on the win. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll get to see you tomorrow playing Into the Breach. Until then, take care.
Take care.
There it is. BDS and Likefak are victorious, and they will move through to the Manchester Major and play ITB tomorrow. But let's start recapping things here with our bracket. Fresh, can you please walk us through it, my friend?
Yep, of course I can. So we've had the semi-finals played out today. Secret against Into the Breach, and then Wolves against BDS. Into the Breach qualified for the Manchester Major, winning 2-0 up against Secret. Just as you've just seen as well, BDS won 2-0 against Wolves. So they advance through to the grand final. Obviously a big game tomorrow, as Likefak said. This team missed out on SI by 5 points in 2024. So they will be fighting as hard as they can for every single SI point and also the chance to become EU champion. Now, Secret and Wolves lost today. They will play that third seed match. The winner of that will also qualify to phase 2 of Manchester. So that's a big game tomorrow.
Tomorrow, we do have that to look forward to, but one thing we do have to say is the loser of that matchup is not eliminated from the running. They'll be dropping into the LCQ, the last chance qualifier bracket, and it looks like this. That 4th place EUL spot at the top, that of course we will lock in tomorrow. LCQs are happening next week over 3 days. But this is the bracket that we have, and it's full of names that you're familiar with in EU League, but also names that you might not be familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously just a little bit of a clarification because there was some stuff on social tonight. This is the correct bracket. I know Wikipedia had a different one. It's now updated to be correct. But yeah, there's a couple of teams you might not know. Make Your Destiny, a promising up-and-coming Tier 2 French team. We saw what happened with the last Tier 2 French team that came up. They managed to snag a Tier 1 spot. The Forgotten Days full of, forgotten players from EUL. My favourite player in the world, Hungary, is on that team. And then all of the EU League teams that you will be saying. That 4th place EUL at the top of your screen will obviously be the loser of Secret against Wolves tomorrow.
And in this case, it's 8 teams fighting for one singular spot. However, that spot is not in phase 2, like we saw with the top 3 coming out of EU and other regions. They'll be playing in phase 1. Think of it again as similar to the Counter-Strike system where it is challengers versus legends. Legends, in this case, go play directly in phase 2. These are the top teams in every single region, whereas with phase 1, it is kind of a big elimination roster all playing from the same area and then knocked out to make it afterwards.
There is one important thing with phase 1 as well that I want to voice.
Go ahead.
And that is that we have slimmed down the tournaments, right? There are fewer teams attending, which means that phase 1 that usually have been a bit slow with a little bit weaker teams, those weaker teams won't make it anymore.
Yep.
We're talking about some of the best teams. For example, Bleed or like Southeast Asian region or the Asian region now, they only get 1 spot. So they have to fight through that. We have very good teams coming into phase 1. So just because you make it to phase 1, that doesn't mean any guarantees that you make it to phase 2 from European side, North American side, or the Brazilian region.
I mean, that's what I say. Look, the top 3 regions are all going to be putting a great team into phase 1. There's potential, you said Bleed, but one of the Asian teams, because there's Fury there as well.
Fury as well.
Who was missing? Mena. GK could possibly be there.
GK and Onyx are playing on Wednesday. That is the
yeah.
final play day for Mena on Wednesday, and I think, not to spoil it, but I'm gonna be on that broadcast. That's gonna be
spicy.
fun.
There's just so many good.
But yeah, you can't farm phase 1 anymore. Basically, is what we're saying.
Yep.
Because phase 1 last year at the majors was very dominant, very top heavy.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
It was pretty clear who would go through. These days, it could be anyone.
Hey, that's the fun of it, right? We get to explore all of that. And let's explore what we have in store for you tomorrow. We said it's pretty trim in comparison to what we had today. 2 best of 3s, Secret versus Wolves, BDS versus ITB. Secret versus Wolf, winner of that game qualifies to the Manchester Major. Loser will play in last chance qualifier for the final spot against 7 other teams in that bracket. As for BDS and ITB, they play for the honor of being the best team in EU of the stage, but also a better seeding spot, only slightly, but still at the top. It matters, a better seeding spot going into the Manchester Major. Like Likifak said, and Kenny even in many ways, the games and the league ends tomorrow, not today.
Yeah, the SI points are there, some prize pool to it. It's a space you want to be in, because you can also call yourself the champions of Europe for now.
Yeah.
If Europe then wins the major and another team does it, well, then maybe you won't be the champion. Well, you still be the champion of Europe, you just won't be the major champion. I'll put it that way.
I think it's kind of interesting because, like, Likifak is obviously very worried about, not worried, very wanting the SI points because they got banned. But also, ITB, even if it's not about SI points, imagine there's a world where ITB can call themselves the champions of Europe. They will be wanting it, and it will be a completely free hit for that. So even though that game, in a way, there's not as much pressure on it, I still think that'll be 2 top teams going at it.
So it's going to be an incredible game.
To wrap it up in a neat little bow, have we found our expectations? Have they been met today? With, G2 Fnatic, I know we forgot about that game for a moment here, but in general for 3 matches?
I think that my expectations were, they went over my expectations, because I think BDS showed how good of a team they are. And I also think Into the Breach showed how good of a team they are. So I was expecting tighter games, but in a way, I guess that's my expectations being high.
I agree. And I think it sets us up nicely for tomorrow for Wolves against Secret as well, because both of those teams, to be honest, significantly underperformed today. Maybe Wolves performed as expected, but Secret were off it. So big reactions needed, because one of them will win tomorrow and go to Manchester.
Huge for both of these squads, and they have less than 24 hours to get ready for their next major matchup. 3 maps potentially separating them from that major in Manchester, though. Freshbean, thank you very much for today. Thank you for our players for joining us on our interviews, and of course, our entire production team and observers here at Blast in Copenhagen. For myself and all of us, we love you so very much. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for EU League.